The Cowboys Reunited Christmas, Cowboys at Christmas Tree Ranch Book 1 by Danae Little. 1. Nothing hits the heart quicker than the sound of an ambulance siren, speeding away with someone you love. Joy Farrow clutched at her chest, sure her heart wouldn't survive the pain ripping through her. 3-year-old Caden interrupted her debilitating grief by squirming out of her grasp toward the ambulance which took his mommy away. "Mama," Caden wailed, darting around the light pole to keep out of Joy's grasp. She ran after the boy, wrapping both of her arms around him and holding tight as he fought against her with all his might. Joy knew she would have marks tomorrow, but clung to the wild child as if her life depended on it. Eventually, Caden went limp in her arms, burying his face into her with racking sobs. As his pain seeped into her, a part of her wished he would start fighting again. "Caden, shush, I know, honey. Auntie is here. I got you, buddy." Joy's tears mingled with his as she picked up the child, her gaze trailing down the road where the ambulance had disappeared before carrying him into the apartment. Joy shook her head to clear the heart-wrenching memory. She wouldn't have shushed Caden if she had known it would be the last word he spoke. The little boy's hand clutched tightly to hers. He looked tiny in the big airplane seat, his eyes finally closed and little breaths puffed out peacefully in sleep. She quelled the urge to pull Caden into her arms, finding comfort in holding him close. Instead, she wrapped her arm around the sleeping child and closed her own eyes. The memories came in a montage of horror like they always did. The one that fixated in her mind at the moment hit her with both grief and guilt. "Promise me, Joy." Tammy had whispered the words, glancing at Caden who slept fitfully beside her frail body on the hospital bed. "You're not going to die. You can't leave us." Joy had clasped Tammy's hand, careful of the IV. "I wish." Tammy stopped to gasp for breath. "Just rest. You're going to be okay." Tammy shook her head, pulling Joy closer. "He's yours. Take him home, promise, promise." Joy opened her eyes and blinked back the tears. Those were the last words her best friend whispered to her before she slipped into the coma, eventually losing her life. "He's yours." She kissed the top of Caden's head and sighed. It hadn't been the only thing Tammy asked of her. The scenery outside the little oval window flashed by, no longer clouds but fields, trees, and scattered buildings. "Take him home." Home. Christmas Tree Hill. They hadn't been home for over 4 years, and the last time they were, they both made mistakes they would forever regret. A flash of intense blue eyes pulled her from the scenery below and to the past, a past that held too many wonderful memories to remember, memories that eventually led to pain. Her free hand clutched at her chest. She had never understood why they called it a broken heart until she experienced it herself. It wasn't simply a superficial replication, it felt physical, as if her heart really had shattered, piercing her chest and leaving stinging, gaping wounds. She shook her head. Going there would only bring pain. She could do this. She could stay strong and fulfill Tammy's wishes. There wasn't a choice, anyway. From now on, Caden was hers. The ink may not even be fully dry on the adoption papers, but it was finalized. Tammy had made sure of it. Joy squeezed her eyes shut again and blew out a slow breath. The stewardess walked down the aisle, graceful even as the plane bounced and turned. "Time to put your seats up," she said to Joy before smiling down at Caden. "Your boy has been such a pleasure. I don't think I heard him once during the entire flight." "You don't know what a pleasure it would be to hear him," Joy mumbled after the stewardess continued down the seats. She gently brushed back his hair before bringing both their seats upright. The movement made him stir, and he slowly blinked his eyes open. They widened abruptly, and he tried to crawl out of his belt and into her lap. "It's okay. We're on the plane, remember? The big plane," she soothed. Caden held up his hand, zooming it like a plane. "That's right. The big plane is about to land. It's going to go bump, and then we'll be almost there." Caden furrowed his brow. "Well, it's a bit of a drive to Christmas Tree Hill. You'll like it there. Grandma and Grandpa Johnson are going to love you and spoil you. Grandma makes the best cookies." Caden smiled tentatively, and she knew she hit his soft spot for cookies. And there are horses, and maybe it will snow, and lots of Christmas trees. As she listed all the things she loved about Christmas Tree Hill, a strange sense of nostalgia enveloped her, easing her trepidation and filling her with eagerness to arrive at a place she always felt loved, well, always until the last time she left. She had pushed Tammy's brother out of her mind every time the thought of him came, until she almost forgot about what would wait for her along with all the things she loved. Well, she loved that one thing too, that's what made it hurt all the more. Once again, she wished she had been more assertive with Tammy's parents about getting a rental rather than having them pick her up. Now she would be stuck in Christmas Tree Hill with no way to leave or travel on her own. What had she been thinking? As the plane bumped onto the tarmac, she promised herself that she would tell them as soon as she saw them after getting off the plane and would get her own car. Guilt pooled in her stomach, though, at them driving the 2 hours to the airport to pick her up only for her to get her own car. She couldn't be stuck there, not with him. She waited until most of the other passengers unloaded before she helped Caden with his backpack. Slinging her carry-on over her shoulder, she gripped his little hand and walked off the plane, trying to fill herself with the courage to face those who had lost as well, without the ability to explain why their daughter hadn't come home in over 4 years. Not for the first time, and certainly it wouldn't be the last, anger fueled her at her friend's request. All of Joy's conviction fled the moment she saw Tammy's parents, wet-eyed and trembling lips, waiting for her at the baggage claim. Tammy's mom's eyes flew open in shock as she focused on Caden, but she continued her stride until she embraced Joy. "Oh, sweet Joy," Mrs. Johnson said, her voice catching. "Thank goodness she had you." Joy swallowed back the sob that wanted to escape, hugging Tammy's mom with one arm and holding onto Caden tightly with her other hand. "I'm so sorry. I'm sorry there wasn't enough time." Mrs. Johnson's body shuddered and she sniffled, pulling away to daintily dab at her nose. "I've missed her so much." "Thank you for bringing her home to us," Mr. Johnson said, giving her a brief hug. Joy's carry-on felt heavier after those words, reminding her of not only what but who she carried within it. Mrs. Johnson drew in a shaking breath before squatting down next to Caden. "And who might you be?" Caden stared at her wide-eyed and stuck a finger in his mouth before hiding his face in Joy's pants. "This is Caden," Joy said, her heart racing a million beats a second as she prepared to say the new reality for the first time, a lie and the truth all wrapped up in one. My son." Mrs. Johnson bolted back into a standing position, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Joy. "Your son? He looks like?" She searched Joy's eyes and looked back down at Caden still hiding in her pants. "I didn't know you had married, I had still hoped." "I'm not married," Joy said, her voice low, realizing that she hadn't considered that aspect of the questioning. Mr. Johnson reached out to grasp her carry-on from her shoulder. "You're with family now. That's all that matters. Let's get your luggage." Joy's heart melted and felt hollow all at the same time. Tammy's father showed such love and consideration, and she couldn't tell them that Caden was really their family, not a surrogate like her. Joy completely forgot about getting her own vehicle until they were traveling down the highway, leaving the city behind them. "I'm glad you thought to bring a car seat." "I did not know." Mrs. Johnson turned slightly in her seat to glance back at Caden, who clutched Joy's hand as if his life depended on it. "I'm sorry. I didn't think to tell you. It's been rough." Mrs. Johnson turned, her shoulders shaking for several moments. "How are your parents?" Mr. Johnson asked, glancing in the rear-view mirror. "Oh, loving their transient life. They're in Florida now, enjoying warm weather and palm trees." Joy did her best to lighten her tone. "Have you seen them lately?" Mrs. Johnson's voice sounded weak and strained, politeness deeply ingrained in her. "They come for a visit about once a year." She shrugged, knowing that the Johnsons didn't understand her parents' detached style, not that she did either, but it was something that she had accepted. "Surely they come around more now that they, Mrs. Johnson cleared her throat, have a grandson." Joy swallowed and pulled her tongue from between her teeth, knowing she had to respond and thankful her parents were also detached from Christmas Tree Hill to keep her secret safe. They like video calls. Oh, I see, Mrs. Johnson said. That's nice. Grateful that Caden had fallen back asleep, Joy focused on the scenery, hoping that the Johnsons didn't feel the need to keep up the awkward conversation for the entire trip. Eventually, she lost herself to the landscape until she recognized the pines and mountains that they traveled through. Home. She hadn't expected that feeling, hadn't thought she had missed the place this much. The people, yes, but the location? Warmth filled her as they passed through the blink and you'll miss it town, seeing the setup for the decorations going up, and it hit her hard as she realized what time of year it was. You'll stay for Thanksgiving, of course, Mrs. Johnson said, turning slightly in her seat as Mr. Johnson pulled down the road that took them to Christmas Tree Ranch. Grandma and Grandpa have set up a private room for you on the ranch. We thought you'd feel most comfortable there. They are looking forward to having you to themselves. Themselves? Her heart had sped up at the fact that they set her up at the ranch instead of offering her to stay with them. On the one hand, she loved the ranch and felt so much more comfortable there than at the Johnsons' house in town. But he was there, or maybe he wasn't. Well, of course Tanner is there. Mrs. Johnson's lingering gaze held enough hope that she didn't need to say what she said next, but she did, bringing heat to burn Joy's cheeks. He's great with kids, as you know. I'm sure Caden will take to him. Mr. Johnson met her gaze as he looked in the rearview mirror. He sure is a quiet boy. They pulled up to the ranch then, drawing Joy's attention away from the uncomfortable conversation to the large ranch house that had grown even larger in her absence. Christmas Tree Ranch was a working ranch and a Christmas tree farm, but it also was a hopping bed and breakfast, and a place she and Tammy and Tanner had spent many hours exploring. Tanner. She blew out a breath as the Johnsons exited the car. Her heart caught as she thought of the only guy she had ever loved, and the one who had broken her heart. Caden tugged on her, an almost silent whisper pulling on her heart as she drew him into her arms. It's okay, sweet boy. This is the place I told you about, Christmas Tree Ranch. You're going to love it here. She swallowed back the trepidation that mixed with an emotional feeling of homecoming. Caden gripped her tighter, his little fingers digging into her arm. It's okay. I'll be with you the entire time. I'm never going to leave you. Caden met her eyes, his innocence filling her, and she felt like she could read his thoughts. How could he believe she would never leave him when his mom had been stolen from him right before his eyes? Tanner hefted the last tree onto the truck and leaned against the side to catch his breath. This last week he had kept working until he could no longer stand, feeling more like a zombie than himself, but unable to stop even if he wanted to. If he slowed down at all, reality hit him like a sledgehammer. Tammy was gone. He choked off an angry cry of anguish, letting it escape as more of a low growl. How could his twin be gone? He hadn't seen her in almost 4 years, got off to college and the big city, along with the girl who still held his heart, as broken as it was. Not that she knew it. He tipped up his cowboy hat to wipe a hand across his hair, and settled the hat back in place. Keep moving. He slammed the tailgate closed and grabbed the straps to throw over the stack of Christmas trees. He still had 2 more orders to fill before Thanksgiving, which would keep him busy enough until then. Which was good since his grandparents told him this morning at breakfast that Joy would be there today. He clamped down on the ratchet strap, pulling with all the pent-up aggression raging through him. Today. How was he supposed to react when he saw her? Plausible scenarios ran through his mind as he drove down the hill to one of the neighboring towns to deliver the Christmas trees. The delivery would keep him busy most of the day. Maybe he would even grab dinner in town, rather than try to eat while staring across the table at the woman who had left with his heart. Would she bring it back to him? He shook his head, trying to replay the fantasy scene where he arrived at the door, and Joy threw herself in his arms. They would find comfort in each other's embraces, retelling funny stories of Tammy, maybe even sharing a few tears, and of course end up kissing. After that, Joy would tell him that everything made sense, and she was here for good with him and would never leave again. Ha, he said, his voice echoing in the empty truck. As if that would happen. Her life in the city was more important to her than anything she left behind in Christmas Tree Hill, even him. And well, if he was honest with himself, in her eyes, he had been the one to break things off with her. He sighed as the scene that would most likely happen played out in his mind. He would arrive and she would stand off, reserved, eyes downcast, respond politely but avoid as much interaction as possible. She would probably remain that way until after Tammy's memorial when she returned to the city, alone. Tammy. He swallowed, trying to dislodge the lump that grew in his throat. Here he was feeling sorry for himself over a girl he hadn't seen in 4 years, and Tammy was gone. Gone? He would never see her again. Why had his sister stayed away? Despite knowing that Joy would avoid him like the plague, he would make sure he had time with her alone, if nothing else, to question her about his sister. He needed to know why she hadn't come to visit him, and barely returned his texts or calls. He needed it for closure. Traffic picked up as he neared the town of Juniper, which made Christmas Tree Hill look like a stage stop with its downtown full of traffic lights and busy businesses. He turned down the radio to concentrate on the GPS's female voice, telling him which way to turn to find the lot where he would drop off the Christmas trees. The guy was new, but he had paid up front and seemed legit. Tanner sat up a little straighter, thinking that his latest marketing techniques had paid off. 3 new clients. It would give them the funding they needed to expand the tree farm. His truck rocked over the driveway as he pulled into the fenced dirt lot. As he shut off the engine, a man dressed similarly to him hopped down the steps of a small mobile office, raising a hand in greeting and smiling as if he had won the lottery. Tanner slid out of the truck to greet the man with a firm handshake. "You must be Drew. And you're Tanner. Good to meet you." "Likewise," Tanner said, dropping his hand to loop his thumb in his pocket and scan the lot. "You've got a sizable piece here." "Yeah, I've got bounce houses and some picture-posing setups, and an elf house with a throne for Santa." Drew settled his hands on his hips with a sigh of contentment. "Sounds like you've got it all. You sure this is your first rodeo?" Tanner turned back to the man. "Yes, sir. First bona fide Christmas tree sale. It's been a dream of mine for some time. Beats selling cars anyway." He shrugged. "Car salesman, huh?" Tanner raised a brow, thinking he better keep a closer eye on the guy than he thought. Drew chuckled. "The old man. He's trying to get me to take over, but," he shrugged, "it's not really my scene." "You're a Christmas guy, though?" Tanner asked, as he headed to the back of his truck. "I'm a hands-on kind of guy. Would rather work on a ranch, splitting wood, teaching kids to ride, I don't know, something active like that. Plus, yeah, I can't get enough of Christmas." Drew walked around the other side to help loosen the straps that held the trees secure for the drive. "You must too. I mean, running your Christmas tree ranch would be hard if you didn't enjoy the holiday." "I've never thought about it that way," Tanner said, taking the straps from him and replacing them back into the cab of his truck. "I do like the holiday, seeing families and the kids happy. That always makes my day. I've got a soft spot for the littles too." Drew scanned the area. "Let's set them here." He pointed to a section close to the truck against the fence line. "Have any of your own?" Tanner glanced at him as he hefted the first tree off. "Kids?" He shook his head. "Nah, no wife yet?" "Yeah, me neither. Time's flying by, but I haven't met the right one yet, you know?" Tanner laid the tree down, passing Drew carrying his own bundle on his way back to grab another. "Yeah. Except he had met the right one, and he let her get away, but today she was back." That sounded heavy, man. "You worried about getting too old?" Tanner laughed. "No, not too old." "Oh, so maybe one got away." Drew met his eyes. Tanner shrugged the tree to his shoulder, as he scrutinized this man he just met, asking him questions his friends hardly even brought up. "She did. I let her go." "Tough luck, man. Any chance of getting her back?" Tanner cleared his throat and continued on to add the wrapped tree to the growing pile. "Sorry, man. I don't mean to pry. Guess I've got a bit of the romantic nature from my mom." She's a writer. Oh, Tanner said, raising his brows. That makes more sense. My mom would say that you should go after her. Tanner grabbed another tree. She would, huh? Yep. How'd you meet her? Tanner glanced at Drew over the tree. You ask a lot of questions. Drew shrugged. Guess I do. Doesn't mean you have to answer them. She's my sister's best friend, or at least she was. Oh, is that why you let her go? No, my sister, she died recently. Tanner tossed the tree down, realizing as he did that was the first time he had said that horrid reality out loud and for some strange reason to a stranger. Yet it made him feel a little lighter. Oh man. Oh man. I'm so sorry, oh man. Drew tossed his own tree and came to clasp a hand on Tanner's shoulder. I'm sorry, man. I didn't know, I didn't mean. He retrieved his hand and took off his hat. I have 3 little sisters. I can't even imagine. Don't imagine, Tanner said, swallowing past that lump that had returned. Just spend as much time as you can with them and remember. I will take that advice. Drew cleared his throat. If I know we barely know each other, but if I can help. Thanks, Tanner said, turning back to the truck. Stay busy. Keep moving. After a few rounds of tree unloading, Drew cleared his throat again as he came up to him. It's none of my business, but this gal, the best friend, is she around, because of your loss? Tanner stopped as he pulled another tree to the edge of the truck. Yeah. Actually, she'll be at the ranch when I get back, today. Drew grabbed the tree from him. Well, I hope that the both of you can find comfort with each other. Tanner eyed him, but the man turned with the tree, and when he came back he dropped the subject, asking questions about Christmas Tree Hill instead. By the time they had unloaded the truck, Tanner had decided Drew was all right. Well, I should get back. I know you'll be busy with your endeavor here, but if you find you have free time, bring your little sisters and come visit. If you give me a heads up, I'll have mine join us. What are their ages? Well, Tammy. Horror hit Tanner, but he cleared his throat and pushed on. Tilly is 21, and Tegan and Tyler will be 17 next month. Plus, we've got an older brother, Timmy. A big family like mine, Drew said. Yeah, and that's not including any of the cousins. Tanner let out a small chuckle, realizing it was the closest he had gotten to a laugh since he heard the news about Tammy. I mean it though, come on up. He pulled out a card from his pocket and reached into the truck for a pen. Here's my cell. Give me a text and we'll set something up. I'll do that. I know my sisters will love the horses. Drew slipped the card into his back pocket. Thanks for the trees and hey, go get that girl. I want to meet her when I come up. Tanner shook his head. Yeah, he said as he climbed into his truck. See ya. Though the idea of getting that girl, of finally convincing Joy to stay, didn't leave his mind. In fact, as he pulled up in front of the house, the windows glowing as night came on, he decided he had to give it a shot. If he didn't, he would never forgive himself. Just like he would never forgive himself for letting Tammy stay away so long. The light from the kitchen dimmed for a moment, as he saw a lithe form slip past to back up to the kitchen counter next to his grandma. Joy. He swallowed, watching the light bounce off her cheeks as she smiled. She tucked a stray strand of her hair behind her ear, exactly like she had always done, and his heart flipped within him. All right, Tanner, get in there and get that girl. You never know when it will be too late, he whispered as he left his truck, never taking his eyes off his target as he walked into the house. 2. The sound of a truck door slamming in the driveway shuddered through Joy as she leaned against the kitchen counter. She pushed a smile to her face when Grandma looked at her with scrunched brows. No way was she going to show the shock traveling through her at Tanner's imminent arrival, that the thought of seeing him after 4 years made her heart simultaneously cheer for joy and break again, as if 4 years hadn't passed since he broke her heart. Oh, that must be Tanner. Grandma dried her hands on her apron before cradling Joy's face in her hands. He's going to be so happy to see you. Joy wasn't so sure about that. He had made it perfectly clear 4 years ago that he was done with her, and if anyone would blame her for Tammy's loss, it would be Tanner. The front door opened, sending a rush of pattering feet straight toward her. Caden ran from where he was playing with his cars in the living room to wrap his arms around her knees and bury his face in her legs. She knelt down and drew him into her arms. "It's okay, Caden. We are safe here." Tanner's booming voice came through the walls as he greeted his grandparents. Well, they might be safe, but her heart wasn't. She glanced toward the back door in the kitchen, actually thinking of hightailing it out of there before she had to confront Tanner. Darkness filtered in through the four-paned window on the door. There was nowhere to go, and Caden hated the dark anyway. She stood with Caden in her arms and heaved out a sigh. "Here we go," she whispered, more to herself than Caden, who nestled his face against her neck, hiding in her hair. Every footstep toward the entry pounded from her feet to her head, where it vibrated, sending bursts of light into her vision and making it hard to breathe. She could do this. She had to do this. "Oh, Tanner, you are going to be so happy at the surprise we have for you," Grandma said as Joy rounded the corner. "Look who's here." Joy didn't want to meet his eyes. With a nod of her head, she kept her gaze on Grandma. She bit her lip, keeping her eyes on the ground, his scuffed work boots, his dirty jeans that she knew fit him too well, his belt sporting the beat-up buckle he won for bronc riding in the 10th grade. She swallowed, trying to ignore his familiar, tantalizing fresh scent that wrapped around her in welcome. "Hi, Joy." His voice broke through the pulsating whoosh of her heart. Without the willpower to stop it, her gaze swung past his shirt clinging to his chest, past his lips twitching with a mixture of emotions, and to his piercing blue eyes that said everything she feared and more. "Hey," she said, swallowing the lump and refusing to gasp for breath even though her lungs screamed for more air. Caden buried himself further into her arms, as if he wanted to crawl inside her. She held him tighter, both to keep him from squirming out of her arms and for her own need for something tangible to hold on to. Tanner's eyes narrowed as he took in the wiggling boy in her arms, and her cheeks burned as if they were on fire. What must he think? That she had gotten over him and jumped into another relationship, having a child with another man? "Tammy, you didn't think about this, I didn't think about this." The veil lifted in Tanner's eyes momentarily, but enough that she saw the flash of disbelief that turned into pain. If she had any doubt about what she saw, his choked voice erased it. I guess congratulations," he said, then turned down the hall. "Tanner," Grandma scolded. "I'm filthy, Grams. I've got to shower." Tanner didn't even turn as he said the words. He disappeared into what must be the new addition, a section of the house she hadn't seen before, taking his fresh pine scent with him along with her heart. "Dinner is in 30 minutes. Don't make our guests wait," Grandma called out in her reprimanding tone. "Well, I'm sorry he was so rude, dear." Grandma took her arm, leading her back to the kitchen. "He hasn't been the same since we received the shocking news about Tammy. I'm sure none of us are the same." "No, I guess we're not," Joy strangled out. She shifted Caden in her arms. "Caden, are you sleepy, sweetie?" His head moved against her neck, and his hand reached up to rub his ear, a sure sign he was sleepy. "I think I better get him to bed." "So early, dear." "He hasn't eaten." Grandma met her eyes. "It's been a long day for him." Joy yawned. "For me too. He's been snacking all day. I'm sure he'll be fine until morning." Grandma nodded. "Of course, dear. We already have your luggage up in your room. We put you in the family quarters, so you have privacy." "Thank you, Grandma. I really appreciate your kindness." Grandma waved her appreciation away. "You are family, dear, ever since Tammy brought you over back when you two were in grade school. You just fit." She took her arm. "Now come on. I'll walk you there. If he wakes up hungry in the night, make yourself at home and find whatever he'll eat." Grandma walked them upstairs, leading them into a suite with a 4-post king bed, a sitting room, and a large bathroom. "Do you need a cot or a crib for your little man?" "Thank you, no. He's been sleeping with me since we lost his Tammy." She bit her tongue, scolding herself. Okay, dear. I'll see you for dinner once he's down. Thank you, Joy said, pulling Caden from his grip around her to set him on the bed. As Grandma closed the door behind her, Caden scanned the room with wide eyes. This will be where we stay while we are here with Grandma and Grandpa. It's a nice room, huh? She walked over to their luggage, took up the bag that had all his toys, and set it in the sitting room. We'll set this up as your playroom. Sound good? Caden slid off the bed and carefully made his way to peek into the sitting room, before plopping himself in front of the bag, pulling out toys until he found his stuffed dog. Oh, you found Dodgy. Do you want to sleep with Dodgy? Caden hugged the stuffed dog to his chest, pushed up to a stand, and wobbled over to her while rubbing his ear. He reached up to her with one arm, and she picked him up, kissing him on the forehead. We always go potty before beddy-bye time, she said, hoping the routine would help him adjust. She swooped him toward the bathroom, grateful to have their own space, but froze when she saw the large toilet with no potty seat. It's okay, she said out loud. You're practicing to be a big boy with no potty seat. I will hold you until you feel big enough to do that on your own. Caden's eyes widened, and he whined, pushing away from the toilet. Sweetie, you have to go potty. I'm sorry I forgot the seat. Please be a big boy for Auntie. She looked around, biting her tongue, hoping she had kept her voice down. After several minutes of tears and consoling, she finally got Caden to go potty. Then it was zooming into PJs and under the covers. She stuffed pillows under the bottom sheet at the edges of the bed, nestling him in safely like they did at home. Snug as a bug in a rug, she said, rubbing her nose against his. Songs or books? Caden yawned, rubbing his eyes and reaching out for her. He twirled his hand in her hair as she nestled down with him. Songs it is. She thought a moment. Do you know it's almost Christmas? How about I sing some Christmas songs? Caden nestled in closer, gripping her hair and closing his eyes. Joy started by singing Jingle Bells, then continued on with Silent Night, where Caden's body relaxed and he slowly released his hold on her hair. She unwrapped the strands from his fingers and bent down to kiss him. Good night, my sweet boy, she said, choking on the words as a sob erupted from her. Nights were always the hardest. He kept her busy during the day, but at night, while he lay peacefully sleeping in such innocence, that's when the reality of Tammy's loss sunk in for both of them, but the loss especially hit Caden the hardest. He didn't even look around for his mama tonight, merely silently accepted that she wasn't coming, would never come again. Joy blew out a shaky breath as she went into the bathroom to splash cool water on her face, hopefully hiding her red, swollen eyes. Her hands still shook as she waded through her suitcase to find the video monitor that they had used with Caden since he was born. He had never been without at least one of them. She and Tammy had arranged their schedules so that Tammy's night classes or work at the diner didn't begin until after Joy returned home from her classes, and then later her journalist position. Every once in a while Joy had thought about how she would have spent those years normally, hanging out with friends, staying up late, and living up the college life. Yet as soon as she saw Caden's sweet face or heard him say his name for her, me, his version of Auntie, none of it mattered. The social life had never been her scene anyway, and dating, she sighed as she looked at her red-rimmed eyes. After Tanner, no man stood a chance. She set up the camera, making sure she had a good view of Caden, kissed him once more on the head, and slipped out of the door, the monitor in hand. She had taken off her shoes, so her footsteps were silent as she came down the stairs and across the hall toward the kitchen, where low voices murmured. It wasn't until she was almost at the door that she could make out the words. Where is her husband? Tanner asked, his voice abrasive. She doesn't have one, Grandma said, her tone indignant. Joy skidded to a stop, knowing she couldn't go in right that moment without them knowing she had overheard. The pause felt like a lifetime, and when Tanner finally spoke again, his voice had softened. He left her to raise the kid on her own? I don't know the story, Grandma said, her tone sounding full of sorrow. And it's not ours to know unless Joy wants to share it. Remember that, son, Grandpa said, his commanding voice leaving no question on the issue. But how? Tanner emitted a low growl of frustration. How did we not know about this? You mean how did we let 4 years go by without insisting that we see her and Tammy? Grandma's voice choked. I don't know. I don't know. And I, for one, will never forgive myself for it. Soft sobs filtered through the door. Joy backed up slowly until her heel hit the bottom step, and she toppled back to sit on them with a thump. Well, they know she's down here now. Shish, she heard one of them hush the others. Joy stomped her feet slightly so they could hear her approach, and she breathed in deeply, calming her nerves as she pushed open the kitchen door. Hey, sorry it took so long, she said, keeping her eyes averted from theirs as she found her seat, horrified it was directly across from Tanner. Warm food is overrated, Grandpa said, reaching a hand for hers. Shall I say grace? Joy took his hand and set the monitor on the table to take Grandma's offered one, and bowed her head, grateful for the few minutes reprieve to collect herself. Good Lord, we thank you for this good food and for the presence of treasured and missed family. Please bless us and the ranch and all our loved ones. Amen? Grandpa gave her hand a squeeze before letting go and diving into the lasagna in the covered dish before them. It smells delicious, Joy said, smiling at Grandma. Is it still your favorite? Joy's mouth fell slightly open before she responded. It is, thank you. Grandma patted her hand. You're welcome, dear. We want you to feel at home. Grandma turned to Tanner. Don't we? Joy snuck a glance at Tanner, who stared at her with unblinking eyes until a thwap sounded from under the table, which she assumed was Grandma kicking him because his eyes narrowed and he cleared his throat. Yes, of course, Tanner said, pulling away his gaze to glare at Grandma before taking a hearty helping of dinner. Everyone else will be by tomorrow, then Sunday after church we'll have the memorial. Grandma's voice shook with the word, and Joy's appetite left her. It will be good to see everyone, Joy said, to fill the heaviness of the gap in the conversation. They'll be happy to see you, dear, and meet little Caden, Grandma said, dishing her up a huge helping of lasagna. You need to put on some weight. Joy's mouth fell open as she looked down at her slight frame. She looked up as Tanner choked on a chuckle, but any hint of even a smile was gone by the time she met his eyes. The intensity of his gaze had her frozen as she wished she could read his mind. As he tore his eyes away to look down at her lips and her body, she thought maybe it would be best if she didn't know after all. Tanner waited impatiently for Grandma to stop talking and follow Grandpa to bed, where he had gone an hour before. He stood up and stretched, hoping to encourage her as he walked over to check the fire which had smoldered down to embers. Luckily, they didn't have any guests this weekend, so he didn't have to check the main room fire, but the family quarters were different. He would check those as often as possible to ensure his grandparents stayed warm. Well, I've kept you awake long enough. I'm sure you are as tired as your little Caden. Grandma stood up, as did Joy. You'll be okay in that room? It's warm enough? It is, thank you, Joy said as she gave Grandma a hug. Thank you for always being here for me. Tanner sucked in his cheeks, chewing on them, battling indecision still, and yet, here he was about to get the chance that he had been waiting for since Drew had convinced him he had to give it a try. He already had too many regrets, as it was. Seeing her son had thrown him on a tailspin, leaving his rudder burning, and him falling completely out of control. He had known he had to leave right that moment, or he would have crashed right in front of her, spewing things he would later regret. Finding out that she was alone though, that the jerk left her with the child to care for on her own, his blood began boiling once again as his fists clenched in fury. Right, Tanner? Grandma said again, tugging on his arm. All right, he said, though he did not know what he had agreed to. Good. It's settled then. Tanner will take you and Caden on a tour in the morning, before the others arrive for lunch. Oh, sure, he said, rubbing his hair and glancing at the rack to ensure he had left his hat hanging. Good night, grandson, Grandma said, leaning up to kiss him on the cheek. He kissed her wrinkled cheek as well, love for the woman filling him even as he fought impatience. Sleep well, Grams. His eyes followed her as she scuttled out of the living room, toward her bedroom down the hall. Joy moved around the room, picking up empty hot chocolate mugs and taking them to the kitchen. He followed her like a puppy, still warring with what he should say, how he should say it, and what the repercussions might be. Joy filled the mugs with water, shutting off the faucet the moment a sound echoed from the monitor she had clipped to her pants. She rushed the monitor up, eyes wide as she watched the small black and white screen. A few more murmurs sounded, and the rustling of sheets. Curiosity getting the better of him, he closed the distance between them, to look over her shoulder at the grainy video of a sleeping form. The boy sprawled out between two humps, his hair tousled and eyes closed in sleep. His mouth moved as if he sucked, and then he placed his fist against his lips and the movement stopped. "He sometimes talks in his sleep," she said, as if it were the most beautiful thing she could have heard. "You do too," he said, the words rushing out before he thought better. She spun, instantly putting distance between them and glaring at him through narrowed lids. "I didn't mean to upset you." He stepped back until he leaned against the kitchen table, taking her in. Even in anger, she took his breath away. "Man, it's good to see you." She stiffened, her hands fisted against her hips, her legs braced as if she readied herself to fight, either that or run. "Just come out with it. You've had something to say to me all night. You got me alone. Now say it." "Always to the point," Tanner said, pushing a wan smile to his lips, but it faltered as her glare hardened. "How can I sum up 4 years of questions into one?" She fought a yawn, but the yawn eventually won. During that moment, her fatigue showed clearly in her red-rimmed eyes, the dark circles underneath, the slump of her shoulders, and the curve of her back. It was more than from a long trip there, it was weeks' worth of lack of sleep, stress, and grief. His feet moved before he could stop them, his arms joining the force. He pulled her into his arms, making his entire body sigh in relief as he held her. She had stiffened at first but now melted against him, her hands fisting in his shirt as she sucked in a shaky breath. He released one hand from her back to smooth her hair, willing her to release, and knowing her well enough that she would. Her body shook as she let go. Tears soaked his shirt, wetting his chest and making his own eyes burn. He swallowed past the lump in his throat as he pulled her tighter, wanting their pain to be lessened, wanting his sister back with them. Eventually, her body stopped shuddering, her sobs ceased with a soft hiccup, and she pulled out of his arms, sniffing and wiping a sleeve across her face. She didn't look up, but stood there, head hanging, and he wished he could swoop her off her feet, tuck her into bed, and hold her until she fell asleep, as he had before when her parents had left, and her dog had died, and when she didn't get into the college she had wanted. As if she sensed his attention, she took a step back. "I'm sorry." She sniffled, her red eyes finally meeting his. "I'm sorry I didn't keep her safe." Her words froze his steps. No one knew exactly what had happened to Tammy, only that she had been sick, and a fast-moving infection had taken her too quickly. "You can't blame yourself. She wasn't yours to protect." Tanner clenched his fists, his guilt ripping through him in a rage. "Oh, she wasn't?" Joy glared at him. "I think you shouldn't speak of what you don't know." "I want to know," Tanner said, some of the rage lessening with hope, but as her glare increased, so did his rage. "It wasn't my idea to go gallivanting off to the other side of the country. If she had been here." Joy blew out a breath and opened her mouth as if to spew out something, but she clamped her mouth shut, her breath seething through her teeth until her body had relaxed slightly. "I'm too tired to do this now. Good night, Tanner." Tanner took a single step after her before he stopped, recognizing the rage flowing through him and knowing that she was right. This wasn't the time. They would have to hash this out when they both had a better handle on their emotions. So much for that romance novel reunion. "Thanks, Drew," he muttered as he grabbed a few of his grandma's cookies and padded down the hall toward his wing of the house. The next morning, Tanner woke with more confidence than he had the night before. The shock of Joy's son no longer sent his mind galloping, but at more of a canter. He could love another man's child and raise him as his own. Why not? Children had always been a part of the plan anyway. This gave them a head start, and surely, now that she was with no one, no help, she wouldn't want to go back to raise a child alone. She belonged here, and he was determined to show her that. The closer he came to the kitchen, the more he was confident this was not only what he wanted, but what Joy needed. Yet when he pushed open the kitchen door, the shock of his next surprise had his greeting frozen in his open mouth the moment his eyes fell on that small child. Caden looked exactly like him. The boy's blue eyes widened and he reached for Joy, his hand blindly grasping for her as he stared right at him. He didn't utter a sound, his little mouth moving but with no voice. Tanner couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. His mind whirled, hastily trying to do the math, and unable to concentrate long enough to make it work. It couldn't be, she would have said something. "It's okay, Caden," Joy soothed the boy, rubbing his head and wrapping an arm around him. "It's just Tanner." Her eyes darted to him, before focusing back on the kid. "He's my friend. Tanner is my grandbaby all grown up now," Grandma said, setting a plate of pancakes in front of the kid. "One day you'll be as big and strong as he is." Caden's panic eased, his body relaxing, but he still stared right at Tanner, and Tanner stared right back, disbelief rolling through him. Surely she knew. How could she not think that he wouldn't recognize the similarity? Grandma set a heaping plate of pancakes down and pushed Tanner toward them. "Stop gaping and start eating. Tanner is going to take us on a ride today." Joy flicked her gaze to him briefly, but long enough for him to see the tendril of fear in her eyes. She knew he would know the moment he saw the boy. She knew, and she said nothing. "Does he ride?" Grandpa said from the end of the table. "Horses?" Joy asked, Caden finally taking his eyes off Tanner to look at Joy with a gleam in his eyes. "No. He's never been on a horse." "We've seen one though, haven't we?" she asked Caden. "We saw a horse at the farm. Remember the farm?" Caden didn't respond. He still hadn't uttered a sound, adding to Tanner's confusion. "I thought you meant a tour on the Ranger." "I didn't prepare him to ride a horse," Joy said. Caden looked between Joy and Tanner, his eyebrows going higher every time someone said horse. "We'll let the kid decide," Tanner said before stuffing a bite of pancake in his mouth. Gnawing at the ideas running through his mind about how to deal with this new situation. "He's 3. You can't expect a 3-year-old to know what is best." Joy's eyes narrowed, but that didn't conceal the rabid fear behind them. At the moment, he didn't care if she was scared. Anger fueled him. Anger that he had not only missed out on the last several years with his sister, with Joy, but also a kid who looked so much like him, he couldn't help but believe that he was his. When Joy carried Caden out to the barn, both bundled against the cold, his anger continued to increase. How could she not tell him? He strode out to meet them. "Don't you think he's big enough to walk?" "The ground's all muddy and uneven," Joy said, bringing the child closer to her. "Cowboys walk. They don't get carried around by their mommies." Tanner adjusted his hat and met the boy's eyes. Caden slipped a finger into his mouth, but he squirmed out of Joy's arms. The sharp glare that Joy gave him made Tanner smile, as he reached out a hand to the boy. "Come. I'll introduce you to the horses." Caden glanced up at Joy, then back at Tanner and back to Joy. Tanner's heart squeezed a little as he watched Joy squat down to Caden's level. "It's okay. Tanner is safe. He won't let you get hurt." She rose, her smile once again turning to a narrowed eye glare as she met his eyes. "Even if he's a stubborn mule's bum," she muttered. Tanner's eyes widened, but his lips twitched as amusement bubbled into his chest. A warm hand wiggling into his drew his attention away from Joy and to her son. "All right then," he said, leading the boy into the warmth of the barn. "This is Big Ben." He lifted the boy about head level of Big Ben, a ruddy brown draft horse with a stripe down his nose, a white shaggy mane and white shaggy ankle cuffs. "We use him mostly to pull the buggy, or the sleigh." Caden's eyes widened, but he didn't say a thing or move to reach for the horse. Tanner set him on the top rung of the fence, scrunching his brows and trying to read the boy's wide-eyed expression. "Horse." He took Caden's hand, bringing it to touch Big Ben's neck. "You can pet the horse like this." Big Ben turned to sniff them, blowing out warm breath in puffs that made Caden's hair dance. Caden giggled. Joy gasped, running closer, her eyes misting as she practically danced. You laughed, Caden. You see the horsey. Is the horsey funny? Caden's smile widened as he reached out to touch the soft muzzle. That's right. Tanner took his hand, showing him how to stroke down the horse's nose. Like this. Outwardly he did his best to remain calm, but inwardly his mind was on fire. There was something wrong with Caden, something that made Tanner's heart ache and stomach roil and a ball to swell in his throat. 3. By the time the three of them made it back to the house, Joy didn't care that Tanner was a stubborn mule's bum. He made Caden laugh. Made him squeal with delight by harnessing Big Ben to the buggy and taking them for a ride over the property. Property that Joy barely was aware of because she was so lost in Caden's happiness. Caden even clapped at the end and wrapped his arms around Big Ben's neck when Tanner held him up to tell the horse thank you. She hadn't seen him anywhere close to this happy, not since before they had lost Tammy. Tanner set Caden on his feet and gave him an encouraging push toward Joy. Go on now. Cowboys need their rest too. Just like Big Ben. Joy took Caden's hand, her eyes lingering on Tanner, filling to the brim with appreciation. You don't know how much this means. No, I don't, he said. But I intend to find out. He turned on his boot heel and disappeared into the barn with Big Ben, leaving Joy frozen until Caden pulled on her hand, rubbing his ear with the other. Yes, nap time. She led him back to the house, and he took big boy steps to get up the porch, but when they made it to the bottom of the stairs to their room, he reached up for her. She drew him into her arms without hesitation. Even cowboys need to be held sometimes. She kissed his nose, carrying him up to change him out of his outside clothes and placing him in his little bed cave where he snuggled up, reaching to intertwine his hand in her hair. In moments his eyes drooped closed, and he gave a contented sigh as a sleepy smile spread across his lips. Monitor clasped to her belt, she wandered downstairs, her senses filled with the aroma of a delicious lunch, and she remembered the rest of the Johnsons would be there within the hour. The thought froze her in the doorway to the kitchen as she braced herself for the onslaught of questions about Tammy, her, and of course, Caden. Which made her remember what sounded like a threat that had come from Tanner's lips. Tanner wasn't one to say things he didn't intend to act upon, and she chewed her lip while trying to find the right words, words that wouldn't be a lie but would keep true to the promise she had made Tammy. There you are. How was the tour? I saw Tanner hook up the buggy for you two. Grandma turned from the stove where she stirred something that smelled savory. It was wonderful. Caden laughed and clapped. I think he loves it here. Joy walked over to the sink and washed her hands. How can I help? Oh, I think I got it under control. Good, Tanner's deep voice cut in. I need to speak with Joy. Oh goodness, my boy. You could do with some manners. I know your mama didn't teach you to talk that way, and I sure didn't either. Grandma turned to Tanner, whose neck reddened as he braced his legs. He blew out an exasperated breath. She has some answering to do. Tanner, Grandma scolded, making Joy raise her eyebrow, a slight smile tugging on her lips despite the fear that ran through her veins. Joy, please talk to me privately? Tanner asked from between his teeth, but with exaggerated politeness. If you're sure you don't need any help? She turned to Grandma with hope. I'm good, dear. Besides, if this kid's got a hot coal burning, neither of us will get peace until it's dealt with. Grandma shooed her out of the kitchen. Joy drew in a breath and followed Tanner, unable to shake the feeling of dread filling her. He continued down the hall he had disappeared into the night before. It opened up into a small living room, with an open door where she saw a tidy bed, plus 3 other doors that were closed. This is new, she said, letting her fingers touch the leather of the reclining love seat and the log desk in the corner as she scanned the rest of the room, widescreen TV, paintings of forests in the snow, and a fireplace that looked as if he had never used it. We built it on last year when Grandpa had me take over most of the ranch work. He said I needed to be comfortable enough to see myself living here into the future. Tanner paced in front of the fireplace, running a hand over his hatless head. Her hand squeezed into the sofa that stood between them, preparing herself for the onslaught of what she knew would come. The last time he paced like this, he had broken up with her, and the realization made her knees almost buckle. He took a picture off the mantel, one of him as a toddler sitting on horseback and smiling widely. "Why does Caden look like me?" Tanner confronted her, his eyes boring into hers, relentless and fiery. She couldn't hold his intense gaze, averting her eyes back to the picture that he thrust into her face. The image of Tanner as a child did look like an exact replica of Caden, all the way down to the mischief in the eyes. "Joy," he growled her name, a low warning as he glanced down the hall. "How could you not tell me, I mean?" His hand with the picture dropped, and he dragged his fingers through his hair with the other, making it stand on end. At any other moment, the look would have made her smile. As it was, her stomach churned with the need to tell him the truth. She knew what he was thinking. The pain of it burned through her like a branding iron. Tears stung her eyes as she silently begged Tammy for help. "He's not yours," she whispered the words and wouldn't meet his eyes. The laugh that erupted through his constricted throat tore through her. "You never lied well." She met his eyes then, hoping the ferocity she felt showed through the blurring tears. "He is not yours." This time she punctuated each word with strength and conviction. Tanner's eyes widened as he read hers. "How can, I mean, he looks exactly like?" He shook his head. "Fine. Keep lying to yourself. I'll demand a paternity test." His expression of complete betrayal broke her heart, and the tears streamed down her face. She didn't even bother to wipe them. I wouldn't do that to you." "Then how do you explain how your son looks exactly like me?" He roared, but with a quiet, tempered sound that made her stomach drop. "Seriously, Joy, you are more intelligent than this." Pins and needles filled her face as it went numb, and she took a step back, then another and another. If she stayed a moment longer, the truth would come flying out of her mouth. She couldn't do that to Tammy, not now, not when the family would show up any minute. When her foot hit the step up to the hallway, she tore her eyes away from him, spun and ran down the hall, choking back a sob. She could make it to her room where she could allow her emotions to pour out, but not here, not now. She swiped at her eyes, her only focus getting to her room when she smacked into something solid but not hard enough to be a wall. Strong hands caught her and she sniveled, looking up into the face of Timothy, Tanner's older brother. "Hey, running from us already?" His light-hearted voice halted as his eyes connected with hers. He looked down the hall, his eyes narrowing as he met hers. "This my little brother's doing?" Joy shook her head, swallowing and stepping back to wipe her eyes. "My fault?" She pushed a smile forth. "Good to see you, Timmy." "It's been too long." He swooped back in to give her a bear hug, then set her back down on her feet, and messed up her hair as he always had since she was a kid. It was something that had always annoyed her, but now it warmed her heart, and she let the warmth spread through her. "I've missed you too," Joy said. "Should I go talk to my kid brother?" Set him straight? He leaned back, hooking his thumb in his pocket, something that all the Johnson men did. "I always told him he was a fool to let you go." Joy's mouth fell partway open, but she closed it with a smile. "Thank you for the support." Car doors slammed outside, making her draw in a breath and wipe at the drying tears on her cheeks. "Go on," Timmy said, nodding in the direction she had been heading. "Take the time you need. This will stay between us, well, and my kid brother, who I'm going to have a talk with." Joy backed away toward her room, but she shook her head. "This time, it really is my fault, Timmy." She turned and sped up the stairs to her refuge, wishing she could hide away until it was time for her to go home where no one waited for her, where she and Caden would be alone. She knew she couldn't hide though, and half wishing Caden would wake up, she went into her room and washed her face, applied a tad of mascara and smoothed down her hair. Caden still puffed tiny sleepy breaths, still sleeping deeply. She watched him for several minutes as she chewed on the inside of her cheeks, wishing that she and Tammy could have come up with a better plan, wishing Tammy was there with her. She wasn't, and it was up to Joy to take it upon herself to uphold her best friend's wishes, her best friend who had given her a family that still considered her theirs, even with their connection gone. She squeezed her eyes shut and blew out a breath. With one last lingering and hopeful look at Caden, she eased out of the door, clicked the monitor onto her pants, and padded down the stairs. At the door to the large gathering room, she shook out her hands, hesitating and unable to push the doors open. "There you are," Tilly said, coming up behind her from the kitchen. She drew Joy into a hug. "How are you?" She choked back a sob and coughed. "How are you holding up?" "About as well as any of us are probably," she said, her voice sounding as small as she felt. "I can't believe she's gone, it's so unreal. I keep thinking she's going to walk in the door at any moment." Tilly dabbed at her eyes. She had grown up in the last 4 years, truly looking like a woman rather than a gangly teen. "How's college?" Joy asked. "Oh, it's good. I'm changing my major again." She sighed, much to Mom's and Dad's dismay. She rolled her eyes. "I keep telling them at least I'm not pregnant." She laughed, then slammed a hand over her mouth as her eyes widened. "Guess they told you about Caden," Joy said, glancing up the stairs. "It's okay. I get it." "I'm sorry, Joy, I didn't mean." "It's okay. Really." She squeezed her arm. Tilly hooked her hand on Joy's arm. "Come on. I know how intimidating it is to walk into a room full of Johnsons. We'll go together." Joy blew out a deep breath, and they entered the room she both dreaded and looked forward to. People who loved Tammy as much as she did, but also people she had to keep the truth from. Something, as Tanner had said, she wasn't very good at, not to mention it broke her heart to do so. Tanner loved his family, but right at that moment, he wished they would leave. He sat on the couch, surrounded by his sisters and brothers, parents and grandparents, glaring at the door, waiting for Joy to enter. How could she lie to him about Caden? Would she really make him follow his threat and get a paternity test? His jaw grew sore from clenching it so hard, and he swore he would have indentations for life where his brows furrowed after the last several hours, ever since he saw Caden's face, a face that mirrored his. His mom sat down next to him, patting his leg, and his dad sat on the other side, trapping him in between their good intentions. "Have you talked with Joy yet, honey?" His mom searched his eyes, and he pulled his gaze away, not wanting her to see the anger so deeply seated there. "Yeah," he said with more of a grunt than a word. "And you've seen her boy?" His dad turned in his seat to look directly at him. Tanner nodded. At least he wasn't the only one seeing Caden that looked exactly like him. "He looks—" "I know," he said, cutting his mom off with a low growl, sitting up and scooting to the edge of the seat. "I even showed her a picture. And she's still not saying anything about. His mom pulled her hand back, wringing them in her lap. He shook his head, leaning his elbows on his knees and bending his head to run a hand through his hair. "Did she think we wouldn't notice?" His mom's voice was so full of emotion that he snuck a quick glance at her, hating the tears that filled her eyes. "My question," his dad said in a voice that commanded Tanner's attention, "is why she feels the need not to tell us to not tell you." He narrowed his eyes, his intention clear and making indignation fill Tanner. He pushed up to a stand, ready to let his dad have it, but at that moment Tilly burst through the door, dragging Joy along with her. "Look who I found," Tilly said, her hold on Joy's arm looking more like a constraint than a camaraderie. The rest of his family, his parents included, rose to greet her. His parents sent him a warning look, and he knew their interrogation wasn't over, but for now Joy stood in the hot seat. Of course they wouldn't ask her though. Some help they were. He watched his family embracing the woman they had taken into their throng from the time she was all knees and elbows. A woman they hadn't seen for 4 years, a woman that stood there lying to them all. Most of their eyes were tear-filled as he heard Tammy's name spoken over and over. The memory hit Tanner like a gut punch, as the reason they were all there came crashing back down upon him. Yet how could he let go of the fact that he had a son, and she hadn't told him and still wouldn't? His dad's words filtered in through his anger. Why did she feel the need to lie? The thought made him look up at Joy. His gaze froze as he met her glistening eyes before she pulled them away, and to his parents who she talked with. His heart raced as he went back in his memory, searching for the words he had used with her on their last parting, trying to see things from her perspective, trying to decipher if he had said something that would have made her feel like she had to lie about Caden. He scanned Joy. Her hands trembled when she wasn't clinging them tightly together, her shoulders pulled in, and her hair continuously falling into her face. He knew her well and knew her as confident, but right now she didn't seem that way. In fact, she looked as if she feared they might throw her out at any moment. Why would she feel that way? It had to be more than the fact that she hadn't seen them for 4 years. Did she worry they would blame her for Tammy's absence or he swallowed her death? What had she said to him the night before? Something about apologizing for not keeping Tammy safe? He scrutinized her, wondering and trying to fit pieces together. She had never been a dishonest person, not before, so what fear kept her from the truth now? His dad came up beside him, looking between Tanner and Joy. You better figure this out, son. That boy needs a father. He leaned closer. And Joy needs a man she can trust and lean on. Tanner's teeth groaned beneath the pressure in his jaw. His life had been simple only a week ago. Work, eat, sleep. Simple. Now it held so much complexity, he couldn't even begin to figure out what his next steps should be. By the time everyone left and Joy had disappeared to attend to Caden's needs, exhaustion had Tanner feeling trampled. He eased himself onto the couch, the weight of the world crushing down on his shoulders as he rested his head on the back of the cushions. Phew, Grandma said as she smoothed her dress. I'll go start working on dinner. Glad to have just us to feed tonight. You're a good woman, Grandpa said as he lowered his creaking joints into the recliner next to Tanner. The best, Tanner said, his eyes still closed. The door to the kitchen squeaked shut, leaving them alone with unsaid tensions hanging in the air. I know. Tanner hadn't moved or opened his eyes, but a small twitch made his lips turn up as Grandpa laughed. You were always good at reading people and situations. The recliner groaned as he moved to adjust his position, opening the footrest. I thought I was, Tanner said, opening his eyes and sitting forward. I can't read her now. Give it time, son. My dad said I need to fix it, but I don't even know what happened. Grandpa shifted, drawing Tanner's attention to his raised eyebrow. You sure about that? I mean, I broke up with her. Just say it. She wanted a big city life. Grandpa watched him, his hand steepling under his chin, waiting. When Tanner didn't continue, he said, Did you tell her you wanted her to stay? And give up her dream? Tanner pushed off the couch to pace the room. No. I didn't stand in the way. It's a hard choice, loving someone enough to let her go or asking her to stay. Tanner grunted. She's here now, Grandpa said. For a visit. Tanner ran a hand through his hair. And with her son. Tanner snapped his eyes to meet his grandpa's. Yeah, her son. Her son that looks exactly like me. He definitely has the look of a Johnson. Grandpa's eyes twinkled. So, what are you gonna do about it? You gonna let her go again without her knowing how you really feel? How can I let her go now knowing that? He couldn't bring himself to say the words aloud. My dad thinks I did something to scare her from telling the truth. He plopped onto the couch, his head in his hands. Did you? No. He snapped his eyes up to him, then lowered his head again. I don't think so anyway. So earn her trust. Oh, just simple as that, earn her trust. He met his grandpa's eyes. When I was courting your grandmother, she also had ideas of a big city life. There aren't too many youngsters growing up in a quiet little town like Christmas Tree Hill that don't dream of a more exciting life. How did you convince her to stay? Tanner asked. I didn't, but I was honest with her. Tanner scrunched his brow. You saying I wasn't honest with Joy? I'm not saying anything about you, son. Grandpa eased back into his chair. I knew her dream, and when it came time for her to leave, I told her I wouldn't stand in the way of her dream, but should she decide that the life she thought was out there wasn't for her, that I'd be here to welcome her with open arms and an engagement ring. Grandpa's lips turned up into a smile. So she stayed? He looked at his grandpa, confusion muddling his mind. No, she left. Grandpa turned his eyes to him, a glimmer of a young man in his eyes as he winked at him. But she came back. Tanner shook his head. You see, son, if we stop them from what they want, you may get them, but you'll also get their resentment. Resentment is toxic in any relationship. In a marriage, it is disastrous. He leaned forward. What I did was let her know where I stood. That I loved her enough to let her go, and enough to welcome her back. So I did it wrong. Tanner dropped his head again. Grandpa shrugged and sat back. That's for God to judge. We can't go back, anyway. There's only now. And how do I go forward if she won't be honest with me? Have you been honest with her? Yes. I mean, well, I told her what I thought about Caden. Grandpa raised his eyebrows. How can I tell her how I feel? How I've always felt when she is being so stubbornly dishonest. It all comes back to your dad's question. Why does she feel the need? He steepled his fingers again, his brow furrowed in concentration. I agree with my son. You need to earn her trust. Wouldn't it be easier to make her get a test for Caden? Easier, yes, but remember what I said about forcing a woman to do something? I think you need to ask yourself what you want from this situation. If she's not a part of it, then go for the test. If she is, remember that resentment will destroy any chance of a peaceful marriage. His grandpa leaned back in his seat with a satisfied humph. In moments his mouth had dropped open, and a soft snore filled the room. Must be nice, Tanner muttered as he left his grandpa to his nap and escaped outside the place he always thought best. What did he want from this situation? If he forgot about the fact that Joy had lied to him, had kept him from his son, because who else could Caden be, did he still want her? He kicked a pine cone on the way to the barn, watching it tumble as it hit the ground, rolling over the gravel to land next to the fence. He had all but decided what he had wanted, until he saw Caden. Why would that change now? Kids had always been a part of the plan. Lots of them. The thought of Joy leaving again left him struggling to breathe, not just because of Caden but her. The last 4 years had felt empty as he worked his life away with only the business to show for it, but it was a lonely life. His grandparents were wonderful, but he needed his own family unit, and no one ever filled that gaping hole that Joy had left. No one ever would. So which would be better in the long run? Forcing her to tell the truth in a way that kept her from trusting him forever, or forgiving her, earning her trust, and having the family he always wanted. But could he forgive her? He had missed the beginning of Caden's life. That wouldn't be an easy thing to forgive. 4. Joy watched the bundled-up Caden run after the last few falling leaves from the trees between the barn and the ranch house. She glanced into the ominous sky, seeing the clouds build up, darkening, and hoping the storm would hold off long enough for the memorial to end and everyone to get home safely. Her heart felt heavy, like it sat in her belly, as she thought about leaving. The Johnsons had asked her to stay for Thanksgiving, and the storm would probably delay her flight anyway. She pulled out the phone, logging in to retrieve her flight information. She found a return flight for the Saturday after Thanksgiving, chose it, and had almost hit the save button when Tanner stepped out from the barn. Joy swallowed. Still, after all these years, he made her heart skip a beat. Could she stand another week with him, knowing he hated her, distrusted her, and had every reason to do so? Even if it wasn't for the reason he thought. His scowl lit into a smile as Caden ran to him. He hefted the boy onto his shoulder, and the reality hit her again, at how much they looked alike. It made sense with Tammy and Tanner being twins, but that wasn't what Tanner thought. Nor was it what anyone else thought, if she read all the meaningful glances correctly. Even in the memorial's chaos, she couldn't help notice everyone's second look at Caden, then to Tanner and back again. They all knew she was lying, they just didn't know about what. Tanner walked up to Joy, Caden clapping on his shoulder, his face full of happiness, a sight that made Joy's throat tighten. He really likes you, she said, her voice choking. As he should. He took Caden off his shoulder, setting him down next to her. I like you too, Cowboy. Caden pointed to Tanner's hat. You want my hat? Tanner took off his hat. Now, a cowboy's hat is a very important part of him. You can wear it for a moment, but you'll have to return it. Maybe you can earn your own hat. Caden nodded and squealed. His grin broadened as Tanner set his hat on the boy's head. He turned and tugged on Joy, pointing to the hat. Yes, I see. Very handsome. Joy adjusted the hat and turned to her phone, selecting the camera app and taking a picture. See? She held the phone up so he could see. He touched the picture, then the hat, and a small "oh" sound escaped his lips. Joy gasped. Her throat constricted, and she blinked rapidly. You like that, huh? You want your own cowboy hat? Caden nodded enthusiastically. If you help me out with the horses, we could talk about you earning one. Deal? Tanner asked seriously. It's hard work. You'll have to do it even when you're tired and don't want to. Tanner, he's 3, Joy reminded him. It's never too young to learn good work ethics. She rolled her eyes. Now we've got to convince your mom to stay long enough for you to earn one. Caden's eyes searched frantically around before his gaze finally landed on Joy, his eyes scrunching and tears welling. I know, she soothed, bringing him into her arms, fully aware of Tanner's confused expression. She breathed through her choked throat, pushing forth a little lie. You don't want to leave. Caden leaned back and shook his head, and she wished she knew if he responded to her statement or to the fact that it wasn't what he was sad about. A burst of irritation at Tanner flew through her, but how could he know that by calling her his mom, it reminded Caden of the loss of his real mom? That was the lie she told everyone. The door opened with a creak. A perfect interruption to distract Caden. There you are. Grandma stepped out, smelling sweetly of baked goods. I set aside some fresh cookies for Caden. I was hoping I could steal him away so he could eat them without having to fight the crowds. Caden jumped up, his eyes wide and tears dry. He looked from Joy to Grandma, pointing at Grandma. You want to go with Grandma? Caden clapped, then reached for the hand Grandma offered. Enjoy those cookies, but don't eat too many. You don't want a bellyache. Caden smiled at Grandma as she lifted him to her hip. Oh, Grandma wouldn't let her Caden get a bellyache, would she? Caden shook his head wildly, letting out a soft giggle. Joy's eyes stung as she watched them disappear into the house. He loves it here, she said, half forgetting she wasn't alone. Then stay, Tanner said, leaning against the railing and staring down at her with an expression she found hard to read. He belongs here. Joy narrowed her eyes. You belong here too. Tanner's statement took her by surprise, leaving her eyes widening and mouth dropping slightly. So what's the story with him not talking? Is he autistic? I've read about that. No, at least I don't think so. She shook her head and let out a sigh. This was something she could talk about, yearned to talk about, and yet always feared to address. Tanner had opened it up, and it felt like freedom as she spilled the worries out onto his strong shoulders. So he talked like a normal 3-year-old right until we lost Tammy. Tanner crossed his arms. Yeah, she said, letting her eyes stray from his and land on the horizon. So what happened? I don't even know the details of how she passed. Joy blew out a breath and stood up. No way could she tell this story, sitting on the steps. She needed to be moving. Tammy and we made our situation work. She watched Caden in the day while I worked, and took night classes after I got home. It wasn't easy, but we did it. That was awfully nice of her, Tanner said, his voice monotone. Joy scrunched her brow, turning toward him, until she realized he thought Tammy had done her the favor rather than Joy doing it for Tammy. She averted her gaze quickly before the truth seeped out. Tammy had been ill, we weren't sure what was going on, the doctors seemed dumbfounded, but, she turned to meet his eyes again, we did not know it was as bad as it was. Why didn't she come home? Tanner stood off the railing, his fists clenched at his sides. We would have taken care of her. Joy nodded and swallowed. There were many reasons, several reasons she asked me to keep private. One of her arguments was, what could a small-town doctor do that a slew of city doctors with vast resources couldn't figure out? And of course, she didn't want to be a burden. So you tried to convince her to return? Tanner asked, a touch of sarcasm in his voice. Of course I did. Almost daily. Indignation rose in joy. We fought about it all the time. Really? You expect me to believe that it was Tammy who didn't want to come home, that you had nothing to do with it? You would have come home if not for her. Tanner faced her, crossing his arms. I don't expect you to believe anything, but no, I didn't have any reason to come back. That doesn't mean Tammy didn't. I told her she stopped barely in time, swallowing as fear wrapped around her spine. She should have come home. It didn't mean I had to. But you did, Tanner said, his tone relaxing again. How could I not be here to bring her home? I couldn't convince her while she was still alive. The least I could do was let her rest here. Besides, it was her wish. Tanner watched her, his breathing shallow, making his chest rise half of what it should. She stared at it, not even sure what to hope for. You still haven't told me why Caden won't talk. The day Tammy passed, she hadn't responded to my texts. I had already planned on bringing lunch home. She had been out of sorts that morning, low energy, but still smiling and happily caring for Caden. You had her watching a 3-year-old when she was that sick? I told you, we didn't know how sick she was. No one knew what was going on with her, and she swallowed, it was what she wanted. Go on, Tanner said. I knew something was wrong. I don't know why or how, but I had this nagging feeling that she needed me. Even with leaving for lunch early, it was already too late. I got home to find Tammy in convulsions, and Caden hiding in the corner, covering his ears and screaming. Joy's body shuddered with the memory. Tears streamed down her face, but she didn't care. Her throat clamped tight and her chest heaved as sobs came ripping through her. She realized then that she had never allowed herself to fully grieve, besides a few tears at night, quietly as to not wake Caden, and the one time in Tanner's arms when she first arrived. She stiffened when she felt Tanner's arms wrap around her, but when they didn't let go, she turned into him, letting him hold her and allowing herself to finally grieve, to finally feel all the fear, sadness, loss, and pain. It rolled through her in waves that sent her body shuddering, and his arms tightening, not letting her fall. She did not know how much time had elapsed or what Tanner was thinking, but her body finally relaxed, her muscles less tense than they had been in weeks. In fact, they felt almost jelly-like as Tanner led her over to the bench in front of the barn. After a few slow, calming breaths, she continued. When the paramedics came, and they drove her to the hospital, that was the last time I heard Caden's voice as he ran after her. She opened her mouth to say, Mama, but stopped herself, her heart breaking with the lie that Tammy made her promise to keep. Tammy woke up long enough to hold him one more time and to tell me what she wanted, to say she wanted to come home. Then she slipped into the coma. I called your parents right away, but before your mom could even book a flight, she had passed. It was so quick. Tanner paced in front of her, each step leaving a mark on the muddy earth until the steps melded together into one deep trench. She wrung her hands together, painfully missing Caden, hoping he was enjoying his cookies and Grandma's attention. She thought about the flight plan change she had all set to go in her phone, anything to not think about the cowboy pacing in front of her, of what he must be going through, and knowing she couldn't comfort him with the truth. She pulled out her phone, looking at the schedule, biting her lip. Tanner stopped beside her, glancing down at her phone, then sitting next to her. Give me until after Christmas. His words jolted her as she swung her gaze to his, brow furrowed in confusion. Please? Change the date until after Christmas. My work. Joy said, Though. She realized the words held little conviction. Surely they'll give you a month to grieve. Tammy was like a sister to you. She was, she said, her eyes welling once again. 1 month. Why? She searched his eyes, holding her breath and hoping, but for what she couldn't name. He had made his choice 4 years ago. He couldn't have been more clear. You said it yourself. Caden likes it here. Maybe together we can help him heal, to talk again. Joy's breath came rapidly, her heart thundered, and she realized what that hope signified, hope for Caden, but she searched his eyes more. Had she seen a glimmer of the love he once had shown her in there? Did she dare hope for a change in heart? Don't make me beg, Joy. She licked her lips and gave him a slight nod. The breath left him like a tire rolling over a horseshoe nail, and he dropped his head. Thank you. I'll call my boss to make sure it's a possibility. The pounding of her heart made her slightly out of breath as she clicked to her contacts and scrolled to her boss's number. I'll check on Caden, Tanner said, rising. He shifted his weight, hesitating, but planted a kiss on the top of her head and whispered, I'll make sure you don't regret this. Joy watched as he walked away, his Wranglers fitting him perfectly as always, his arms swinging, his boots striding to the house, and the brim of his hat turned as he gave her a tentative smile before disappearing through the door. Did she dare hope? Tanner's heart raced as he adjusted the sleepy Caden in his arms and waved goodbye to the last car that drove away from the memorial. It was a successful event, if you could call a memorial a success. Most of Christmas Tree Hill had come to pay their respects and share their loss with him and his family. His grandparents and Joy were cleaning up the last remnants of the aftermath of having so many visitors. He had seen the looks all day, the ones that went from Caden to him to Joy, the questioning glances. Thank goodness, even the gossiping ninnies had the respect not to bring it up at Tammy's memorial. Tomorrow would be another day, and he had to make a plan on how to deflect the onslaught of questions. That wasn't what made his heart race. It was how good it felt to hold Caden, for the boy to show that much trust in him, to rest his head on his shoulder and wrap his arms around his neck. Tanner didn't know why he had asked Joy to give him until Christmas, rather than ask her to stay indefinitely. The words had flown out of his mouth, but he knew how he would use those days. He would do everything in his power to convince her to stay. The thought of her leaving his life again, and the idea of never having Caden around, left him in such a state of panic that the mere pondering of it had him vibrating with anxiety. There was no other choice. He had to convince her to stay. After she had told him she would call her boss, he hadn't had time to talk to her alone. He planned to rectify that now, ensuring that she would give him at least that long to convince her to stay for good. As he turned back to the house, Caden's weight slumped in sleep, and a little puff of breath puttered from between his lips. He had never heard a sweeter sound. His heart tugged and his eyes watered. Was this what it was like to be a father? To love someone more than life itself, even though they had just met? A flash of anger swept through Tanner, but he didn't hold on to it. He let it ride by, harnessing his patience instead. Anger at what had already happened wouldn't help the situation. All that mattered was making sure he didn't lose Caden again. When he walked into the kitchen, Joy's tired eyes met his, softening as she saw Caden sleeping in his arms. I've never seen him fall asleep with anyone but Tammy or myself. He's quite the solid boy, Tanner said, resisting the urge to reposition Caden's weight in his arms and yet never wanting to let him go. He is. Here, I'll take him up to bed. Joy dropped the load of dishes into the sink and reached for Caden. I'll carry him up there, Tanner said, resisting the urge to pull away from her grabbing hands. Oh, okay, well, I'll help you get the bed ready. Then I'll come finish these up. I've got this, dear. You two get Caden to bed and rest yourselves. It's been a long day. I might even leave these until morning. Grandma covered a yawn and patted her arm. Thank you for all your help today. Of course. I wish I had done more, Joy said while backing toward the door. Nonsense. You did more than most. You both did. Now get some rest. Tomorrow we prepare for Thanksgiving. She smiled, letting it crinkle her tired eyes. Tanner hesitated for a moment, suddenly grateful for his grandmother, who could find moments of joy within such a sorrowful time. Caden puffed out a tiny snore on his neck, and warmth flooded him. Had his grandma rubbed off on him after all? Being careful of Caden, Tanner bent to kiss his grandma's cheek. Good night, Grams. This family is lucky to have you. She patted his arm, dismissing the compliment. Go on now. Get that cutie to bed before your arm goes numb. A sense of rightness flooded him as he left the kitchen with Caden sleeping in his arms and Joy following. So right, in fact, that he turned with surprise when Joy paused in the hallway and cleared her throat. Our room is this way. She pointed up the stairs. Oh yeah, right. Of course. Tanner's neck heated as he followed her up the stairs. Don't get ahead of yourself, Johnson. Joy opened the door, slipping into the darkness, until she turned on a little nightlight near the bed. The glow lit her face as she turned, briefly meeting his eyes before settling her attention on the bed. He scanned the room, noting her suitcase opened on the dresser, still full of her clothes. A smaller one next to it with a tiny pant leg sticking out. Another suitcase with toys sticking out of it was in the little adjacent room. Ready over here, she whispered, even though they had been talking in normal voices right until entering the room. Sorry, it's a mess. Tammy was much better at keeping his things organized. Her eyes widened, and she bit her lip as she turned away. Here. She patted a depression made between mounds of pillows, holding a blanket in her hand. He doesn't sleep in his own bed? Tanner raised an eyebrow. Not here, she snapped, and he cringed at his judgmental tone. He took in a deep breath as he moved closer to the bed. I didn't mean offense. You did, but you know nothing about raising kids, so I'll let it slide this time. A lilt in her voice gave him hope. Joy had never been one to hold on to grudges. Things used to slide right off her back. The Joy he remembered would have teased him rather than snapped at him, but then again, the Joy he remembered wouldn't have stayed away for 4 years, especially not with a secret like the boy he now nestled into his little cocoon. The sudden loss of not having Caden in his arms hit him like a sledgehammer, and he paused, touching the child's smooth cheek. He's pretty amazing, isn't he? Joy said, now standing next to him, close enough he could feel the warmth pouring off her. Yeah, he is, he whispered as she tucked the plush blanket patterned with dinosaurs around him. Joy bent over and kissed Caden on the cheek. Sleep well, sweet boy. She slipped past Tanner, her body brushing against his as she went about the room picking things up. It's the weirdest times that her loss becomes real, you know? She had clutched a toy train to her, and turned away from him to stare out the window into the land now filled with darkness. He came to her like a magnet to metal, unable to refuse his need to touch her. Her initial stiffness melted into him in moments as she leaned back into his chest. You relied on her a lot, he said, his own heart aching at how much he missed his sister, had missed her for too long, and now there would be no other time. We relied on each other, she said in that hesitant way again, and he knew she kept more from him. He checked the tone of his voice, doing his best to keep any judgment or accusation from it. Is Caden the reason she never came back? Joy's body went rigid, and she pulled away, putting the train in the suitcase along with the other toys lying about. She didn't respond, but he could feel her thinking about it, formulating words in her mind, words that wouldn't be the truth. Joy? He touched her shoulder, stopping her from organizing the suitcase. Is he? Yes. Her voice sounded tiny, weak, 2 words he never would have used to describe the old Joy. But probably not for the reason you think. Not the reason I think? Frustration built up inside him, warming his chest and making it hard to bite back the words that wanted to burst forth, to demand she tell him the whole truth right this instant. She made me promise I can't break that, Joy said, moving past him to pick up Caden's shirt off the floor. Tanner drew in a breath, feeling the constriction in his chest, but he continued breathing until it eased, remembering his grandfather's words. Were you able to get a hold of your boss? Change of subject, safer ground, work on building trust, even if she is lying through her teeth, but was she fully lying or merely skirting the truth? He wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. She scanned the room, but there was nothing left to organize, so she clasped her hands in front of her, glancing at Caden, then back to him. My boss? Oh yes. She's not pleased, but said she would look into it. It's hard, an editor position recently opened up. Tanner went to her, but stopped himself before he pulled her into another hug. That was your dream. The realization of what that meant caused the words to drop off and hang in the dense air. "You remembered," she said, her tone sounding void of emotion. "Of course I did. It's the reason you left. How could I forget?" Her eyes darted to him and narrowed. "It's why I went to college, yes. Not why I left Christmas Tree Hill for so long." Tanner swallowed. Grandpa had been right. He had messed things up that day he broke up with her. And from the way she looked at him now, he wasn't sure it was something that he could fix. I thought that's what you wanted," he said, not recognizing his own voice with as much trepidation warbled it. "I wanted to go to college, to be an editor at a newspaper or magazine, but it had never been my plan to stay gone forever." "Then why did you?" Tanner asked, his heart beating as if it were stuck in his throat. "You know why," she said, a low tone, almost a growl. "And Tammy? Why didn't she come back? Was she that mad at me for making a stupid mistake?" "Stupid mistake?" Joy turned toward him, her breath seething through her lips as she attempted to read his eyes, but he was sure they were black pools in the darkness, just as hers were. "She was mad, yes." She turned away, dragging a hand down her face and wrapping her arms around herself. "But that's not why she stayed away. Look. I'm exhausted." Tanner's body thrummed with the need to get answers, so intense that he clenched and released his hands over and over, trying to dispel some of that raging frustration. "It's still early. We could watch a movie? No more questions tonight, at least." "A movie?" She turned toward him, her eyes wide, black pools and her mouth twitching. "Yeah, I mean, you still watch movies, don't you? It used to be the way you loved to relax after a stressful day." He kept his eyes on hers, hoping for a little give, a little window of opportunity to remind her of how things used to be, and see if there was a way for them to get there again. She glanced at Caden. "I can't remember the last time I watched a movie that wasn't meant for a toddler. That's something I can fix. Do you want to do it here, or will it disturb Caden?" He followed her gaze to Caden, seeing her worry her lip and knowing she battled with what to do. "We could turn on the subtitles and keep the volume low." She glanced at the TV on the wall opposite the bed, then scanned the room. He knew she looked for chairs and that there weren't any. Before she could think of reasons to say no, he picked up the remote and settled himself next to Caden on the thin strip of bed on the end. "What are you in the mood for? Comedy or action?" He smiled at her, refusing to let his racing heart betray his nervousness. Joy narrowed her eyes, but slowly made her way to the other side of the bed, the side with much more room, and settled herself in a seated position. She still hadn't responded, even by the time he had brought up the movie app. Her gaze had fallen to her hands, her fingers intertwining with each other. "What is it, Joy?" He scooted as close to Caden as he dared, turning toward her. "Would it be wrong to want to laugh after so much sadness?" The light from the TV screen glinted off the tears slowly gliding down her cheeks. "No, Joy. It wouldn't. Tammy would want us to be happy. You know that." He reached a hand over the sleeping Caden to squeeze hers, and she nodded. "Comedy, then?" She nodded again. "You said you haven't watched a movie in years, so I bet that means you haven't watched this one. It released last year and had me laughing so hard, Grandpa came to ask if I was having a fit." He smiled at Joy, settling in while doing his best to keep his hand on hers. She glanced down at his hand, then at him, but she said nothing. She also didn't take her hand away. After the movie started, he smiled down at Caden. "I'm one step closer, buddy. One step closer to giving you the family you deserve." 5. Joy's heart hammered as she fumbled into her pocket to pull out her phone, which sang the ringtone she assigned to her boss. She glanced at Caden, who squatted over an anthill near the stables. "Hello, Margot, hi," she said, trying to slow her breathing and her thinking, focusing on the savory scents wafting from the kitchen window as Grandma prepared for tomorrow's Thanksgiving feast. "Did I catch you at a bad time?" Margot asked in her commanding tone, as if it were an inconvenience she didn't care about. "No, of course not. Just watching Caden play with bugs." She forced the laugh past her racing heart. So much rode on this conversation. Sounds appealing, Margot said. How did Tammy's memorial go? It was rough and beautiful at the same time. I had forgotten how truly fortifying a small town can be. Tell me what you mean by that, Margot asked, the tap-tapping of her pencil coming through the phone. Well, Christmas Tree Hill is almost like one extended family. Everyone knows everyone, and when a tragedy happens, the entire community pulls together. Christmas Tree Hill, that's where you are from? Yes. We're staying at the ranch, the Christmas Tree Ranch, that is. It's owned by the Johnsons, the family that, well, they sort of adopted me. Tammy's family? That's right. And this town, I'm assuming Christmas is a big deal? It is. The whole town gets into it, and of course the ranch is all about Christmas. They sell not only Christmas trees, they sell an experience, sleigh rides, sledding, snowman building contests, the whole works. Joy warmed at the thought of the Christmas fun she hadn't had in the last 4 years. Sure, they took Caden to meet Santa and see the lights in the neighborhoods, but it wasn't the same as home. Home. That's perfect. Margot's voice called her back to the conversation. It really is, Joy said, her voice full of longing. I mean, it's perfect for an on-location assignment, Margot said. I told the board that's where you were. I had to come up with something. Bereavement is normally a 2 weeks tops kind of thing. Oh, I see. Joy bit her lip. So you want me to write a piece about Christmas Tree Hill? I want you to write several. 1 a week. A personal experience piece. We'll call it Small Town Christmas. 1 a week? I'm sure that's not too much, right? You go enjoy the Christmas fun with little Caden during the weekend, and come home and write it up on Monday. Easy peasy. Yeah, okay. Joy nodded, wrapping her mind around the idea. I can do that. Good, and make it personal. Take pictures and send them along with the article. No problem, she said, her mind already whirling with possibilities. Oh, and Joy? Yes? Joy pulled herself away from the whirlwind of ideas. Make it good. You know Henry's leaving, and we'll need to fill that spot. Joy's heart hammered. Yes. It would be a dream, Margot. I know it's been your dream since you started with us, but it's not only me you have to convince. Margot's tap-tapping stopped. I know. I'll make it good. And you'll be back the Monday after Christmas, right? Yes, our flight comes in the day before. Good. Don't let me down. I won't, Margot. I promise. Joy's heart thundered, editor. Now go give that boy a kiss from his Auntie Margot. I'll see you in a month. Margot ended the call, but Joy stood there for several moments, simply holding the dead phone to her ear. Tanner came out of the barn, glanced at her, his eyebrows scrunching together before he turned to join Caden in the dirt. Joy dropped the phone from her ear, her entire body shaking with adrenaline. She still stood frozen in place a few minutes later, when Tanner left Caden to follow the ant trail on his own to come to her side. A chilled breeze whipped up as he did, sending his pine scent to tease her. Why did he have to smell so good? And look so good? Her eyes dropped from his cowboy hat to his boots, then back up to his piercing blue eyes. That your boss? His deep voice called to her, and as much as she wanted to accept the invitation, she knew that the moment she mentioned anything about the possibility of an editor position, he would immediately go into attack mode, no matter how hard he had been fighting those responses, and he had been trying. She had seen it in the set of his jaw, and the deep breaths before shifting topics in the last 3 days. Yeah, she said, allowing a smile to twitch at the corners of her mouth. She have good news? He hooked his thumbs in his pockets, meeting her eyes in that way that made the rest of the world disappear. Joy shook her head to clear her thinking, glancing around the cowboy in front of her to the one playing in the dirt. That's a no? No good news? He shifted to make her meet his eyes again. Oh no, I'm sorry, yes, she had good news. Tanner pushed up his cowboy hat and ran a hand over his head. Geez, girl. You almost gave me a heart attack. That's not something to joke about, she said, but covered her mouth as a giggle spilled forth. She put me on an on-location assignment, she finally got out. And that's good news? It is when the location is Christmas Tree Hill. She smiled, happy she could at least share that part with him. Why would people in New York want to know about Christmas Tree Hill? He cocked his head. The quaint small-town Christmas, of course, she said, rocking up to her toes. So you have to write an article about Christmas in Christmas Tree Hill. Yep. Which means you have to take Caden and me to all the Christmas events this town offers. She met his eyes. Oh, I have to? He raised an eyebrow. Well, I guess Caden and I could go alone, but we don't have a car. Her gaze dropped to Caden, who turned to her at that moment with a brilliant smile, his face covered in dirt. The wind picked up, sweeping dust and hay off the ground and whirling it into the air. Caden ran over to her, signaling he wanted up, and he buried his face in the crook of her neck. She looked at the dark, billowing clouds banking in the sky. They're calling for snow come nightfall. Tanner landed a hand on the small of her back. We better get Caden inside. He's not dressed for this weather. What about Thanksgiving? Joy asked, her heart dropping, thinking of the rest of the Johnsons unable to join them. What about it? The snow doesn't stop the Johnsons. He chuckled, half-heartedly. Simply means I'll be up at dawn plowing out the road. Besides, have you forgotten that the day after Thanksgiving is one of our busiest days? Joy pulled out her memories, remembering the excitement of the holidays and how Thanksgiving marked the beginning of the busy season for Christmas Tree Ranch. She and Tammy would stay busy helping at the ranch whenever they weren't at school, making Christmas arrive in a flash. I do remember, she said, a nostalgic smile pulling on her lips. Caden touched her cheek, patting it with cold, dirty fingers. He pointed to his smile, then to hers. Yes, I'm happy. You're going to have so much fun this Christmas, Caden. It's been hard and sad, but she'll be smiling down at us from heaven, happy that we are here with her family. Tanner waited for them at the door. With your family? Caden glanced from Tanner to Joy, then back to Tanner. He pointed to himself. Yes, Caden, we are your family, Tanner said, then narrowed his eyes at Joy, but she would not argue with him. They were Caden's family more than they knew. It was only her that was the outsider. Oh good. Grandma met them in the hallway. I was just coming to get you guys to have some hot chocolate while dinner is in the oven. Caden wiggled in Joy's arms until she let him down. Immediately, he ran to Grandma, holding out his grubby hand to her. Oh goodness, look at those hands. You're as bad as your grandpa and Tan, well, you're as bad as all the cowboys on this ranch. Let's go get you cleaned up. Grandma hustled him toward the kitchen, telling him all about how it was important to clean up after a day's work. I'll do it, Tanner said, turning to Joy as Caden and Grandma disappeared into the kitchen. Huh? She asked. I'll take you and Caden to all the Christmas activities Christmas Tree Hill offers. I'll have to get Timothy to take over some of my shifts at the ranch, but I'll do it. He leaned against the kitchen door, blocking her way past. Thank you, she said. I'll have to write one article a week. I know it's a lot. In truth, she hadn't thought about Tanner needing to take time off, forgetting that his busiest work time was the weekend when families came to the ranch for their events. And hey, most of the events are here anyway, right? Well, a lot are, but town has the light parade, Santa visits, gingerbread house contests, and of course, the dance. Tanner met her eyes knowingly. Heat traveled up her neck and settled in her cheeks. The Christmas dance was where Tanner had kissed her for the first time. After that night, it seemed like they had always been together, and no one even batted an eye at the fact they went from friends to more. She still remembered Tammy saying, "It was bound to happen. The rest of us didn't know why it was taking you two so long to figure it out yourselves." Bound to happen. Joy? Tanner said, and she realized he had been talking. Oh, sorry, I was lost in writing that article. Aha! Tanner watched her, his eyes holding a spark of that earlier love she had missed so much. The article. Okay. Caden shrieked from the kitchen. The sound hadn't even finished before Joy had shoved past Tanner and made it to his side. Caden pounded the table, causing the hot chocolate foam to spill, and touching his mouth alternatively. "What's wrong, sweetie? What happened?" Joy asked, searching his mouth for blood or anything else amiss. Grandma wrung her hands next to them. "I don't know what happened. I tested the chocolate before I set down the mug in front of him." Joy reached for the mug to test the temperature herself, but as she reached it, Caden smacked her hand. "No hot," Caden yelled, grabbing for her hand. Joy froze, shock rolling through her in a mixture of joy and tears and fear. "You talked," she whispered, pulling Caden to her. "You talked." "Oh, Caden," she said, her body shuddering in a silent sob. When she let go of his squirming body, she looked at Tanner through tear-filled eyes. "He talked." "He did," Tanner said, beaming himself. "Good work, little cowboy." As the shock wore off, the words Caden had said settled on Joy and sunk in. "Hot." She turned to Caden. "Hot. Caden, did you get burned?" Caden stuck his fingers in his mouth and shook his head. She reached for the mug again, but Caden's eyes widened. "It's okay. I'll be careful." "Oh, if he burned himself, I'll never forgive myself." Grandma shifted her weight. Joy wrapped her fingers around the warm mug. "It's okay, Caden. It's warm, not hot." She bent to sip the hot chocolate tentatively, the warm liquid soothing her swelling throat. The temperature was warm, but not hot enough to burn. "It's warmer than you like it, Caden, but it's not hot. It won't burn." Caden's lower lip trembled. "Oh, it's okay. I'm proud of you for being careful and wanting to protect me. We are always careful around hot mugs, right?" He nodded his head. "Good job, sweetie. Now I'll blow on it, so you can have a little sip and see that it's okay." Joy blew on the hot chocolate and held it to his lips. "Now just a little sip." Caden slowly lowered himself to touch his lip to the warm liquid, leaning back and licking his lip. Grandma blew out a held breath. "I'm so sorry. It didn't feel hot to me, and I..." Joy rested a hand on the worried woman's arm. "It's not your fault. He got burned from Tammy's coffee a while back, so we have been instilling in him a healthy fear of hot mugs. He didn't get hurt." "Phew," Grandma said and wiped her brow. "Grandma didn't mean to scare you. How about a big cookie to go with your chocolate?" Caden's eyes lit up at the mention of a cookie, and Joy sat next to him, still in awe by the last few minutes. Caden had talked. She met Tanner's eyes, but they had an unreadable expression before he studied Caden and met her gaze again. Even as happiness flooded her from Caden's momentous step, a niggling of fear began at the base of her spine. If Caden talked, how long could she keep Tammy's secret? Tanner adjusted his position while balancing Caden on the top rung of the stall, as the boy reached over to love on Big Ben. He had used Caden as an excuse to escape the commotion of the house. He loved holidays with his family, but the intensity of their constant comparisons between Caden and himself weighed heavily on his shoulders. It was here in the barn with Caden that none of their past mattered. He didn't have to be reminded of the lies Joy continued to tell, despite him doing his best to earn back her trust. He didn't have to think about the years he had missed out on. Here it was just them and the love of horses and hard work. "Big Ben likes that, see?" Tanner said to Caden as he helped Caden scratch the big horse behind his jaw. "MMHMM," Caden murmured. No matter how much he and Joy tried, Caden hadn't spoken another word since he had warned Joy the mug was hot. The memory left a hint of a smile pulling on his lips. Seeing Caden in a protective role had brought up the warmth of pride in Tanner. Though no more words had left the precious boy's mouth, the event had opened up Caden's ability to communicate more through sounds. Thinking about this made him remember the night before when he and Joy sat side by side, searching on her laptop. Traumatic mutism. That was their best guess as to what happened to Caden and his speech, but they couldn't find much research about it. Most of the articles they found focused on selective mutism, and barely touched upon the subject of kids who wouldn't speak because of a traumatizing event rather than another disorder. Tanner breathed out a sigh. Caden turned to him, slumped his shoulders, and huffed out a sigh too. The chuckle came unbidden, rolling through Tanner and making him lift the boy to his shoulder. You and me, kid. We'll take on this world. Oh, planning on leaving me out of it already, huh? Joy teased as she came into the barn. Caden wriggled as he stretched his arms for Joy. She laughed as she took him into her arms. Don't worry, sweet boy. I'm not going anywhere. Caden put his hands on her cheeks, staring intently into her eyes. Side by side like that, Tanner realized he didn't see any physical similarities from mother to son. He looked closer, but nothing. Shaking his head, he threw the preposterous idea out of his head, and went to work throwing hay in for the horses that were corralled. Oh, you want to help? Joy said, and he turned to see her settling the wiggling boy down. Caden ran over to do his part of the feeding, which mostly consisted of him picking up the flakes of hay that fell off and putting them into the stalls. The kid was a good worker. Never complained. Tanner cocked his head while watching the boy, wondering if he would complain about working once he started talking again, because something in Tanner made him know he would. Do you think we should take Caden to see Dr. Myers? Tanner turned toward Joy. The psychologist? Joy said, her eyes widening. Yeah, maybe he could, I don't know, help Caden get past what happened. Tanner shrugged. Joy shook her head. That crusty old man, even if he is still practicing, I doubt a stranger is going to do anything for Caden other than scare him. Have you talked to him about it? Joy looked as if she were about to run, wide-eyed and frantic, her hands clenching and unclenching, her throat bobbing. No. Maybe you should try. Tanner walked toward her gently, as if she were an untrained filly. Why should I bring up a horrible memory? It would make us both sad, and it could make him scared again. He's already come so far. Tears filled her eyes, making them shine, and making his heart burn with love for her. Sometimes we have to talk about those times, to leave them in the past and be ready to move on. Joy scrunched her brow. When did you get all philosophical? Tanner laughed, easing back against the fence, turning his attention to Caden as he carried a flake almost as big as he was to Big Ben. I wouldn't call myself philosophical, but I read. Oh, so now reading has made you an expert on traumatized children? Not an expert, but it's better than doing nothing, isn't it? I mean, you read the same stuff I did last night. It said that if left too long, it could turn into a more permanent issue. Tanner's stomach tightened at the thought of poor Caden having to navigate life without the use of words. Fine. Joy crossed her arms. I'll try, but not today. Relief flowed through Tanner so much that without thinking, he leaned over and kissed her temple. Thank you. He's my responsibility, Joy said. The words hit him off guard, though he didn't know why. It left him feeling unsettled, even after they finished feeding and cleaned up to join the festivities once again. Was it because the words were an odd choice, or was there the unspoken meaning that Caden wasn't his responsibility? Whatever it was, he didn't like it. Hey, little brother. Timmy punched his arm as he joined Tanner leaning against the wall at the far end of the large great room used for the bed and breakfast. It was the perfect place to host family gatherings when all the Johnsons gathered. Hey, Tanner said, wondering how long it would take for his older brother to come give him an earful. Joy and Caden sat in the corner by the newly cut Christmas tree. Caden played quietly with the train Grandpa had brought out, glancing up every time one of the other kids made a loud noise. Sisters and brothers, aunts and uncles, cousins and second cousins, plus his parents and grandparents, of course, made for a full room. When all the Johnsons got together, the crowd could be as much as 30 people, 32 now. That Caden is a stoic lad, isn't he? Timmy started in. Tanner pushed off the wall, moving further away from the throng of people. Come on. Where are we going? I know you. You won't leave me alone until you get answers, so let's go somewhere I can share them. He led his brother to his private section of the house. I'm glad you built on here. It's important you have a place of your own, especially now. Tanner eyed him but didn't respond. He grabbed 2 sodas from his fridge and handed one to his brother. We think he has traumatic mutism. What? Caden? Yeah, Tanner said, running a hand down his hair, missing his hat that wasn't allowed to be worn in the house. He saw Tammy die, man. Oh, Timmy said, sinking into the couch. That's awful. Yeah, he said, taking a drink and letting the fizz distract him momentarily. Is it permanent? We don't think so, but we're working on it. I like all this wee stuff. So you're doing the right thing? Stepping up? Tanner glared at his brother. I would have stepped up the moment she found out, if she would have told me. Timmy nodded. Glad to hear it. Man, Tanner groaned. Almost 4 years, I've missed almost 4 years. So she finally told you he's yours? No. The word sounded flat and final. She doesn't have to. Anyone who looks at him can see. Timmy shrugged. All babies look alike to me. Take you and Tam. I mean, I couldn't tell the 2 of you apart until Dad started cutting your hair. He laughed. Tanner raised his eyebrow. Well, as long as you had diapers on, of course. Timmy smiled. Though Tammy had that little arc in her eyebrow when she was about to do something she wasn't supposed to. I had forgotten about that, Tanner said. Man, I miss her. Me too, brother. Me too. Timmy stood up. You know she'd want you to do the right thing. Joy doesn't want to stay, Tanner said. I made her promise to give me until Christmas. You just going to let them go again? You stupid. Timmy muttered under his breath. What am I supposed to do? Hog-tie her and keep her roped in my house? Tanner growled and paced the room. Well, Timmy said, a teasing lilt in his voice. Tanner rolled his eyes. She'd kill me and resent me forever. So convince her she belongs here, that Caden belongs here. What do you think I'm trying to do? Tanner stopped to glare at him. I know. I know. Timmy held up his hand as he headed back toward the door. And where do you get off giving me relationship advice? I don't see a ring on your finger or a girl on your arm. Touché, Timmy said, though the humor had left his eyes. You'll do the right thing. You always do. Tanner watched Timmy leave, wondering what he had said to get under his brother's skin. It was Timmy that had always done the right thing. He had stepped into the role their dad had planned for him, taken his business classes, and become partners with their dad in the family insurance business. Tanner couldn't ever see himself there. He needed a more hands-on life, where he got dirty every day, working with horses, and broke a sweat no matter how much snow was on the ground. Timmy, though, did what was expected of him. Tanner blew out a few breaths, before following his brother down the hall to return to the others. His mouth watered at the aroma that wafted around him as he closed in on that side of the house. Even with all the turmoil in his head, his stomach was always hungry. He skirted the edge of the full great room, hoping Grandma needed help with something. As he did, he scanned the room, instantly finding Caden and Joy still by the train set. Caden glanced up at that moment, meeting Tanner's eyes. When the boy's gaze registered it was him, he smiled and pushed up to a stand with the train engine still in his hand, trotting over to him as if the people he pushed through didn't exist. Joy rushed after him, apologizing for her son's intense focus and disregard for others' spaces, though no one minded. They either paid little attention or smiled down at the toddler. Tanner fought a grin and lost himself the moment Caden wrapped his arms around his legs. Hey little cowboy, I see you found the train, Tanner said, squatting to the boy's level and pointing to the train. Do you know that train used to be mine? Caden murmured, nodding his head seriously and holding the train close to his chest. Grandpa told us as he brought it out. Seems this little guy thinks it's his now. Joy glanced down at Caden, biting her lip. Well, it belongs with the Christmas tree, Tanner started, his resolve fading seeing the boy's eyes well. But I don't see any reason you can't hold on to it as long as you return it later. Caden nodded earnestly. I was going to see if Grandma needed any help. Tanner pointed toward the kitchen with his chin. Mind some company? I think we could use a little less commotion for a bit. Caden reached over to take Tanner's hand, still clutching the train to his chest with the other and looking at Joy and back to the train, as if he might give it up to hold her hand too. Tanner led them to the kitchen, the scent of dinner hitting him like a physical wall of bliss. It smells so good I could eat the air, he said. Well, I hope you'll eat a lot more than that. We have a ton of food, Grandma said as she took out a loaf of bread from the oven. That's good because we have a ton of people, Tanner said. I brought you a couple of eager helpers. We're almost ready here. Tanner's mom came over, reaching for Caden, but Caden buried his face in Tanner's legs. Well, at least he found his safe spot. She bent down to peer at Caden. But one day you're going to see you can trust Gran. She glanced up at Tanner, then Joy. Wait, what is Caden going to call me? Yeah, Grandma came over, wiping her hands on her apron. I'm already Grandma. Maybe we can see what special name he comes up with for you? Joy asked, squeezing her hands together. But he doesn't speak? Tanner's mom whispered. He will, Tanner said, landing a hand on the boy's head. It won't be long till he's chatting like a bird. Isn't that right, Cowboy? Caden looked up at him dubiously, like he didn't know and could not consider it either. In your time, sweetie, Joy said, bending to kiss him. Maybe Caden and I could help set the table? He's great at placing the silverware. Tanner watched as his mom helped Joy and Caden set the massive table. He slipped an arm around his grandma. It's a good thing you have this place, Grams. I don't know anywhere else that would fit all of us. We are growing, aren't we? She smiled at him and patted his hand. It's a good feeling, and yes, this place is a blessing. A warmth filled Tanner, and it grew stronger as he sat next to Joy with Caden between them, and they took turns helping him cut his meat or spoon up some wily peas. Being surrounded by his large family, this was the first time he realized how complete it could be. 6. Joy rolled over for the 5th time in the last 20 minutes, sleep evading her almost as much as a solution to the roaming thoughts keeping her awake. Caden didn't have the same issue. He puffed silently away, deeply slumbering and making Joy wish all the more that she could join him in blissful, thoughtless sleep. Thanksgiving had been a long, exhausting day, but also so fulfilling that it gave her pause in thinking that she had everything figured out, which was far from the truth anyway. She hadn't put too much thought into the future, and how she would manage being a single mom with no support in a city thousands of miles away from the only family she knew, family that wanted, no, expected her to stay. They had been so adamant in their belief, Joy had almost forgotten her other life, a life where different dreams would come true. Something she had worked so hard for over the past 4 years. But Caden. She watched his little lips poofing with each exhale. He loved it here, and somehow Tanner had worked his way right into his heart. Caden loved him. The way Tanner acted, he seemed to have instantly fallen for Caden too, but was that because he believed Caden was his? Would those feelings change when he realized the truth? She squeezed her eyes shut, and for the 100th time she begged Tammy to free her from the promise she had made her give. The Johnsons had been so accepting of Joy, of who they thought was her out-of-wedlock child, that she had a difficult time seeing Tammy's fear. Would they have dealt with some disappointment, sure, but would Tammy's parents and grandparents have ostracized her or disowned her? Joy shook her head and rolled over again. She couldn't see that. Several times throughout that day, she had had to catch herself from giving away the secret. Seeing the looks of blame and judgment toward Tanner only made it harder. Tanner. She sighed, throwing her head back on the pillow and shaking the bed enough that Caden softly murmured in his sleep. Joy held her breath, hoping to hear him mutter some words, but his breathing eased back into the gentle puffs. Tanner gave her such mixed feelings. She wanted to fall into his arms and pretend he had never broken up with her. Yet sometimes she wanted to slap the smirk off his face, or at least kick him in the shin, or hit him over the head to knock some sense into him. She banged her head against the pillow, causing another round of murmurs from Caden. In order to stop disturbing Caden, she swung her legs off the bed, allowing the cold floor to make her concentrate on something other than her rambling mind. After pacing the floor several times and still not finding peace, she snuck a look at Caden before tiptoeing down the stairs to the kitchen, thinking some milk would help her fall asleep. The darkness of the hallway with no moonlit windows had her pausing, waiting for her eyes to adjust until the steps were barely discernible. A soft glow called to her from under the kitchen door, and she wondered if Grandma had left the light on accidentally, or if someone else had the same idea of sneaking something to eat or drink. Joy hesitated at the door. What if it was Tanner? The last thing she wanted was him catching her completely alone and asking a bunch of questions she couldn't give him answers to. With Caden nearby, it limited what they could talk about. She liked it that way. A muffled throat clearing echoed from the kitchen, easing the tightness in her shoulders. She smiled, opening the door with a quiet knock. "Hey, Grandpa." He turned, blinked, and returned her smile. "Hello, dear. Come for a midnight snack too?" "Some milk, can't seem to fall asleep." "Ah, it was quite the day," he said, pulling out 2 glasses and pouring them half full of milk. He set the glasses on the table, going back for the container of cookies. "Shush. Our secret?" "Of course." Joy smiled. "Grandma is limiting me to 2 a day, it's unfair." He chuckled. "A man can't live on 2 cookies a day." Joy laughed, keeping the sound quiet by covering her mouth. "My lips are sealed." "Good. Now tell me what's keeping you awake, dear." He eased into a kitchen chair, pulling out the one beside him and patting the seat. Joy sat obediently and sipped her milk, delaying the response as she thought about how much to tell him. Caden really likes it here. As he should. Children need the outdoors and a life full of family. He took a bite of cookie, crumbs catching in his mustache. Joy reached up and brushed the crumbs gently with her fingertips, smiling at Grandpa. "I've missed you. I've missed you. We've all missed you and Tammy." He blinked rapidly, then took another bite of cookie, as if stuffing it in his mouth would stop the emotions that his eyes told her spilled forth. "The city, my dream of being an editor lies there." She sighed. "I'm next in line. If they give me the opportunity to interview, it could happen. But it means leaving, again." Grandpa didn't ask, just stated it as the fact it was. "Caden." Joy stopped, unsure of where to go from there. She couldn't tell even Grandpa the truth, and not keep it from the rest of the family. She bit her lip, wishing she could plead her case to Tammy. Why couldn't there be a phone line to heaven? "Joy, my dear." He set his hand on hers. "No one but the good Lord can tell you what you should do. Sure, we all have our opinions, but it's your life. You are Caden's mother, and you have to make the choice that is best for both of you." He squeezed her hand, then drew it back to his glass of milk. "That being said, you know you are always welcome. You and Caden both have a home here should you choose it." Joy blinked back the tears. The surrogate family that had taken her in as their own now offered her what she had always longed for, what she had begged Tammy to do before she lost her battle. She breathed out a shaky breath. "I don't know what is best. Pray and take it one day at a time. Tanner says you're here until Christmas?" "Yes, they gave me an on-location assignment covering Christmas in Christmas Tree Hill." She met his eyes, a little quirk pulling her lips. "Clever." He smiled, the twinkle back in his eyes. "Then my advice, dear, is to enjoy the moments. Don't stress about what might happen later. Just be present and enjoy being home for Christmas." Being home for Christmas, the word settled within her with a warmth that eased her tension and filled her mind with tingling longings for Christmas at the ranch. Her favorite time of year. The sensation stayed with her after Grandpa kissed her forehead and sent her off to bed. She crawled under the covers. Her gaze fell on Caden's sweet face before her eyes finally became too heavy to keep open any longer, and she slipped into the haven of sleep. The next morning she woke to Caden poking her cheek insistently. Her blurry vision finally focused on his face merely inches from hers, his eyes wide and sparkling. Seeing she was awake, he put both hands on her face and gazed into her, his breathing coming quickly. "What is it, sweetie?" she asked, her words mumbled from him pressing against her cheeks. He let go of her face, scrambled off the bed, grabbing her hand and tugging hard while pointing toward the window. "Look," he whispered. The solitary word from his mouth had her leaping out of bed and following like an obedient puppy, though her focus was only on him, not on what he wanted her to see. The cold hit her like a wall as they came close to the expansive windows in the sitting room. With her free hand, she pulled her sweats closer, keeping in as much bed heat as she could. "Look," he whispered again, pushing her toward the window. "White? All white." She couldn't tear her eyes off him. He was talking. Caden was talking. At his continued persistence, she finally looked out the window to see a thick blanket of snow covering the land. The trees stuck out like big lumps of white, sparkling in the rising sun. The entire scene sparkled as if God had thrown glitter during the night. "It's beautiful," she said, dropping to Caden. "Thank you for using your words to show me such a beautiful thing." Caden gave her a grave nod, his eyes slightly widening. "You know it's safe to talk, especially to me. We used to have such fun conversations, didn't we?" Caden nodded, sticking a finger in his mouth. "I'm not pressuring you, sweet boy. You talk when you are ready. I only wanted to make sure you knew it was safe." She picked him up and carried him back to the warmth of the bed, where they cuddled and she smoothed his hair. Her mind traveled to Tanner's suggestion to talk with Caden about the event, about what happened to Tammy. Her body tensed thinking about it, not wanting to ruin the start of the day that had begun so promisingly. She held the words in. There would be a better time, maybe at the end of a day, with sleep as a buffer before they had to face life again. Caden wiggled after a few minutes, climbing over her to get out of bed. He walked over to his bag, pulled it off the dresser and rummaged through it, tossing clothes everywhere until he came to her with his mittens and jacket thrusting them at her. "Oh, you want to go out in the snow?" He nodded, staring at her. Okay. She groaned, sitting up and stretching. A yawn stole her momentum as she longed to sink back into the soft bed and fall back asleep, but an incessant tug on her arm had her focusing on Caden once again. "Okay, buddy. Let's do this." Once decked out in snow gear, she carried him down the stairs and smiled at the scent of sweet pancakes and savory bacon greeting them, but as she started for the kitchen door, Caden wiggled from her arms, pulling her toward the front door instead. "Before breakfast?" Joy whined. Caden tugged all the harder. Okay, she said with a laugh. "You sure have your mother's stubbornness." Her face went white as the words slipped from her mouth, and her eyes landed on Tanner pulling on his coat in the entryway. "Funny, I wouldn't call you stubborn." "Well, not as a general rule," Tanner said, his blue eyes meeting hers intensely. Joy opened her mouth to respond, but no sound came out, which was probably for the best. "Guess the little guy is too excited about the snow to eat first?" Tanner squatted before Caden. "You want to play in the snow?" Caden nodded, his mouth forming the word yes but no sound uttered. "Looks like you're both speechless." Tanner stood up. "Was it something I said?" No, it was something she said, but she couldn't say that either. Luckily, Tanner didn't seem to question the truth behind her words. "Well, let's do this then. We don't want to be late for breakfast. That would make Grandma sad." Caden shook his head. "That's right, we don't want to make Grandma sad." Tanner said. "Here. Let's zip you up." Tanner zipped Caden's jacket and readjusted the beanie on his head, then reached for his little mittened hand. "So what do you like most about the snow? Snowball fights? Fort building? Eating it? No, I bet it's sledding." Caden's eyes lit up as he looked from Tanner to Joy. "You remember sledding?" Joy asked. Caden swooped his hand through the air. "I didn't know kids his age could remember things like that." "Well, they say long-term memory doesn't start until 3, but we show him pictures all the time and tell him stories about them." "Oh?" Tanner's eyes faded as he looked away. "We should all do that." "I agree," Joy said, the lump in her throat hardening as she thought about Tammy, knowing that was where Tanner's mind had gone as well, and knowing it would be up to her now to keep Tammy's memory alive for Caden. How would she navigate that? Especially once he began talking again. Stay in the moment. She repeated Grandpa's words of advice as a mantra, while following Tanner and Caden into the brisk, fresh scent of a mountain winter. The cold lump in Tanner's chest thawed, as did his hands as they finished breakfast. He fought against the fiery jealousy that coursed through his veins every time Joy spoke of events that happened in Caden's life, events he had missed out on. He narrowed his eyes, watching Joy closely as she animatedly told Grandma and Grandpa about Caden's first sledding experience. Would he ever understand why she had kept Caden from him? As she finished the story, she turned, meeting his eyes, and deep redness filled her cheeks. But from her hooded lids, he didn't think it was from the embarrassment of him not being there for that moment, but was she flirting? He stopped breathing, holding her gaze with his as he tried to read her mind before she blinked and looked down at Caden as the boy pulled on her. I'm sure Tanner has more important things to do than play in the snow more, sweet boy, but I'll go back out with you. She touched the tip of his nose, but his eyes turned toward Tanner, pleading. Life on the ranch isn't all fun and games, Cowboy. People will show up today in less than 3 hours, and I've got to get the roads cleared so they can get here. Tanner wiped his face with his napkin, tossed it on his plate, and pushed his chair back with a sound of wood rubbing on wood. He looked across at Caden as he did, his movements freezing as Caden wiped his mouth with his napkin, tossed it on his plate, and scrambled off the chair. Joy covered her mouth, but Grandma laughed out loud. Well, looks like the fella has found his role model, Grandma said as she stood to collect the plates. She stopped by Caden. You could have picked a worse one. Tanner is a good man to follow. Caden nodded seriously, looked down at his pants, clumsily hooking his thumbs in his pockets. Well then, Tanner chuckled. We have to ask your mom if she's all right with you helping me on the plow. He turned his attention to Joy, whose eyes widened like a deer caught in headlights and nowhere to run. It's safe, just cold. And loud, Joy said. She squatted in front of Caden. It's very loud on the plow. Can you handle the noise? I've got something for that, Grandpa said, disappearing out the kitchen door. I won't let anything happen to him, Joy. You know that. Tanner grimaced, thinking that maybe she didn't know that. She hadn't even trusted him enough to tell her Caden was his. Don't you need to get started on that article anyway? See it as free babysitting. Joy opened her mouth but shut it without speaking when Grandpa came back in holding a pair of silencing earmuffs they wore when target shooting. Here you go, champ. He set the earmuffs on his head and over his ears. Caden's mouth opened in a silent O as he looked around. He pulled the earmuff off his ear, then placed it back on, his eyes widening. All right, we're set. Tanner reached down for Caden's hand, who instantly placed it in his palm. We'll be back for a morning snack for the little cowboy. Tell your mama you'll see her soon. Caden glanced around the room until he finally settled his gaze on Joy, who worried her lip as she took him in her arms. Tanner will take good care of you while you work. Listen and tell him if you get too cold. She stood up, leading them to the entryway. Let's get you all bundled up. Tanner had to hold back his excitement, afraid to open his mouth and say something that would give Joy the opportunity to change her mind. He knew this was the first of many big steps he needed to make to earn her trust. And what better way to a mother's heart than through her son, their son? The icy morning air bit at any exposed skin as they stepped out onto the porch. Under Joy's watchful gaze, Tanner tugged up Caden's collar to protect the kid's neck and lower face. Let's go, Cowboy. He waved at Joy before stooping down to pick up Caden, who met his gaze with wide eyes. I know cowboys walk, but sometimes cowboys with short legs need to be carried when there is deep snow. Deal? Caden nodded, wiggled in his arms to watch Joy waving to them from the porch. He lifted a small mittened hand to wave back. Don't worry, she'll be all right without you for a bit. She's got her writing to do, and we've got cowboy work to do, right? Tanner turned one last time to wave at Joy before disappearing into the barn. He pushed away the last longing look of her hugging herself as if she watched them walk out of sight. He shook his head. Women, he muttered with a sigh. Caden shook his head and sighed too. Tanner cracked up. You and me, buddy. We're quite the team. Team, Caden tried out the word. That's right, Cowboy team. Would you like that? Caden enthusiastically nodded his head. Me too. Now we have to convince your mom to stay. Mom, stay. The boy's bottom lip quivered and his eyes filled with tears. What's this? Tanner set Caden on the plow, but instead of moving to get up beside him, his gaze bored into the blue eyes of the boy he swore was his son. Your mama isn't going anywhere. She'll be inside working at her computer and running to the door the moment she hears us return. Ah me, Caden sniveled and wiped his nose with his mitten. Yes, that's right, your mommy will be right there waiting for us, okay? Caden shrugged, but his spirits picked up the moment Tanner jumped up beside him and brought the plow to life. The boy slipped the earmuffs over his ears as his mouth opened into a wide circle. You get used to the noise, Tanner said, situating himself and Caden so he could hold on to the boy and steer. Ready to get to work? Caden nodded, a small smile tugging on lips that had just been quivering. Tanner chuckled to himself, nothing like a big machine to distract a boy. Even decades later, it still worked on Tanner. The roads weren't quite clear when he noticed Caden's change of expression. He had stuffed his hands under his arms, and his teeth chattered. Tanner turned the plow back toward the house, noting Caden's wiggles increasing the closer they came. You did good work this morning, Cowboy. Tanner lifted the boy off the plow and carried him to the house. The door opened the moment his boot hit the first step. How was it? Joy said, reaching out to take Caden, her hands as eager as a kid in the candy store. Ah me? Caden cried out, hugging her tight and burrowing his face into her neck. Joy's eyes instantly filled, and her lips thinned with suppressed emotion. That's the most beautiful sound, she said, her words shaky as she held Caden tighter to her. He was worried you wouldn't stay, but I assured him you weren't going anywhere. Tanner shifted his weight, feeling as if his clothes smothered him. Caden pushed back and squeezed Joy's cheeks that in a less serious moment would have made Tanner laugh. Me stay. Yes, I'll always stay with you, sweet boy. Always. Caden nodded and snuggled back into her. Your nose is like an icicle, she said with a shiver. Yeah, it was time for him to warm up. Tanner turned to leave. Shouldn't you warm up too? She met his eyes with that small crease between her brows. Tanner smiled. Not me? A cowboy's work is never done. In all seriousness, our first customers will be here in less than an hour. I'm almost there, just have to finish up the plowing and harness the horses. I'll warm up with the customers when Grandma brings out the hot chocolate. Oh, okay, she said, biting her lip. Thank you. I know it meant a lot to Caden to help you. You should know, Joy. He met her eyes, imploring her. I would do anything for him. I know, she whispered, her eyes filling again. I don't want you to think, what I said, it's the truth. At least part of it. She blew out a breath and looked at Caden before clamping her lips shut. You can say all you want. Tanner lowered his voice as his chest constricted and his blood turned hot. I know what I know. But. She shook her head and turned to leave. I appreciate what you are doing for him. Then she disappeared into the house, a gust of warmth blowing past him. Tanner spun in the snow, kicking at the drifts as he slogged back to the plow. How long would she keep up the ridiculous lie? Did she think he was that dumb? He shoved the plow into gear, bouncing down the road at a normal pace rather than the snail pace he had been using all morning. Bringing the boy had put him behind, but that didn't matter. What he had told Joy was the truth. He would do anything for Caden. That statement resonated with a thrum within him, and along with it a fear creeped into his heart. What if she wouldn't stay? He shook his head, unable to even think of it. In less than a week, that boy who looked precisely like him had worked a permanent place into his heart. There would be no going back. This was one fight he would have to win. This thought magnified when the large, multi-generational family who reserved today at the tree farm arrived. They spilled forth from their tire-chained cars, shouting to each other, the teens and older children immediately going into a snowball fight, the mothers of little ones pointing at the snow in the trees, and the dads watching them all with prideful expressions. It reminded him of his family get-togethers, and what it would look like when he and his siblings had kids, but he already did, didn't he? Tanner shook his head, pushing a wide smile to his lips, as he walked down the path he had just shoveled from the sleigh, where Big Ben and Roger, his sleigh-pulling partner, stomped impatiently toward the parking area to greet the rambunctious family. "Welcome to Christmas Tree Ranch." He used his most booming voice, causing the large family to freeze and look at him before clambering over each other to where he stood. "You must be the Banks family. I'm Tanner, and I'll be your guide for today." Tanner, the oldest man of the group, held out his hand. "Thank you. I believe we spoke on the phone." "Yes, that's right, Mr. Banks. We did. I've got you and your family booked for the whole tour today, and Christmas trees for each house." The kids cheered, making Tanner's smile feel more genuine as he counted the lot, ensuring he had enough room for everyone on the sleigh. He had hooked the large one up to the horses in prep, knowing it would be a large group, and he had barely enough room if two people joined him on the bench and little ones sat on their parents' laps. "When do we get to go on the sleigh ride?" A young teen girl smiled up at him, twirling her hair around her finger. "Right now." He pointed to the sleigh. "Let's climb on up. Parents, please hold your little ones, and I would like 2 volunteers to sit up front with me." The girl beside him immediately raised her hand, as did most of the kids. He glanced at Mr. Banks. "I'll let you decide, sir, while I double-check everything." Tanner blew out a breath as he left the kids bouncing up and down, many of them yelling, "Pick me, Grandpa. Pick me." He hated picking kids, knowing he would leave anyone he didn't pick disappointed. It had nothing to do with his brother's friends leaving him for last pick while playing teams, nothing. The thought made his mouth quirk. Maybe he hadn't quite outgrown that yet after all. After he double-checked Big Ben and Roger, the harnesses, and the skis of the sleigh, he looked over the excited passengers in back, sitting on the long bench seats, before climbing up into the driver's seat. Next to him was a little boy of about 6, and the girl who had asked him about the sleigh ride. "You two ready to help me drive the sleigh?" Tanner asked. "Yes, sir," the boy answered, matching the seriousness of Tanner's question. "Do we really get to drive?" the girl asked, looking from the horses to him in wide-eyed wonder. "If you would like," Tanner said with a smile. "I'm a real good listener," the boy said. "Grandpa said so. That's why he picked me." "I bet you are," Tanner said, his heart constricting as the boy's serious nature reminded him of Caden. He glanced up at the house, seeing Joy and Caden at the kitchen window, waving at him. Lifting his hand to wave back, his heart swelled. One day it would be Caden beside him, helping him work the farm. He would make sure of it. 7. Joy hit the send button on the email with her article from the weekend attached, a contented sigh blowing through her lips. The story had been a breeze to write, the words flowing effortlessly as she described all the amenities Christmas Tree Ranch offered. She hadn't written it as non-fiction, but as prose, an experience that left her warm all over. She hoped the readers felt that way while they read it. Maybe it might even bring more business to the ranch. Not that they needed a marketing boost. The weekend had been full, guests coming and going. Several families stayed at the bed and breakfast, with many more coming up for the daily activities. The 3 days flew by with her helping Grandma in the kitchen and preparing the rooms, like she had as a teen. Caden did well with all the commotion, taking any tasks given to him, such as sorting silverware, seriously. When he acted restless, Tanner would miraculously appear, saying he needed the help of his little cowboy, and spirit him away to the cold outdoors. Of course, Joy joined in on as many activities as she could. She had to embrace the full experience of Christmas Tree Ranch in order to have content to include in her article. It had nothing to do with Tanner's secret glances or eye rolls when someone said something city-ish, or the way he seemed to make excuses to let his fingers drift to hers, or the way he was with Caden. She shook her head. It was a weekend, a few days where the magic of Christmas made anything feel possible. Reality would close in on her soon. Another sigh let loose as she stood up and stretched, ready to go down and check on Caden as he helped Tanner feed the horses. Mondays were down days when the ranch was closed to the public to give them time to restock and prepare for another week. It was also shopping day. Grandma had gone without her in order to give her time to work, but a nudge of guilt filled her at the thought of Grandma doing it all herself. Joy pulled on her sweatshirt, layering back up to face the icy mountain air, when a notification dinged on her computer. That couldn't be her boss replying to her article already, could it? She returned to her seat and opened the new email. I scanned the article. Great work. This is one of your best. Are you sure you want to stop writing to become an editor? We need writers like you. Well, if you do, I've got great news. The executives extended their interviewing process until after the holidays. I might have had something to do with that. Anyway, I'm putting you on the calendar for first thing Monday, December 27th. Don't miss it. Joy reread the words a half-dozen times, making sure she had read what she thought. She had an interview for the editor position. Pushing back the chair, it toppled over with a crash, but she couldn't stop laughing, covering her mouth so she didn't shriek. The door burst open, Tanner and Caden rushing into the room, their eyes frantic until they met hers. Then their brows furrowed as they looked at each other and back to her. You're okay? Tanner asked. Caden ran to her, touching her legs and grabbing her hands. Me hurt? She squatted to bring him into her arms. I'm fine, sweet boy. I didn't mean to scare you. She kissed him on the forehead and connected eyes with Tanner. You guys all done with the horses? Yeah, we were coming in for a snack when we heard the crash. He righted the desk chair, his eyebrows still furrowed. I'm sorry, she said as she stood watching Caden run off to play with his toys. He's really coming into his own and talking more. Here and there, yeah, he said, but his eyes said more. They said he wasn't letting the unspoken question go. I'm fine. She smiled, letting the joy fill her. I just got some shocking news, good news, she added quickly as his brows furrowed further. He glanced at the computer, the screen still showcasing the letter from her boss. She liked the article? Yes, she did, but... He took a step closer to the screen, leaning over the chair he had replaced, knuckles going white on the back and body stiffening as she saw his eyes scan the words. You got the editor position? His words held no emotion, a flatline monotone that with Tanner meant she needed to pick her next words carefully. An interview, she said, biting her lip, her eyes stinging. She wiped at them and busied herself with shutting down the computer and putting away her notes. Had she really expected him to be excited for her? This dream stood between them, had always stood between them. The painful memory of their last fight, their breakup 4 years before, filled her with such intensity that her heart closed up tight, making her realize how much she had been allowing hope in, a hope she had no business longing for. The echo of the front door slamming brought her out of a past she wished she could forget. That's Grandma. She went to Caden. Hey, sweet boy, why don't you bring those trucks to play in the kitchen while I help Grandma unload the groceries? Vroom, Caden said in reply, picking up the trucks and flying them to the door. Joy kept her eyes averted, leaving Tanner in her room, feeling the weight of his stare on her back as she helped Caden down the steps. She had just received the best news of her career. She didn't want the moment ruined by Tanner's speeches of selfishness. Oh Joy, there you are. Did you finish your article? Grandma set the bags down on the kitchen table. I did, sent it off a few minutes ago and, she opened her mouth to share the good news as Tanner's heavy steps came down the stairs. I'll go get the rest of the groceries. I'll do it, Tanner said, the monotone still there as he walked past the kitchen. What's with him? Grandma whispered as he left the room. Moody? Joy shrugged. Grandma laughed. He's always been a bit moody. Him and his twin both. Grandma cleared her throat as she quickly dove into the bags to pull out food. Vroom, Caden said from under the table. Grandma ducked, then squatted. Well, look at you under there. It's good to have the sound of youngsters in the house again. She patted Caden's head and stood back up, her eyes open wide. He's making noise. I think he's relaxing and remembering, she lowered her voice, that it's safe. Grandma nodded, as if she understood completely. Of course, Joy had told her about the situation she had found Caden in when Tammy had the seizures, so she understood in part. Joy worried her lip. As overjoyed as she was with Caden beginning to speak again, it brought up additional concerns she wasn't ready to deal with yet. You should see downtown, dear. It's just beautiful, Grandma said as she put a monstrous can of baked beans in the pantry. Do they have the garlands and the wreaths up? The sigh that escaped unexpectedly relaxed her shoulders as the tension eased out of her. Oh yes, and the candy canes and lights. They are playing the carols over the loudspeakers and putting up Christmas trees in the shop windows. In fact, young Hank was doing his fancy snow art over at Henderson's Supply when I went in there to get some paint for the sleigh. That sounds delightful. Joy breathed in the nostalgia of remembering Christmas being home. I wish I had gone with you. You had your deadline. It's important to keep up on your work. Grandma met her eyes. You'll need a job if you go back to the city. Joy noted the inflection on the if, and wondered if she did any of them any good by giving them hope she would stay. How could she stay? Sure, Tanner had asked, but not for the right reasons, for a reason that was a lie. He wanted her to stay only because he thought Caden was his, not because he had changed his mind about her. Her stomach sickened with the realization of what she had thought, realizing the hope that filled her was more than the impossibility of staying at Christmas Tree Ranch, but staying here as the wife of a man that in reality didn't want her and had made that very clear. Impossible. Her stomach clenched hard enough that she grabbed the back of the chair in a white-knuckled grip. Joy? You all right, dear? Grandma was by her side, her cool hands touching her forehead. Yes, sorry. Joy pushed off the chair. Just need to eat something. What's going on? Tanner dropped the groceries on the table, following Grandma's lead and touching Joy's forehead before pushing her down into the chair she had been holding onto. She needs to eat, Grandma said, rushing to the fridge and pulling things out. Did you guys not get lunch while I was out? I'm sorry, I worked right through it, Joy said, blood rushing to her cheeks in a wave of heat that combined with her gut clenching made her feel like she would pass out. You're too thin. You need to eat more. Tanner took the food offered by Grandma and placed it in front of her. Thanks, she said, unsure whether to be grateful he saw her as thin or angry at being told what to do. Ah, me? Caden poked his head out, his furrowed brows a perfect imitation of the man looming above her. I'm fine, sweetie. You hungry? He shook his head, looking back down as he vroomed his truck up her leg and back to the floor. I made him lunch, Tanner said, yanking things out of the grocery bags and setting them on the counter for Grandma to put away. You should have brought lunch up to her, Grandma admonished. Well, I was told not to disturb her while she was in her writing cave. He narrowed his eyes. Joy looked down, picking at the turkey leg in front of her. It's my fault. Grandma waved her excuse away. It's the life of a mother, always putting others before yourself. It's a selfless life, but fulfilling. Every mom goes through it. The turkey stuck in Joy's throat and her eyes stung. Every mom, except she wasn't really a mom, was she? Caden's small hand patted her as he drew himself up and whispered in her ear. Potty, he said, tugging on her arm. Oh, you need to use the bathroom. Okay, sweetie, let's go. Tanner pushed her back down into her chair. I'll take him. Eat. Tanner Lee Johnson, Grandma said, hands on her hips. That's not how we talk to people. What has gotten into you? Tanner narrowed his eyes, scooped a wide-eyed Caden from the floor, and left the room. I swear his mom was too soft on him, Grandma muttered as she went back to her task. He's worried. The words left Joy's mouth before she even realized the thought, but they rang true. Tanner had always been gruff when he worried. She hadn't understood that then, but now she thought of Tammy when Caden got sick for the first time. Tammy had seemed almost angry, her words clipped and terse. They talked about it afterward, concluding that fear had caused her to react meanly or distanced. Over the years they had worked on it, but that tendency had always been there. Must be a Johnson trait. Tammy was like that, she finally said, her throat tightening even more with the realization she used the past tense for her best friend. You put yourself under too much stress, dear. Grandma smoothed her hair, setting a mug of warm tea in front of her. You need to let your family help. That's why we're here. We mourn her together. Thanks, Joy pushed out the word. When we lost my sister. Joy jerked her head up as sorrow clutched her. Oh, don't worry yourself, dear, it's been years and we expected it. Grandma patted her hand. Our family pulled together. We shared the burden of our grief, as we do with Tammy. Don't pull yourself away from that support. Tammy would have wanted you to have us here with you. Joy nodded, unable to speak for fear of the sob that fought to release would spill forth. Grandma was right, of course. That must have been why Tammy told her to bring her home. She knew Joy would never ask for help, but she wouldn't shirk a responsibility. She squeezed her eyes shut. I miss her so much. The words spilled out along with her tears, and soon Grandma's arms circled around her, holding her in an embrace that sheltered her from the loneliness that always crept in when she allowed herself to feel the grief that constantly barraged her heart. Tanner held his head, letting it droop over the railing of the horse's stall, yet gripping it because he felt as if it spun so quickly, it might take off flying across the ranch. A myriad of emotions fought within him, anger, love, fear, and hope. The mixture left him reeling out of control. He knew it the moment he had scanned the email on Joy's computer, the tipping block that would take Caden and her away from him. His abruptness that his grandma had scolded him on may have been rude, but the choked words he had held back would have had her praying for his soul. Better to hold it in check until he could escape to where no one judged him, where he couldn't hurt anyone. His words had already gotten him in a heap of trouble, already taken Caden away without him even knowing he had him to lose, and they had kept Joy away for the last 4 years and kept her from telling him the truth now. One moment he wanted to lay into her, grasp her shoulders, and demand she tell him the complete truth. He wanted to tie her to the house, not let her leave, resentment or not. In the next moment, he wanted to drop to his knees, beg her to give him another chance, and plead that she not take Caden or herself away. He never knew which one would win, so he clamped his lips, sucked down the words, and worked. That's what he did best. With that reasoning, he pulled his head up and set to task on oiling the harness to keep it supple in the freezing temperatures. The barn's air held the sweet tang of horse and hay, a combination that always calmed his nerves, and the small heater they kept going to keep the horses warm on the frigid nights helped ease his joints. There was always work to be done on the ranch. He usually kept busy, except for mealtimes, and when he was too exhausted to do anything but sleep. It had been the only way he'd made it through the last 4 years. If she left now, anger boiled up within him. If she left now, he feared not even exhaustion could keep the pain of loss away. Didn't he have some rights? How could she take his son away from him, no matter how much she lied about Caden being his? That thought as always thrummed within him. Joy had always been honest, upfront, gentle, and kind. Had he hurt her so much that it changed her entire personality? The thought that he had caused such a horrid change made him angrier still. He bunched the harness in his hands, feeling the hard leather bite into his flesh, using the pain to keep him from exploding. The soft crunch of icy snow stopped his heart. He released the harness and shook out his hands, blowing out deep breaths to calm the rage that fired inside him. Yes, I know. Saying goodnight is important, but I still think you're delaying bedtime with excuses, Joy's voice carried through as she opened the barn door. There he is. Now say your goodnights, then no fuss about going to sleep. Caden ran over to Tanner, throwing his pudgy arms around his legs. You aren't giving your mama any trouble now, are you, Cowboy? Caden glanced around the barn, as he always did when Tanner mentioned his mama, before his eyes settled on Joy and back on him. Then he shook his head and squeezed his legs tighter. Tanner picked him up. Come on, let's get you to bed. Caden nestled into his neck, slipping a warm hand on his skin. Night-night, he murmured sleepily. I didn't want to disturb you, but this boy sure can be persistent. Must be? She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening. Well, it is a Johnson trait, he said in a level tone as he walked past her toward the house. The soft swish of the barn door followed him out, and even amid anger, he appreciated her understanding of life on the ranch. His jaw clenched as he bit back words that needed to be said, but couldn't with little ears listening in. By the time he entered the house, Caden's hand had slipped off his neck. At the door to their bedroom, his entire body had gone heavy and limp in his arms, as little puffs of breath let him know Caden had fallen asleep. He's out, Tanner whispered, noting Joy's faltered step before she hurried to his side as if she didn't believe him. I don't know how you do it. She shook her head, standing on tiptoe to give Caden's cheek a kiss before arranging his little sleeping area. As much as he tried to catch her eye, she kept her gaze averted, barely flicking them at him once the bed was ready. She spent what felt like much longer than needed tucking him in and kissing the boy goodnight. Tanner remained standing next to the bed, watching her, weighing the words that fought each other to come out, until his mind sounded as if it were standing in the middle of a rodeo ring in an everlasting 8 seconds of a bull ride. When she moved to slip past him, he caught her arm, not tightly but a firm grip, one she couldn't rip away from. She blew out an angry breath before finally meeting his eyes. We need to talk, he said. Her eyes narrowed before pulling away to land on Caden. Fine, but not so close to the bed. I don't want him waking up. Grandpa and Grandma are still up, and this is a private conversation. She nodded toward the sitting room currently set up as a playroom for Caden. Just keep your voice down. I'm not the yeller, he said evenly. Oh, and I am? He raised an eyebrow and followed her into the other room as she huffed indignantly. Say what you're gonna say, Johnson, but think before you speak. I won't have you saying unkind things in front of Caden, even if he is asleep. Unkind? When have I ever been unkind? She set a finger against her lips, pushing them out in a way that made him wish it were his lips instead of her finger that pressed against them. He growled in frustration, running a hand across his short hair before looking out the window into the darkness. I'm exhausted, Tanner, so can we please get this over with? You're going to take him away from me, again. His words were quiet, surprising him at the depth of emotion that flowed with them, the anger releasing to the anguish that had caused it in the first place. Joy stepped closer, pausing before she was near enough to touch him. I know you don't believe me, but he isn't yours. Her words, even if spoken gently, stoked the fire of rage he thought he had moved past. You're really going to keep up that lie? I can see him. Everyone can see he looks exactly like me, more than he looks like you. He faced her, feeling the heat shooting up his neck. Joy squeezed her eyes and bowed her head as if his words had caused her pain. We should leave. Tanner rolled his shoulders. I'm sorry. He kept his words quieter. I'll speak softer. No, I mean Caden and I should leave. We're causing too much pain here. She wiped at her eyes as he saw the moonlight glint off a tear before she extinguished it with her hand. Not more than you would cause by leaving. Don't you see? He gripped her shoulders, but not in that rough way his daydreams had feared he would, but gently, longingly. Everyone wants you to stay. You're the missing link, our connection with Tammy. They love Caden, and they are his family. I'm his family. They need you here, and he gave her shoulders a little squeeze before dropping his hands, pulling away and looking out the window again. In the nightlight's reflection, Joy turned her face toward him, her lips parting as if she waited, longed for him to finish what he was going to say. When he turned back to her, she had averted her gaze once again. I know this editor thing, he waved his hand toward her computer, has always been a dream of yours. It's what took you away from me. Her eyes snapped up to his, narrowed and blaming. No, it had me leaving town to pursue the dream. It did not take me away from you. You took that away from me. He opened his mouth, but he had nothing to say. It was the truth. He had known it all along, but had somehow convinced himself it was what had to be done. You were leaving. How could I not see that as you leaving me? There aren't any colleges around here. Would you rather I have commuted 3 hours to classes and back? She shook her head. Besides, you made it quite clear how you really felt about me. Tanner wanted to argue, wanted to deny it or blame it on foolhardy immaturity and selfishness, but the words didn't come, and his feet stayed planted. Joy sniffed and wiped at her eyes. Are you done? I need to go to bed. She turned away from him, heading toward the bed, pulling out her pajamas. Anger surged inside of him again, overpowering the weight of responsibility, or maybe because of the blame he knew lay with him. Either way, he felt the buildup of the words, tried to stop them by pacing toward the door, but when he turned to tell her goodnight, they shot out. You know, I could get an order for a paternity test. Joy looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, her bottom lip quivering. You would put us through that? If it keeps you from taking him away from me. He folded his arms across his chest. You know what, just do it. At least it will stop you from hounding me. Then she narrowed her eyes, the quivering of her lips making it down to her chin. But if you do that to him, you'll ruin all the trust you have worked to build, and any hope. She shook her head, her chest heaving as she turned her back toward him. Just leave. Please let me have some peace. Tanner warred between going to her, drawing her into his arms, regardless of whether she fought him, and begging for her forgiveness, or storming out the door, leaving her with choice words as a departure. In the end, after long moments of staring at her shaking back, he turned silently, leaving her to her peace, shutting the door quietly on another ruined moment. 8. There was something about mornings, especially crisp, clean mornings with freshly fallen snow, that helped the day start off afresh and full of hope. Joy pushed away the memory of the fight with Tanner the night before. She refused to harbor the fear that he would actually go through with a paternity test. It wasn't him gaining the knowledge that Caden wasn't in fact his that she worried about. It was the pain of the entire experience. Then again, maybe she was scared of Tanner knowing the truth. At least now there were moments where she thought maybe he might still love her, might still long for the days before, that it wasn't just Caden that had him asking her to stay. Those final thoughts pushed her out of bed and into clothes. Dwelling on fantasies wouldn't do her or anyone else any good. Caden stretched with a small moan as he blinked his eyes open, looking around the room until his gaze landed on her and a small smile drew his lips up. Besides, she had to keep her priorities straight, and that precious boy looking at her trustingly was her priority. Ready for another day? Today after lunch we are going into town to see Santa, and build gingerbread houses and watch the parade of lights. She hopped onto the bed next to him. Santa. He rubbed his eyes. Yep. You can sit on his lap and tell him what's on your Christmas list. Caden scrunched his brow. Or not. She shrugged. Your choice. You can tell me what you think when we get there. It won't be until this afternoon. We've got to help Grandma with some chores first. Help Tanner, Caden said, pushing up to his hands and knees and sliding off the bed. His desire to be with Tanner rather than her ripped at her heart, making her second-guess everything. We'll have to see if he needs your help, sweet boy. She tried to hide the pain from her voice, but Caden hugged her leg, looking up at her with hopeful eyes. It's okay, sweetie. To be honest, I would rather work with the horses than do dishes too. Caden smiled, patting her leg before pulling down his bag and searching for clothes. His level of independence surprised her, but it also filled her with pride for the boy that had become hers, her son, regardless of whether she birthed him. A sting pierced her heart as she longed for Tammy to be here, to see her son on the ranch, learning skills and independence. She wished her best friend was there to squeal with her, and bounce on the bed with joy at her long-awaited interview to become an editor. She just missed her, period. As they slowly made their way down the steps, Tanner's deep voice echoed from behind the kitchen door. Caden ran toward the sound, his steps eager and quick. Joy stood stock still, fragments of the night before pounding through her mind. She shook her head and rolled her shoulders back, intent on not letting him ruin her day or her life. The wall around her heart thickened as she fortified her heart, but the bricks came tumbling down the moment she walked into the kitchen. Caden had wrapped himself in Tanner's arms, and the look of adoration on Tanner's face drew Joy to an instant halt. When he looked up, meeting his sorrowful eyes, her throat tightened. He wouldn't let her gaze go, even when he eventually released Tanner and led him to a chair where Grandma dished him up a pancake. "Joy, may I please have a word?" Tanner asked, though his tone didn't sound like much of a question. She opened her mouth, feet rooted to the spot in the doorway, but before she could speak, Grandma looked at them, hands on her hips. "You go on now. I got Caden." She shooed them out with a wave of her hand. Tanner took her gently by the arm, leading her toward the private living room. Her entire body thrummed with the need to run, the need to be anywhere but here, alone with Tanner. "I don't want to do this again, Tanner. I can't." Her bottom lip trembled, and she sucked it in, hoping he hadn't seen. "I know." He took her by the shoulders gently, bending down so she would meet his eyes. "I need to apologize. What I said," he blew out a breath and looked toward the ground before meeting her eyes again. "I can't tell you I hadn't thought about it, about forcing the issue knowing for sure." He slid his hands from her shoulders to cup her face. "I wouldn't do that to Caden, nor to you." "Then why say it?" She pushed out the words, keeping her feet solid even though she wanted to pull back before she let herself believe his sincerity, before she fell into his supportive embrace, a place she wanted to be more than anywhere else. I was angry, scared." He searched her eyes. "Any time I think about you guys leaving, He shook his head, dropping his hands, their absence filling Joy with longing. "I can't bear it, Joy." "Then don't think about it," she whispered. "How can I not?" He slumped onto the couch. "Every time I look over and see you two, every time he says another word or learns something new, I'm reminded that I won't be a part of that, of him growing up if you leave." Joy gulped, trying to swallow past the lump in her throat. "I'm not taking him away from you, but that's our life, it's where we live." "But why? Why does it have to be that way? Why do you have to live so far away? What's wrong with Christmas Tree Hill?" He dropped his head in his hands. "It's where my job is." "There are jobs all over the world, Joy. Newspapers and magazines all over the world. Geez, you can even write a novel. We don't need the money." Tanner pushed off the couch, coming toward her, but she backed off. "We?" Her lip trembled again. "And it's my passion. It's not about the money. I need that creativity. Surely we can find a compromise, a place to meet in the middle?" Tanner pleaded, his tortured eyes meeting hers. "This is a lot. I'm not even sure what you're envisioning. You made it clear 4 years ago." The confusion blew away in that moment as she met his eyes, her heart ripping within her. "I can't go through that again," she muttered as the front door burst open in a gust of cold air. "Hey," Timothy said as he shut the door behind him. "Grandpa said you needed me to take the afternoon shift. I'm happy to get out of that stuffy office, and Dad can't say no to Grandpa, so here His words froze, as did his forward progress as he saw them. "Oh, I'm interrupting." Awkward. "Okay, well, I'll go have some breakfast. I can smell it." He sniffed the air. "It's fine," Joy said, pushing a smile to her face. "We were done, and I've got to get back to Caden." "Is the little guy awake? I heard he's becoming quite the cowboy." He put an arm around her as they left the room, but he glanced back, and she knew he gave his brother a warning look. Timothy had always been the big brother she never had. His protectiveness of her came right along with how he treated his other sisters, and it always warmed her heart. "You need me to box his ears for ya?" he whispered. She shook her head. "No, but thank you for the offer. It's just a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding. Tanner misunderstood her lack of telling the whole truth for a lie that she wouldn't have ever kept from him. And her misunderstanding of him and his intentions. "Well, I hope you two get that squared away. That boy of yours needs a man like my brother. He may suck with women, but he's good with kids." His words echoed within her throughout breakfast and morning chores. Tanner and Timothy took Caden out with them until mid-morning snack time, and Grandma probably sensed she needed processing time. By the time the boys had come in to warm up and have another cup of coffee and a snack for Caden, Joy had concluded that maybe Tanner was right. Maybe she was selfish. Caden's rosy cheeks and bright eyes solidified this thought. He loved it here. How could she take him away from this large family, outdoor lifestyle, good food, small town life? She averted her gaze as Tanner tried to make eye contact. She couldn't go there right now. The tears that threatened would surely spill if she met his eyes, or anyone's for that matter. After she set Caden up with a snack, Tanner cornered her. "Hey, we're still on for this afternoon, right?" "Yeah," she said, watching her hands twist in front of her. "I'm going to take your advice," he said, his words soft, his tone gentle, drawing her eyes to meet his. "Let's focus on the moments. The future will take care of itself, right? And I don't want whatever time I get with you two ruined by the fear of what might happen." Her eyes widened, then she narrowed them. "No trick. I just want to enjoy this time, and Caden, well, he doesn't need to see us argue. Agreed?" "Agreed." She glanced at Caden, giggling as Uncle Timothy told him silly jokes. "It's all about him. He comes first." Tanner nodded. "Okay then. Timmy and I have some things we need to wrap up. Why don't you keep Caden inside, let him warm up before lunch? We'll be outside a good part of this afternoon." "Okay," Joy said. Having him decide what to do with Caden felt odd, but there was a sense of relief as well, like she didn't have to do it alone. Would that be so bad? Even if Tanner never loved her like he used to, even if they only remained friends, wouldn't it be nice having someone to shoulder parenthood together? She watched Tanner talk with Caden, telling him the plan, hearing the gentleness of his voice, but the firmness as well. He muddled Caden's hair before he left, flashing her a small smile as he did, and her heart caught, but would that all change if he knew the truth? That Caden wasn't his. Caden finished his snack and took her by the hand, leading her toward the living room. He pointed to the TV, something he had used little of since they had arrived at the ranch. "Thomas," he said, pointing again, then plopping on the couch and cuddling with a pillow. "Thank you for using your words," she told him as she sat next to him and picked up the remote. "It's nice to know exactly what you want, so I can help make you happy." Caden happy. He smiled widely, showing all his teeth and making her laugh. "Yes, you do seem very happy here." She turned toward him, searching his eyes. "Do you ever miss home?" His eyes remained blank for a moment before they welled, and he shook his head. "No, Mama." Joy pulled him into her arms. "I miss her too." She held him for a long time, soothing him as he cried, letting her own tears fall as well. When she finally released him, she searched his eyes again. "I can't replace her, but I'll always be here for you." "I know, Ami," he said clearly without shyness or baby talk. "I watch Thomas now." "Okay, sweet boy. Downtime sounds good right now." She found the show he wanted to watch and turned it on. As much as she wanted to stay cuddled up with him on the couch, the banging in the kitchen reminded her of Grandma fixing lunch, not only for them, but for their guests too. Guilt forced her to pull herself away from Caden. She kissed him on the head. "I'm going to help Grandma. You enjoy your show." "Okay, Ami." He turned to her with a smile, before he focused once again on the trains chugging along. Could Tanner be right? Could there be a compromise they could find? For Caden's sake, she hoped there was. Caden stuck his tongue out just like Joy did, as they put the final touches on their gingerbread houses. Tanner's house sat mostly bare, because he couldn't stop watching them. He hadn't been able to see joy in any of Caden's physical characteristics, but his personality and little mannerisms resembled hers often, except when the boy's stubborn Johnson streak appeared. The thought caused a twang in his chest, but he pushed it out, doing his best to follow Joy's advice of not thinking of ifs and whens. It wasn't too hard when he was with them. Caden had a way of making him fully in the moment. "Daddy?" A boy next to them at the same table in the gingerbread event called out. "Look at this." Caden pulled his tongue in and cocked his head to watch the other little boy. His eyes switched from the boy to the dad and back again. Hey Cowboy, Tanner said, pulling his attention back to him. Did you want to say hi? Caden shook his head and focused back on the gingerbread house, but when another little boy called out to his mama, Caden stopped again, watching. Joy looked up, flicking her gaze to Tanner before leaning close to Caden as his lips trembled. Tanner couldn't hear what Joy said, her whispered words lost in the chaos of the active room, but Caden nodded, wiped his eyes, and focused on the gingerbread house once again. This time, no matter what others shouted out, he stayed focused until he looked up with a smile. All done. It's beautiful, Joy said, pointing out all the things she liked. You may laugh, Tanner said when she finished, but what I noticed was the structure. He lowered his voice, leaning toward them. I mean, look at these other kids' houses. They are lopsided and falling over. Not Caden's. His is almost square with a solid foundation of icing. Tanner, we shouldn't compare with others, she admonished. What? Can't a man be proud of his, Caden? Caden looked at him with a cocked head and a peculiar expression. Joy bit her lip, blinked and turned away. Well, should we take them to the contest tables? Caden shook his head. Tanner, not done. What, you don't like the simplistic look? He laughed, pushing away the pain of not being able to call him his son, not able to show a father's pride. Caden shook his head. He scooped up some icing, painting a line of it across the roof, and added M&Ms to the top. As Tanner watched, he leaned closer to Joy, doing his best to ignore her sweet vanilla scent. I know we aren't supposed to compare, but is it normal for a 3-year-old to be so sure with his hands? Joy glanced around at the messy tables around them, full of kids bouncing and jumping and simply being kids. Maybe not? She shrugged. He's always been a bit more on the serious side, contemplative, and loves building with blocks or anything. Tanner sat back, watching Caden and contemplating himself. I think each child develops at their own pace, Joy said before complimenting Caden on his finishing touches on Tanner's house. Ready now? He nodded, pushing up to a stand before carefully holding his gingerbread house. You want me to carry that, Cowboy? Tanner asked, fearing the wobbling would topple his awesome creation. I got it, Caden said, sticking his tongue out of his mouth as he carefully stepped around the busy kids. Hold on, Joy said. I need a picture. Joy pulled out her phone and motioned to Tanner to squat next to Caden. At the flash, a boy running and looking behind his shoulder ran into the back of Caden, the gingerbread house flying from his hands. Tanner reached quickly, like grabbing a football, but much more gently, twisting and landing on his back. Pain shot through his spine, but with relief he saw the house still in one piece, only a licorice strip jostled off. Oh, Caden said, a bit delayed, his eyes tearing up. You saved it. Joy took the house from his hands, setting it gently on the table as Caden ran into his arms. Thank you, Caden said, nestling into him. You're welcome, buddy. Tanner pushed to more of a sitting position, grimacing against the stab of pain shooting through his back. Joy reached down a hand to help him up. You okay? That looked like it hurt. Not the first time I went down on a gym floor, he said with a smile. Joy smirked. Oh yes, I remember many a time where you slid across this very floor. Tanner's smile widened. You do, huh? I was wondering if you remembered those days. How could I ever forget? She held his gaze for a long moment, pulling them away as they shined with unshed tears. He wanted to pull her into his arms, tell her they could make those times happen again, but another man and boy pulled his attention away. The man nudged the boy. I'm sorry for running into you and your son, sir, the boy said, looking down at his cowboy boots. Hey, no problem. We saved the house. No harm. He rested his hand on the boy's shoulder. Sam, right? That's right, sir. The boy looked up, meeting his eyes. You use that speed in sports and you'll make this town proud. Sam smiled. Thank you, sir. Sam's father settled a hand on his other shoulder. Thanks, Tanner. Hey, any chance you guys have enough snow for the sled runs yet? Tanner shook Sam's dad's hand, searching his mind for the guy's name. He knew Sam from watching him play baseball with his buddy's son, but the dad's name was harder to come by. Bill. That was it. They sure are, Bill. Open every Saturday. Hope to see you there. We'll be there. Thanks again. Tanner nodded as they walked off, and as he turned to Caden and Joy again, he caught her watching him, turning away as a blush filled her cheeks. They walked through town until it was time for them to announce the winners, but Tanner barely remembered anything he saw, because Caden and Joy, their excitement at all the decorations enthralled him too much. When they stopped by the town hall where Santa sat ready to have kids sit on his lap, tell him their wishes, and take a picture, Caden stopped in the doorway, refusing to budge. What's the matter, Cowboy? Tanner squatted to ask, looking from Santa to the boy. It's only Santa. Joy squatted beside him. Are you feeling nervous about Santa? Caden nodded, keeping his lips tight. Santa's a good guy, buddy. He knows you're a good kid, and he'll note what you want for Christmas and bring it to you. Tanner nudged him. You want that, don't you? Caden peeked over his shoulder at Santa, who waved at him, and ducked behind Joy. It's okay, sweetie. You don't have to talk with Santa. Tanner looked at her, then to Caden. I've got an idea. How about you tell your mommy what you want for Christmas, then we'll all go together to Santa, he said as Caden's eyes widened. Don't worry. I can hold you if that will make you feel braver. And we can all get a picture together. Sound okay? Caden looked from Santa to him to Joy and slowly nodded. He leaned forward, cupping his hands around Joy's ear. Tanner couldn't hear the boy's words, but whatever he said made Joy's eyes fill with tears. She pulled him close, kissed his cheek, and whispered something back to him as his lip trembled. When they stood up, Tanner tried to make eye contact with Joy, but she kept hers averted, so he bent down to whisper, I didn't realize that would be so traumatic for him. Every child is different, she said, but the life in her voice had faded. As they got closer to Santa, Caden tugged on his arm until he picked him up. Ho ho ho. Hello, little boy. Are you ready for Christmas? Santa said as they approached him. Caden hid his face in Tanner's chest. Oh, I see. You're a shy one. Well, that's all right. Let's get a picture with your mommy and daddy. Come on, folks. Caden swung his head around, looking from Tanner to Joy and back again, his brow furrowing. It's okay, Cowboy. Let's smile for the camera. Tanner squeezed him tight as Santa pulled them all together. The elf smiled as her bell jingled. Say cheese. Tanner wrapped his arm around Joy and smiled. He looked down after the flash, wondering if Caden had that same contemplative expression for the picture as he had now. You can pick up your picture in about an hour, the elf said cheerily. Do you have a present request? Santa asked Caden. Caden looked to Joy, who swallowed, but she pushed on with a forced smile. He would like a cowboy hat. Well, every cowboy needs a hat. I'm sure you'll find one under the tree Christmas morning. Santa winked. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Tanner said, holding Caden closer as they walked from the building, wondering what else Caden had asked for that had made Joy so emotional. Let's go pick up our gingerbread houses and get a good spot for the parade. Joy took Caden from his arms, leading the way to the high school gym again. A good number of gingerbread houses had already been picked up, but there, on the kids' table, was Caden's masterpiece with a blue ribbon attached to it. I knew it, Tanner said smugly. Caden, look. Joy set him down in front of his house. Your gingerbread house won. I won? Caden fingered the ribbon, a slow smile spreading across his chubby cheeks. That you did, Cowboy. I told you that you had amazing structure. He held up his hand to give Caden a high five, the little slap echoing in the gym. Joy picked up his gingerbread house, nestling it carefully in her hands. Grandma and Grandpa will be so proud. Tanner grabbed his and Joy's houses, and they took them to the truck to stay safe while they watched the parade. Before he closed the truck door, he reached in and carefully took off Caden's ribbon. Turning, he placed the ribbon around the boy's neck. You'll want to wear this proudly, Tanner said, then took his hand and Joy's without a thought and walked to find them a good place to watch the parade. The moment his hand touched Joy's, he realized what he had done, but he sure would not pull away now, especially since she didn't. The feeling of walking with what he should be able to call his family in town for the Christmas events created in him a longing like he never had, a longing that consumed his entire being. He smiled at the people he knew who gave them curious but happy looks, pulling Joy closer when she stiffened at their whispered words. "It's a small town, Joy. Let them talk." "It's so different in the city," she said, as he settled them on top of the half wall between the hardware store and the grocer at the center of town. "You rarely see anyone you know, and if you recognize someone, you just keep your head down and go about your business." "And you like that better?" He raised an eyebrow. "Well," she shrugged, "at times I guess, but no. I miss walking into the store and being greeted by name, or going to a restaurant, and the waitress already knowing what I want to order." "Yeah. Cindy retired last year. She was incredible, though." "Oh, I'm happy for her," Joy said, turning as commotion began at the start of the street. "Caden, look. It's about to begin." Tanner held on to Caden, letting his arm brush against Joy's as they watched the lighted floats drive down Main Street. Caden and Joy's sounds of wonder and delight filled his heart with warmth. This was what he had dreamed of, what he had always wanted. He watched their faces reflected in the lights on the street, marveling at the moment, and wishing he could have asked Santa for his wish. Instead, he pulled out his phone and took a snapshot of the life of his dreams. On the ride home, Caden quickly fell asleep in his car seat. Tanner and Joy fell into a contented silence as he drove them home. Once stopped in the driveway, he turned toward Joy. "What?" Joy caught his eye, the smile still lingering on her blushing face. "Nothing," he said, still searching her eyes. "You can't look at me like that and say it's nothing. I can't help thinking, this is how I had thought our life would go." She furrowed her brow. "You thought we would be estranged for 4 years, and I would return with—" She cut herself off, her cheeks turning pink. "That's not what I meant." He tore his eyes away from her to look at Caden with such a full heart that it felt as if it had lodged in his throat. "I meant this. You. Me? Caden." "Oh," she whispered in a shocked voice, drawing his eyes back to hers. "Yeah, me too, once a long time ago." Tanner's next words froze. It sounded as if she had sealed the door to their fate. Could she really not see beyond the past, to a potential future that could bring them all happiness? Patience. He gave her a smile he had only ever had for her. "I guess these moments will have to be enough, for now." 9. The full spirit of Christmas enveloped Joy as she wrapped Caden's presents while he was outside with Tanner. Grandma had put the Christmas music channel on the TV, letting the surround sound fill the room with Christmas cheer. "Well, I think he will feel sufficiently spoiled," Grandma said as she taped a bow on a present wrapped in dinosaurs wearing Santa hats. "I'd say so. You guys are incredible." Joy smiled gratefully at Grandma. "I can't believe it's almost Christmas." "Time flies when you're having fun," Grandma said. "Of course, we have been really busy this season. I'm sure that has nothing to do with your article, does it?" Joy smiled with a shrug. "Who knows, but I'm grateful to be here." It had been busy, busier than she remembered. Of course, life was different now, and everything seemed busier when you had a 3-year-old to care for. "Well, Grandpa and I have a surprise for you too." Grandma winked at her as the door flew open. "Oh good. I was hoping we would tell you together." Together. Joy's heart hammered as ideas filtered through her mind. Grandpa, Tanner and Caden pulled off their coats, hats and boots. Joy pushed the present she had just taped under the tree, and ran over to help Caden with his stuck boot. "I got it, Ami," he said, pushing her hand away, sticking out his tongue and grunting as his boot finally came free. "Good work, my little man." She took the boot from him, and set it next to his other one. "Looks like you were a big help again." Caden gave her a serious nod as he looked up at Tanner. "Yep, always is. Hardest working 3-year-old, I know." "Almost 4. Caden folded his arms. "A few more months, sweet boy. Now come on, let's get you washed up for dinner. Joy reached for his hand, but Grandpa swooped him up. Nope, I got him. But Joy's hand froze midair. That's what I was about to tell you, Grandma said, clasping her hands together. Grandpa and I are taking charge of Caden tonight. Isn't that right, little man? Grandpa said. Caden nodded. Yes. We have chicken nuggets and play games. Joy blinked, not only at the long sentence, but with them deciding on this without her. She looked at Tanner, but he seemed as shocked as she was. It's about time you two had adult fun, Grandma said. You both do so well with this precious boy, but it's important to fill your hearts too. She smiled lovingly at Grandpa, then back at Tanner and Joy. We bought you 2 tickets for the Christmas dinner and dance tonight, so go on and get spruced up. Grams, Tanner warned. But Joy started. No buts and no grams. Now you heard me. I want you 2 back here in 45 minutes, looking like you're going to a dance. She pushed Tanner toward his section of the house, and pushed Joy toward the stairs. Go on. You can thank me later. Joy numbly climbed the stairs and dug through her bag for the one dress she had brought, a long silky red one, thankfully made of wrinkle-free material. She should have unpacked her suitcase in the past month. Christmas was in 2 days, then she had to leave. Paradise would be over and real life would begin once again, real life as a single parent to her late best friend's son. Tears burned her eyes. For the last couple weeks, she went from elation to horror with the idea of becoming an editor, a dream she had since her sophomore year when she became editor of the school newspaper. How could she pass up this opportunity? How could she take Caden away from his family? Her hands shook as she took a quick shower, and they continued shaking, making putting on makeup even more difficult. She drew in a deep breath, put her focus on something less life-changing, and completed the job of beautifying herself, as Tammy would have called it. Oh, Tam, what am I going to do? She asked, looking at her reflection as if she didn't know who stared back at her. Live in the moment, girlie. That was Tammy's motto, living in the moment. Of course that's how Caden came to be, but Joy knew Tammy wouldn't have changed that for the world, and neither would she. Joy may not have given birth to Caden, but she had helped raise him like a second mom, his me, and he was hers to protect, hers to nurture, hers to ensure his happiness. He was happy here. Was she? She blew out a breath, then applied lip gloss to her lips. It's gonna have to be good enough. Before she could talk herself out of it, she grabbed her dressy jacket and headed out of the room. Everyone waited in the living room for her, though the familiar pine scent of Tanner's cologne greeted her first, causing her steps to falter. It's all I have with me, she said as their eyes scanned over her. I'll have to wear my boots. Tanner's lips tweaked up in a half smile. Boots are fine. I'm actually surprised you had a dress with you at all. Joy shrugged. A girl has to be prepared. Tanner raised an eyebrow before turning away to Caden. You be good for Grandpa and Grandma. Yes, Tanner. Caden launched up then and threw his arms around Joy, making her resolve crumble. I miss you, Ami. I'll miss you too, sweet boy. She kissed the top of his head and crouched down to meet him eye level. You'll probably be asleep when I get back, but I'll kiss you when I do, and you'll wake up with me next to you. Promise, his little quivering voice said. Promise. She hugged him close to her, feeling as if her heart ripped out as he pulled away and nestled into Grandma's arms for comfort. We'll take good care of him, now go on and have fun. Grandma smiled at them, then looked into Caden's face. How about some cookies? Caden nodded, and as Grandma led him into the kitchen, he looked back one more time. Promise. I promise, sweetie. I'll be here when you wake up. She blew him a kiss, having a difficult time pushing the words out from her choked throat. Tanner rested his hand on her shoulder. He'll be okay. Those two have raised a half-dozen kids of their own, plus all of us. They know what they're doing. Joy nodded, not trusting her voice, letting Tanner lead her to his truck, and climbed in when he opened the door for her. I haven't left him since we lost Tammy. Tanner paused before starting the truck, then turned to look at her. I imagine you haven't. You're a wonderful mom, Joy, but Grandma's right. We need to remember, we're adults. He smiled at her, his hand reaching toward her before pausing and dropping. Besides, he's spent a lot of time away from you with me. It will be okay. You're right, he has, she said, drawing in a shaky breath, but she grabbed for the door. I forgot to tell them about his night routine. He has to have certain songs and... Joy, he'll be okay. Besides, they'll all probably fall asleep watching Charlie Brown's Christmas movie. He put the truck in gear. Okay. Joy gave the house one more longing look and clasped her hands tightly in her lap. Okay. As Tanner pulled down the driveway, the snow crunching under their tires, he rested a hand over hers. He'll be fine, and so will you. Who knows, maybe you'll even have fun. When was the last time you had fun? Joy thought, then looked at him, wonder filling her. This entire last month. Tanner slowed the truck as he turned toward her, a warm smile, the one she knew he only had for her, spreading across his lips. That makes me more happy than you will ever know. He squeezed her hand, letting it rest there even as he put his attention back on the road. The town hall practically vibrated with music, the lights flashing every time the door opened and closed, as people came and went. Joy gripped Tanner's hand tighter, wondering how she came to be holding his hand in the first place, but unwilling to let it go. What's got you so nervous? Tanner stopped them before they made it to the bustling hall. People will have questions, they'll want to know things I can't answer, before with Caden. She bit her lip. Joy, you can't always use Caden as a buffer. The words stung but rang true, and she nodded, feeling her eyes burn. Come on. Tonight is supposed to be fun. Besides, he leaned closer, his scent making her heady, it's none of their business. He leaned back and searched her eyes. But what do I say? Just smile and hang on to me. I'll be your buffer tonight. In the end, our friends will simply be happy to see you. That's all that matters. He squeezed her hand, pulling her tightly to him, and led her into the noisy hall. Dinner was tasty, and it was so loud, it made any sort of serious talk difficult anyway. She actually enjoyed the banter between her old friends, hearing about their weddings, their kids, and remembering the good old days of high school. I was surprised you left, Susan said at one point when the conversation came into a lull. Joy gulped. You know she always had the dream of being an editor, Tanner broke in with a loud voice that covered the surrounding conversations. Well, she graduated with honors, right? Joy nodded. Became a journalist, and now she's writing articles about Christmas Tree Hill. About here? Susan asked. Yes, small towns are wonders to people in the big city. Joy shrugged. She's also interviewing for an editor position, right after Christmas. Tanner had kept his voice level, but she heard the strain in his tone. So, you're going to do it? Make your dreams come true? Susan grabbed her hands with a squeal. Well, Joy smiled, one of them maybe. It's just an interview. You know you'll get it, Tanner said, his voice quiet and sad, meant only for her. So, Logan said, you'll be leaving again? He directed his question to Joy, but glanced at Tanner, his face expressionless. Tanner wrapped an arm around her. She's here now. That's all that matters. He stood up and offered her a hand. Come on, they just set out dessert, and I see a chocolate pudding pie that is calling your name. Once they were away from their friends and Tanner dished her up a large helping of pie, she smiled up at him. Thank you. I told you I'd buffer you tonight. She wrapped her fingers around his arm, secretly enjoying the feeling of his bicep flex. He looked down at her, searching her eyes. I don't mean to hurt you. I'm sure that's not your intention. He handed her a plate, heaping with dessert. But tonight we aren't thinking about ifs and whens, we are living in the moment. Isn't that what Tammy would always say? It is, she said, a melancholy wistfulness filling her. He held up his plate and clinked it against hers. Then tonight is for Tammy. For Tammy. Joy did her best to live up to that, and found herself at times even forgetting that 4 years had passed and a heartbreak stood between them. Tanner watched Joy fast dancing with her old friends, laughing freely and seeming more like her old self than he had seen since she returned. His entire body thrummed with the need for her in his life. "You really going to let her leave again, man?" Logan asked, handing him a glass of sparkling punch. "I don't want to," Tanner admitted. "It's her dream." "Yeah, but you guys got that boy now." Tanner bit back the words, the fact that Joy refused to tell him the truth about Caden. Did it matter? He wanted them in his life, with him, as a family, not with her on the other side of the country, and only getting to see Caden for holidays, if that was even a possibility. He had thought of all the compromises he could live with, realizing he couldn't live with any of them. "Make it too hard for her to leave, man." The song ended, a slow song coming on next. "Go, make her want to stay." Logan shoved him toward the pack of girls exiting the dance floor. Tanner stumbled a few steps, but Joy caught his arm, giving him the balance he needed to get his feet back under him. "What was that all about?" she asked, the line between her eyebrows indenting as it always did when she was worried. "Just Logan. He's never grown up. Probably why he's still single." He twisted his arm from her grasp to take her hand. "Dance with me?" Her lips parted as she hesitated, and his heart hammered, afraid she would deny him. "Of course." He led her out to the dance floor, the awkwardness leaving them the moment he rested his hands on the small of her back. "You know, I haven't danced with anyone since, when was it? The last Christmas we spent together, here at this event." Her words were soft, and she looked up at him almost shyly. "Me either." Tanner sucked in a breath. "You mean you didn't go to any fancy cocktail parties, meet any rich city slickers wanting to dance? With a hot girl like you, that's hard to believe." "I didn't say I hadn't been asked. I said I haven't danced since you." She searched his eyes. "You no longer trust me." "Let's not go there tonight," he said and kissed her forehead, bringing her closer to him. "I wish you could," she murmured against his chest, and he slid a hand up and down her back. "I wish I could too." How could he, when she lied about something as important as Caden? "We're going to make this work." He didn't know how, but he knew they had to. She pushed off his chest, her hand laying over his heart, as she tilted back her head to meet his eyes again. "What do you mean?" "I mean," he swallowed, asking for the strength to say what his heart had longed to since he found out she was coming home. "I mean, I want us to work. I want us to be a family." "For Caden," she said, dropping her gaze. He slipped one hand off her back to raise her chin so he could read her eyes. "For Caden, yes, but also for us. I should never have sent you away like I did. I should have told you the truth." "You did," her lip trembled. "No, I didn't. I said what I thought I had to keep you following your dream, and to keep you from ripping my heart out. I was wrong. You had my heart no matter where you went, and now I want it back." Joy stopped dancing, her mouth opened and her eyes frantically searched his. "What are you saying?" He took her face in his hands, pulling words together that would finally make it clear to her what he wanted. "I want you. I've always wanted you, and the last 4 years have taught me that desire will never change." "But what about?" "Yeah, your dream." He dropped his hands. "I don't know how, but we'll figure it out. Together." He interlaced his fingers with hers as the song ended, and their song started. "No way," Joy said, looking at him with a suspicious expression. "Wasn't me," Tanner said, scanning the room to find Logan next to the DJ with a smirk on his face. "Divine intervention?" "More like Logan intervention." "Maybe it's the same thing." Tanner smiled. "So what do you say? Are you being honest, not only with me but yourself? Those things you said when you broke up with me," she blew out a breath, "they have torn me apart like a thorn in my heart for the last 4 years. I should have never said those things. Can we pull the thorn out now so that the wound can heal? Can you forgive me?" Tanner implored her with his eyes, his heart, his soul. "Please, Joy. Give me another chance." Her bottom lip trembled, and she sucked it in and blinked back the tears that welled in her beautiful eyes. "I've never stopped loving you." "Nor I you." He released one of her hands, cupping her cheek and letting his thumb caress her smooth skin. Keeping the other hand interlaced, he slipped it on her low back, pulling her against him, until her rapid breaths warmed the skin on his throat. His heart raced faster than a spring filly's, as years of hope danced inside of him. Tipping her face up, he leaned down, keeping his lips a mere inch from hers. "Joy Farrow, may I kiss you?" The puffs of breath his words created bounced off her lips back to his, mingling with her chocolate-scented exhales. She answered with a breath that wasn't quite a word, as she closed the distance between their lips with a fire that tasted both familiar and new. A longing, years in the waiting, fulfilled, and he swore a bomb could go off in this very room and it wouldn't matter. There was nothing that would tear his lips from hers. Eventually the song ended, and the catcalls and applause did force them to part, with Joy hiding her face in his chest. Tanner raised his hand in acknowledgement to the crowd, and led the blushing Joy out into the frigid night air. "You okay?" he asked once they were alone under the stars. "Well, that was quite embarrassing." Joy briefly met his gaze before pulling her eyes away. "It's not like it was the first time," Tanner joked. "Remember during prom our junior year and—" "Are you sure?" Joy blurted. "Sure? About us." He grasped her shoulders, making her look at him. "More sure than Grandma is baking her pumpkin pie tomorrow." Joy's lips tilted up in a soft smile. "But we don't know how it will work. You don't want to leave Christmas Tree Hill and my interview." Her eyes welled again and she looked down the street, watching the lights blink from red to green. "I don't know how we will make it work either, I'll be honest, but I know I can't let you go, not knowing how I really feel. I made that mistake before, and I won't be making it now." "And this isn't?" She bit her lip then drew in a shaky breath. "This isn't only because you think Caden is yours?" Tanner's hands automatically tightened on her shoulders before he dropped them, not wanting to hurt her. "I don't know why you insist on that lie, but I'll tell you this. I love that boy as my own, whether he proves to be mine or not doesn't matter." Tears streamed down Joy's face. "You really mean that?" It was a statement, not a question, but he repeated it just the same. "I really mean it." She buried her face in his chest, holding him tightly, as if she feared he would disappear any moment. He wrapped his arms around her, smoothing her hair. "We'll figure this out," he said again, reassuring not only her but himself. If she could forgive him for causing the pain of the last 4 years, surely he could forgive her for keeping Caden from him, and lying now, especially if in the end he had them both. He continued that thought as they drove home, them both continually glancing at each other and smiling shyly. When they arrived home, they found Caden nestled in between his grandparents, all three sleeping and Charlie Brown playing on the TV. "Told you." He grinned at Joy, who rolled her eyes. "Should we wake them?" "Nah, let's take Caden up to bed." He reached over Grandma and lifted the boy from them, stirring her. "Oh, you're home?" She sat straight and rubbed her eyes. "I must have fallen asleep. How'd it go?" "Great. Thank you," Joy said, glancing shyly at Tanner. Grandma noted the look with a smug expression. "A grandma knows, dear." "How'd he do?" Joy touched Caden's limp hand as Tanner held him against his chest. "Oh, he's a doll. Before he fell asleep, he looked up at me and said, 'Ami promised.' I told him that's right, she did, and he curled up and fell asleep." Tanner kissed Caden's head as Joy stroked his hand. "Poor baby has been through too much in his short life. You'll help him rebuild that trust in life, dear." Grandma yawned as she looked over at Grandpa. "I'm going to let him sleep and go to bed myself. Good night, dears." She kissed all 4 of them on the cheek and walked toward her bedroom. Tanner carried Caden up the stairs, the routine of it settling in his bones as he looked forward to the day when, instead of going up the stairs, he would take them to his place, their place. Gently, he laid Caden on the bed, pulled the covers over him and kissed his head. "Good night, Cowboy." Joy tucked him in more fully, kissing him on the cheek and whispering to him as he murmured in his sleep. She stood up straight and backed into Tanner's arms. "I missed him so much." "Me too." Tanner chuckled. "But it was fun, wasn't it?" She turned in his arms. "It was and needed." I'm glad we are clear on that. He pulled her against him. It's going to be different from now on. Better, she said, and the warmth of her saying so spread through him. Yes, better. He longed to stay with her, to sleep with her nestled in his arms, but he glanced at Caden and to her uncertain expression and sighed. I don't want to, but I'll say goodnight. She leaned into him, tentatively placing her lips on his in a brief kiss. He deepened as he pulled her closer. Tearing his lips from hers took all his willpower, but he did it, though it left him panting. Good night, my joy, he said, the words he used for so long slipping out unconsciously. Good night, she said, touching his chest as he backed away. As he came down the stairs and back into the living room, Grandpa coughed and he veered his steps toward him. Grandpa sat up in his seat, his eyes drooped and body still relaxed with sleep. Well, was it successful? Let's call it a massive first step. Tanner smiled, offering a hand to help him up. That a boy, I knew you'd win her over. I'm not sure where it will lead, but I took your advice and told her exactly how I felt. I gave you no advice, Grandpa said with a coughing chuckle. Tanner gave him a hug. Love you, Gramps. Grandpa blinked up at him. I love you too, son. Now go on to bed so I can sneak in and have some cookies in peace. Tanner laughed. Good night. Grandpa waved, and Tanner felt a lightness in his step that had been missing for 4 years. 10. Joy stretched under the warm covers, letting sleep fade gradually, giving her a slow landing in reality. First, she eased into memories of Tanner's declarations of love, of being in this together, of his persistent and possessive kisses. Then reality came deeper, leaving her heart twisting in pain. One more day. She had one more day to decide, head home on a flight tomorrow or give up her dreams to stay with Tanner on the ranch. Both options left her heart grieving. The selfless thing would be to stay, but could she live with herself? Would she eventually resent not achieving her dream when she was so close? Caden fidgeted as he woke up, causing her to watch him. He loved it on the ranch, he loved Tanner, he loved everything here. How could she take him away from that? Caden rolled over, his eyes flashing open wide and unseeing as he gasped, scrambled up to his hands and knees, still wavering with sleep. Christmas. It Christmas. He crawled over to her, using his hands to smoosh her cheeks. Ah me, it Christmas. Merry Christmas, sweet boy, she said, her words muffled. She gently took his hands off her cheeks. Merry Christmas, ah me? He threw his arms around her neck and squeezed tight. Presents? Joy laughed. Not yet, sweetie. We have to remember there is more to Christmas than presents. He sat back on his bum, his expression turning solemn. Santa come? You think my wishes come true? Maybe some of them, she said, her heart hurting. If there was any way to bring back your mommy. Her words choked off as her throat tightened around them. I miss mommy. Joy sat up and brought him into her arms. Oh, sweetie, I do too. So very much. You my mommy now? Yes, sweetie, but I won't take your real mommy's place. No one can do that. She lives with you right here. She touched his chest. If you listen real close, you can hear her voice and feel her love. I hear her sing me sometimes. He wrapped his arms around himself and rocked back and forth. She was sick. That's right, sweetie. Mommy was very sick. You not sick? No, honey. I'm not going anywhere. She kissed his nose, and he nodded. Squirming out from under him, she pushed out of bed, but she froze with his next words. What a daddy? His brow furrowed. A daddy? Joy gulped. Well, lots of families have a mommy and a daddy. A daddy teaches you things and loves you and protects you. Caden smiled, pushing up to his knees. Tanner, my daddy. Oh, Joy's chest seized as she stumbled to find the words, but not coming up with anything. Finally, she grabbed him in her arms. It's not something I expect you to understand, sweet boy. It's complicated, but maybe one day Tanner will become your daddy. Not today. Caden cocked his head. It's complicated. Why don't we talk about this again? after I talk with Tanner during adult time. Joy's heart hurt at his confused expression. Tanner loves you though. You know that. I know. You love me too. Yes, I love you very much. She rubbed noses with him. Now, I can smell Grandma's Christmas cinnamon rolls, and if we want some, we better get down there before the rest of the family arrives. Family? Yes, Grandma and Grandpa, your aunt and uncle, and your other grandparents. I'm Tanner's mommy and daddy. Oh, Mimi and Poppy. He clapped his hands. They funny. I knew you'd come up with great names for them. She kissed his head. And Tanner, Caden said. He family too. Yes, Tanner is family too. She tugged on her sweater and pulled him off the bed. Now let's go get those yummy cinnamon rolls. Can you smell them? She opened the door, and Caden stuck his nose in the air and sniffed. He said, scrambling out of her arms and down the steps to the kitchen. Merry Christmas, he called out before the door even fully opened. Merry Christmas, came the greeting in 3 different voices. Joy slipped in behind Caden, and shyly said her own greeting as Tanner lifted Caden into the air. Tanner set Caden down and came to her, giving her a chaste kiss and pulling her into his arms. Merry Christmas, my Joy. He kissed her temple before letting her go. Oh, I'll never tire of seeing you two like that again. Grandma dabbed at her eyes. A true Christmas miracle. Joy gave Grandma and Grandpa a kiss good morning. We could smell your special Christmas cinnamon rolls all the way up in our room. They are just about done, Grandma said, filling an icing bag with her homemade icing. We have to save enough for the others. The front door opened and cheers hollered out. Merry Christmas. Here we go, Tanner whispered to her, picking up Caden, shifting him to one side, and taking her hand in his. Ready? Ready. She realized she really was ready, that she had made her decision the moment Tanner professed his love, and it solidified when Caden called him Daddy. There could only be one choice. After the initial hugs and greetings, Timothy got the awkwardness over with, by asking loud enough to quiet the whole family. So it's done? You guys have realized you belong together finally? Tanner looked at her and she looked at him, her cheeks heating. Yeah, he said, wrapping an arm around her. It might take some workarounds, but it's a done deal in my book. Joy smiled at the warmth that filled her from the cheers of the family. Caden looked from one to the other, brows furrowed, but joined in by clapping. Tanner's dad reached for Caden. Come here, little man. Merry Christmas, Poppy, Caden said, sticking a finger in his mouth. Poppy? Tanner's dad said. That's my name, huh? He told me earlier this morning, Joy said. Caden pointed at Tanner's dad. Poppy. Then pointed to Tanner's mom. Mimi. Mimi clasped her hands to her chest as her eyes misted. I love it. Well, little man, even if your Mimi hadn't spoiled you rotten already, she would do it even more now. Poppy lifted Caden in the air, making him giggle. Well, he is the only little kid, Tilly said. Hey, we're still kids, Tegan said. Tilly reached up to knuckle his head. You are anything but little, regardless of your age. Hey. He pushed her hand off him. I want to be spoiled too. You're spoiled rotten, Timothy said, wrapping him in a headlock. That's not true. It's only rotten if I don't appreciate it, and I appreciate it. Tegan ducked out of his big brother's grasp and ran toward the kitchen. I smell something delicious. Don't you dare touch those, before I get to put the icing on them. Grandma followed him. He got all the wild genes. Tyler, Tegan's twin, shrugged. It's good to be back, Joy said with a content sigh. Home, Tanner said, kissing the top of her head. You're home. It certainly did feel like home, and the day flew by. Before she knew it, they had opened presents, eaten dinner and dessert, cleaned up, and finally they relaxed in the living room before everyone returned to their own homes. She anxiously awaited to give Tanner the good news, but she wanted to wait until they were alone. She would cancel her flight that night and figure things out from there. Maybe she could convince her boss to let her work on assignment consistently. She knew that would be a Christmas miracle, but she could always hope. Her attention fell on Tanner as he played dinosaurs with Caden, using his new toys. The family had spoiled him. She glanced at the mound of presents behind him. It's a good thing she decided to stay. There was no way she would get all of his presents in their bags for the plane ride back. Besides, Hope brought her back here and brought Tanner and her back together. Hey, look at this, Joy. Tilly called her over, holding a picture album, and pointing to a picture of Joy and Tammy when they were in junior high. I can't believe you two wore your hair like this. Joy cringed. Yeah, junior hires don't make the best decisions. Tanner looked over. Well, I don't know. That year was the year I decided Joy was the one for me. Oh, really? Joy asked. You decided that at 12? It sure took you long enough to act on it. He shrugged. Yeah. When did you? The pressure of everyone's eyes fell on her, and heat traveled into her cheeks. Honestly, I don't remember when I didn't feel that way. The family erupted in cheers. Tammy called it, Timothy said. She told me the first day she brought you over. Of course, it sounded more like Tanner and Joy sitting in a tree kissing. Joy couldn't help joining in the laughter. She definitely had her own way of saying things, she said as things calmed down. You know, we don't even know how she had her hair, or what she was like the past 4 years, Mom said, dabbing at her eyes. Joy jumped up. I brought a picture album. She glanced at Caden, happily playing with his new toys. She'd been afraid to bring it out before, afraid that it might be too much for him to see pictures of his mommy. I'll go get it. She ran upstairs, dug the picture album from her bag, and hugged it to her chest as she hopped back down the stairs. She had prepped the album before coming, going through the earlier pictures to ensure that she had removed any of Tammy pregnant or nursing Caden. Those she had kept in a special album, just for Caden. Though it felt awful not sharing that truth with the family. Didn't they have a right to know that Caden was their true nephew and grandson, and not just an unofficially adopted one? Oh, Tammy, I don't think you knew what that promise would mean for me. She blew out a breath, hoping an answer would come, an answer that would allow her to be honest with the family that had kindly made her a part of it. Nothing came as she stepped down the stairs, nor when she presented the book to Tanner's mom. Her fingers trembled over the book, meeting Joy's eyes with tears of gratitude. Thank you for bringing this. I don't understand why she kept away from us for so long. This is like getting a piece of her back. I'm sorry, Joy said, her throat tightening. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to go against her wishes, to force her to come back, to come to her senses. I did try, I just couldn't make her see. She sucked back the sob that wanted to come out, the noise causing Caden to look at her with furrowed brows. Tanner stepped up to her, wrapping his arms around her, and she leaned into his support. Hey sis, it wasn't your responsibility. Timothy squeezed her shoulder. Tammy did things her own way, always dancing to a tune only she heard. Don't take it on yourself. Come on, Mom, open it up. I'm so curious. Tilly squeezed next to her on the couch. In fact, everyone circled around Mom, sitting on the arms of the couch so they could all see. Joy wiped her eyes, nodding to Tanner to go look as well. She glanced at Caden playing happily again, before joining Tanner behind the couch. Ah, look at Caden. He was so small. Tilly said, as she glanced from the infant picture to Caden now. He had stopped when he heard his name, but then went back to growl with his dinosaurs. Look, Tammy had cut her hair off. I knew it. Tegan pointed at the picture triumphantly. Where's this one from? Dad asked. That's at Central Park when Caden was about 1. Tammy climbed those pyramids more than the kids playing there, I think. She always made Caden laugh. Joy smiled with the sad lingering of a happy memory. They went through each picture one by one, exclaiming, commenting, asking Joy questions, until they all had wet eyes and aching hearts. When Mom opened the second to last page, a large envelope fell out. Oh, this is yours, Mom said, handing Joy the unfamiliar envelope. Joy turned it over in her hand, while the others went back to looking at the pictures. She traced the letters of her name, knowing Tammy's curvy handwriting anywhere. When had she put that in there, and why hadn't she seen it before when taking out Tammy's pregnancy pictures? She clasped it as the family had more questions before they closed the album, Mom now silently sobbing in Dad's arms. Guilt ripped through Joy, leaving her shaken and weak. Instead of running like she wanted, she stuffed the envelope in her pocket and bent over to hug them. "I'm so sorry." They both reached up and gripped her arms in an embrace that left her both guilty and relieved. How could they forgive her this much? This family that Tammy had been so scared to tell about Caden that she hid him from them, made Joy promise to not tell them. For what? Why? She stood up, wiping her eyes, and the others prepared to leave, yawning and smiling sadly. They said their goodnights and last Merry Christmas before driving through the snow toward their homes. Tanner held her and Caden on the porch as they waved goodbye, Grandpa hugging an emotional Grandma to him. Grandma sighed. Another beautiful Christmas. She patted her husband's arms and led them all back into the warm house where Caden struggled out of Tanner's arms to his mountain of toys now spread around the room. The envelope crunched in her pocket, and she pulled it out, tracing her name once again. "Go on," Tanner nodded. "I'll keep an eye on Caden, though he looks pretty self-contained." "I'd say so. Your family spoiled him like crazy." "Our family," he said, kissing her lightly. "They are yours too. A fact I still don't understand, but am eternally grateful for. I still can't believe how accepting they have been of me, Caden, Tammy." "Family comes first," Tanner said. "Drama comes with it, but we love each other through it mostly." He grinned mischievously. "I wish Tammy had seen it that way." She sighed, looking at the envelope again. "Go on," Tanner let her go. "I'll let Caden know," she said, going to Caden's side. "How are you doing, sweet boy?" "Grr, dinosaur eat you," he said, making the dinosaur munch her hand. "Oh, ow, dinosaur, that's not very nice. Maybe Caden should get you some food. What do you like to eat?" "Cookies." Caden deepened his voice. "Well, Grandma has those," Tanner said, scooping both boy and dinosaur up. "Let's hunt them down." "Yum, yum," Caden said in the dinosaur voice again. "I'll be right back," she told him, kissing his cheek, then Tanner's. "Do you smell the cookies?" Tanner sniffed all over Caden, making him giggle. No cookies here. We have to keep hunting." When they were out of sight, Joy ran up the stairs, closed the door, and opened the letter with trembling hands, sorting through the many pages with blurry eyes. The letter was thick, with multiple pages covered with Tammy's handwriting. Joy squeezed her eyes shut, blowing out a shaky breath, before reading the date first, the day before Tammy had passed. Had she known what was to come? She pulled the box of tissues closer, knowing she would need them, and lost herself in Tammy's last words. Tanner glanced upstairs, surprised that Joy hadn't returned. Had she fallen asleep? Caden was heavy in his arms as he carried him around the house, coming to the long hallway that led to his section of the house lined with pictures. Flicking on the light, he started off at the end where Grandma and Grandpa's wedding picture was. "You know who that is?" Caden blinked his drooping eyes and shook his head as he rubbed his ears, a sign Tanner knew sleep was not far behind. "That's Grandma and Grandpa when they were young. It's from their wedding day." "What wedding day?" Caden asked. "Well, that's a day a man and a woman who love each other promise to live their whole lives together." Caden lifted his head, the contemplative expression made even more comical by his overtiredness. "You and me have wedding day?" Tanner choked and sputtered, but Caden watched him solemnly. "Well, I don't know. What do you think about that?" "I think yes." Then he turned back to the wall. "Who that?" "Oh, that's your Poppy when he was a baby, even younger than you." Tanner took him through all the pictures, until Caden's head slumped against his shoulder and his eyes shut more than opened. "I bet you know who that is." Tanner pointed to a picture of Tammy and Joy. "Me," he said with a yawn. "And who's with me?" Caden leaned closer to the picture, and his lip trembled. "Mama," he whispered. "I miss Mama." He nestled into Tanner with a heaving sob. Tanner froze, unable to move or think or do anything but hold the crying boy, absently soothing him as shock rolled through him. He tried to process the words, tried to see how Caden had been mistaken, but they kept coming back along with Joy's words, "He's not yours. Why can't you trust me?" Caden's body slumped against him, as he finally fell into an exhausted sleep. On autopilot he walked him up the steps to his bed, knocking lightly on the door before he opened it to find Joy on the bed, papers surrounding her, and her eyes red and swollen. Still numb, he passed her, set Caden in his special spot and covered him. He leaned down to kiss him, trying to wrap his mind around what he had said, and not wanting to believe it at the same time. When he finally came back to Joy, she looked at him with such an expression of relief that he almost didn't say what needed to be said, but she beat him to it. "She released me," Joy said in a half-sob. "She realized what she had asked of me, and released me from my promise." Tanner scanned all the letters. "She wrote each of you a letter," Joy said, sifting through them until she came up with one addressed to him and handed him it. "Before you read it, I'd like to tell you the truth. I wasn't lying." She moved the papers off her lap and stood up, grabbing his dangling hands, though he barely felt her touch. That's how numb he was. "Caden isn't yours, but he's also not mine. I mean, he is now, legally, but I'm not the one that gave birth to him." Her shoulders relaxed, and she searched his eyes with a sense of relieved joy, but he couldn't react, couldn't even address her words. "Caden is Tammy's." The word felt strange coming from his numb lips. "But how long, how?" She searched his eyes further, pulling on him, letting go of a hand and making him meet her gaze. "Caden told me, just before he cried himself to sleep in my arms." Speaking the words woke a part of him up, as he felt his heart shredding, and he met her wet eyes with his narrowed. "How could you not tell us? How could you not tell me? You let me assume." "But I didn't. I told you he wasn't yours. You didn't believe me." "He looks exactly like me because he's my twin son, my twin who hid him from us." He took her arms in a tight grip. "Why?" "She promised me to silence, but this letter, her letters explain it all. She was afraid of bringing shame to your parents, to you, afraid that you all didn't think she would be capable of raising him on her own, would force her to adopt him out." "We wouldn't do that." Tanner spat the words, but internally something rang true, familiar, and overheard fight. "I wouldn't. I know that. I told her that." Joy trembled in his grasp and he let her go. "How am I supposed to trust you? You kept this from me, you let me believe." "I didn't let you believe. You refused to hear me, and you said it didn't matter. Remember? You promised me that whether or not he was your son by blood, he was yours and I was too." She narrowed her eyes at him. "So were those more lies? How am I supposed to trust you when you say whatever suits you at the moment?" Tanner took a stomping step toward her, freezing his forward progress as rage billowed inside of him. A confused fury that he knew spelled danger, and yet he could not stop the words from spilling forth. "You know what, just go. You were going to anyway. What you do affects other people, but that doesn't seem to matter. You are more like my sister than I ever believed, selfish, inconsiderate, and not based in reality." He spun toward the door, but stopped before going out and turned. "I had thought I could forgive you for lying to me before, but it looks like I can't after all. But if you keep Caden from his family because of your selfish dreams, that's on you." Joy's eyes widened as tears spilled forth, her mouth opening and closing, and as he shut the door behind him, her whispered words hit him like a sledgehammer. "I was going to stay." Tanner stomped down the steps, right past Grandma watching with wide eyes in the kitchen, right past Grandpa walking toward him in the living room, and straight out into the frigid night air. So much for Christmas miracles. He kicked up a pile of snow that fell, glittering in the moonlight. Caden would have enjoyed seeing that, and his heart wrenched inside of him as he continued his march. He did not know where he was going, only knew he needed to keep moving, or internally combust. Caden wasn't his, he didn't have a son after all. He scrunched his hands tighter, realizing he had Tammy's letter still in his grasp. Crumpling the paper up, he threw it to the ground, but the lesson of not littering had him grabbing it back up and stuffing it into the pocket of his pants, where the little box he had put there for later taunted him. This night went nothing like he had planned. Instead of ending in happiness and forever, this news had him gasping for breath and fleeing in a rage. He glared at the starlit heavens. "Why, Tammy? Why?" he shouted, unable to control himself. How could she do this to them? And how could Joy have let her? Angry questions filled him, shooting through his mind without answers, each stomping step producing more until his boots and pants were soggy, his toes frozen, feet exhausted, and mind had returned to a numb state. Drearily, he slogged through the snow back to the barn to check on the horses and then on to the house. Grandpa stood waiting for him in the entry, but Tanner kept his eyes averted as he sloughed off his wet outer garments, soggy boots and socks. "You should set those by the fire to dry." Tanner followed the instruction automatically, plopping his boots down in front of the warm flames and staying there himself to thaw out his hands. Grandpa's presence wasn't one he could ignore, but he did his best, until finally it became too oppressive, and he turned toward him. "Want to tell me what happened?" Grandpa said, his tone even with a lack of judgment. "No, I actually don't," Tanner said. "I'm sure Joy will share everything in the morning, before she leaves." "Ah, so she's going after all." Grandpa lowered into his chair. "I had hoped." "Yeah, well, some people don't put family first." Tanner crossed his arms. Grandpa raised his brow and settled further into his chair. "Have you forgotten where she comes from, son? Her parents left her in the care of others at a young, impressionable age, because having a kid hampered their lifestyle. When a person is raised in that type of situation. But she wasn't. She was raised with us, with my parents, with you and Grandma showing her what family was supposed to be." Tanner's voice raised, and he drew in a breath, reminding himself that Grandpa didn't need nor deserve disrespect. None of this was his fault. "And you don't think she has scars from that?" Grandpa steepled his fingers, resting his chin on them. "So it's okay that since she had awful parents that she becomes one as well?" Grandpa remained silent for a moment, then with a measured tone he said, "That's not a fair judgment and you know it. Joy is a wonderful mother to Caden. We've all seen it. If she decided it would be best for them to return to the city, then we have to trust she decided in Caden's best interest. It's in Caden's best interest to leave his family?" Tanner paced in front of the fireplace, so chilled that leaving the warmth wasn't an option. "She's his family," Grandpa said softly with a hint of sadness. "How well, that's what we all thought." Tanner swallowed, stopping himself, knowing that this wasn't how Grandpa should find out about Joy's lies and Tammy's painful truth. "I'm going to bed, before my mouth gets me in more trouble. Good night, Gramps." "Good night, Tanner, and son? Try to release your anger enough to see things from all sides, before making a final decision." "A decision about what?" "She's leaving. What is there to decide?" Tanner spun on his bare heel, and slapped his feet on the wooden floor all the way to his section of the house, where he closed the door for one of the first times ever, sealing him off from the rest of the house, the rest of the world. He clicked on the TV and slumped into his recliner, watching but not really seeing the game, until he finally fell asleep. When he woke, it took a moment for the numbed sleep to dissipate before he clutched his chest, as his heart broke once again as memories flooded him. Caden wasn't his. Tammy had hidden her son from the family, and Joy had lied about it all. Well, he realized as his gut sickened, Joy had tried to tell him the truth that Caden wasn't his. Did he not want to believe her? His stomach sickened further at the thought of Joy leaving today, taking Caden with her back to that wretched city across the country. He ran to the bathroom, losing whatever was left of Christmas dinner. When his stomach was empty, he rose, washed his face with crisp, almost freezing water, and hung his head, letting the droplets fall back into the sink. He couldn't do it. He couldn't watch them go. He slipped out of the clothes he had slept in, leaving them where they lay on the bathroom floor, and changed into work clothes. The sky outside was barely tinted gray with the coming of dawn, but he would get his morning chores done and be back in time for breakfast, and talk with Joy, convince her to leave Caden with them, at least until she figured out what she was going to do. How would a working single mom take care of a child by herself, with no family around to help? Caden would end up in daycare. That thought fueled him as he quietly padded out to the entryway, grabbed his dry jacket, and checked his still damp boots by the fireplace. He had no others, so he slipped them on and let himself out into the frigid air that bit at his skin and burned his nostrils when he breathed. The snow crunched under his feet, making walking difficult as the crust broke and his foot sank a foot into the powdery filling before the hard pack stopped his boot. He finally made it to the barn, pulling off sections of alfalfa for each horse, but when he threw the leaf into the stall at the end, it was empty. Roger was gone. The gate was off kilter, and a breeze hit his face. In his angry haze of the night before, had he forgotten to lock the gate? He searched the rest of the barn, but there was no sign of Roger. The stall door closed with a bang, over and over as the morning breeze picked up. He ran to the door, opening it to look out, and seeing the telltale marks of a horse that had waded through the snow. "Oh, Roger, why do you always have to wander off?" Tanner kicked the door before scanning the horizon, but in the pre-dawn light he didn't see any sign of the horse. Without another choice, he turned back to the barn to saddle Big Ben and go off in search of Roger. The horse would die in a drift if he took a wrong step, and that horse was stupid enough to do just that. With one last look at the still dark house, he nudged Big Ben to follow the tracks, hoping that he would make it back in time to convince Joy to leave Caden with them. 11. Dawn broke with dread-filling joy. She had finally fallen into a fitful sleep in the early morning hours, but in between tossing and turning, she had awful, chaotic dreams. She turned to Caden, her heart wrenching at what she had to do. Tanner had told her to leave again. How could she stay? Sure, she knew the family would continue to welcome her, probably even after she gave them the letters and told them the truth, maybe. She had thought Tanner would have, but he reacted nothing like she had hoped. Tammy's letter had given her such relief, free from the burden of dishonesty, that she hadn't thought about how the truth would affect everyone else. Maybe it would be best if she and Caden were gone, at least for a time, to allow the family and Tanner space to process without the constant reminder of her dishonesty. She rose, methodically packing their bags, doing her best not to think about it, for the sting of tears and clamping throat might keep her from doing it. Caden still slept even after she had the bags ready to go, minus all of his new toys below and the clothes she laid out for him to wear that day. She organized the letters so she could leave them with Grandpa and Grandma. Then she called for a taxi to pick them up, unable to choke out the words to ask for a ride. Caden woke up, turning to her dreamily. "Christmas? Christmas is over, sweet boy." She sat next to him, smoothing his hair back, and looking at him in so much love that her heart felt like it would break into a million pieces with what she had to tell him. It was bad enough that they were leaving, but she hadn't prepared him because she had not planned on going. "We're going to take a trip on a plane today. That was fun before, wasn't it?" "A plane ride. Vroom?" He pushed to a sitting position and vroomed his hand around like a plane. "Exactly," she said, breathing a sigh, hoping it was as easy as that. "Tanner coming too?" The weight landed on her shoulders, and she swallowed past the lump in her throat. "No, sweetie. Only you and me." "Oh." His disappointed voice had her blinking back the tears. "We're going back home," she finally managed to say. Caden stood on the bed. "No. This home. No, back there, sad place. I stay here." His lip trembled and his fists clenched. Joy pulled him into her arms. "We have to for now. I'm sorry, sweet boy." Caden cried, then pushed away. "We come back." He said it as a statement, not a question. "Yes, at least at some point we will come back to the ranch. That I can promise, I just don't know when." She kissed his forehead. "Now let's get you dressed for the plane ride." Thinking that this wasn't a forever goodbye helped her get through the rest of the morning. The look on Grandma's and Grandpa's faces when they saw her lugging the suitcases down the stairs sent her into tears. Grandma pulled her into her arms, her own soft cries making it even more difficult to control herself. "Oh dear, you can always come back." Grandma pulled apart enough to cradle Joy's face. If it's not the dream you had thought it would be, we will be waiting with open arms. We all will, Grandpa said, hugging her tightly to him. Joy didn't think Tanner would open his arms anytime soon, if at all. He had said his piece once again. 2 rounds of being called selfish and unthoughtful. It must be how he truly felt, and maybe she was. Maybe she was selfish for wanting to pursue a dream without thinking of others, but she had given that up. Going back wasn't her choice. I no wanna go. Caden cried, latching onto Grandpa's leg. Where Tanner? I go work with him. Tanner's doing his morning chores, little cowboy. I'm sure he'll be back to say goodbye, Grandpa said, but at the lingering look he gave out the window, Joy wasn't so sure. They ate breakfast with little conversation, and packed what they could of Caden's new toys into their suitcases. When Caden lamented about leaving some, Grandpa picked him up in his arms. Well, you know what, little man? We can ship those to you if needed. I will keep them safe until we know how everything lands. When Tanner didn't show up before the taxi arrived, Joy's heart broke all the more, not for her completely, but for Caden, who had kept watch all morning. They loaded the luggage into the car, and Joy gave one last lingering scan of the ranch, but there was no sign of Tanner. Where Tanner? He has to say goodbye, Tanner. Caden cupped his hands around his mouth, which was more likely over it, calling for Tanner. He must have had an emergency to attend to, dear. I'm so sorry. Grandma gave him a big hug. I'm sure he would be here if he could, Grandpa said, lifting him up and setting him into his car seat next to Joy. But no goodbye, he left, just gone like. Caden burst into tears. Joy scrambled back out of the car and went to soothe Caden. Shush, Tanner is safe, sweet boy. He's not gone forever. You'll see him again. I have something that might help, Grandma said, handing him a bag of cookies. For the road? Cookies, Caden said, drawing in sobbing breaths and sniffling. Thank you. You're such a polite young man. You come back soon now. I will, he said. Ami promised. I did. She kissed his cheek, then turned to Grandma and Grandpa. I can't thank you enough for this last month. It was what Caden and I needed. There are things I couldn't tell you before, things I wanted to, but Tammy made me promise not to. That letter, the one in the album, it freed me of those promises, but she had letters for each of you, and I feel it's best if you read her words before confronting me. I left them on the kitchen table, along with my cell number. Will you please hand them out to the rest of the family? Grandma and Grandpa exchanged glances, then nodded at her. Of course, dear. It might change how you feel about me. Joy drew in a shaky breath. At least it did for someone. If so, please know I understand. I'll always have love and appreciation for all of you. That will never change. She hugged them both, tears freely spilling. I hope your hearts are open for us to come visit again. Dear, nothing could change that. You are family. Grandma kissed her as she sat back in the car, then nestled against Grandpa. They stood there, waving, and Joy twisted in her seat to watch them, until the taxi made a turn and they and the house were out of sight. Then she joined Caden in soft sobs. By the time they boarded the plane, Caden was back in the moment, enjoying the excitement of takeoff. Afterward, it didn't take long for boredom to set in, and soon Caden fell back asleep. Joy wished she could too. Her eyes were gritty and heavy, and her mind spun with worry over everyone reading the letters. She had spent the last 4 years with a broken heart. She knew she could continue, but knowing that the family had turned their backs on her too, there was no way she could survive that. Caden puffed a little snore. Except she would have to. She would have to make the best of whatever situation they found themselves in, for Caden. He woke up while the plane descended, staring out the window in awe as the ground sped toward them. His sense of adventure came from the Johnson side of him. Tammy never talked about Caden's father, and Joy had concluded long ago that whoever he was, he would never be a part of Caden's life. Caden's eyes remained wide, and he stayed silent for the taxi ride back into the city. Joy understood. After a month of living at the ranch, All the cars, honking, yelling, and constant activity of the city were overwhelming. "We'll be home soon," she soothed. He narrowed his eyes at her and turned away, crossing his arms. Joy didn't need to hear his words to know exactly what he said. This was no longer home. Her stomach soured, knowing she felt the same way. It took several trips of lugging the suitcases and Caden with her each time up and down the stairs. On the last round, she stopped by to pull out the letters jam-packed in her mailbox, and tears threatened to fall. When she finally made it into the apartment for the last time, locking the door behind them, Caden ran to his play area next to the window that had a single tree outside it, threw himself on the ground and cried. Joy tried to comfort him, but he pushed her away, until finally she gave up, and started the horrifying task of putting things away and settling in a home that felt empty and void without the large personality of Tammy. It was harder here, seeing Tammy every time she turned around, only to realize she wasn't there anymore. She hadn't realized how much easier it was to not get reminded of her loss constantly. Joy hadn't made it through Caden's toy suitcase before she threw herself onto the couch for a good cry too. After several moments, Caden crawled onto the couch with her, burying his face into her chest, and they fell asleep like that until the early morning when Joy woke up with her stomach growling. They had slept for almost 9 hours, skipping dinner. She realized she hadn't been able to choke down lunch during their layover and had picked at breakfast. She snuck out from under Caden, who still slept soundly, to see what she had in the house. Opening the fridge proved to be a rotten idea, as a rank odor fumed out. "Guess that's what I get for unexpectedly staying away a month," she muttered to herself. The stench soured her stomach, but she knew she had to eat, so she searched the cupboards until she found a box of unopened crackers. She would have to clean out the fridge before they went shopping, so that meant breakfast out. Caden would wake up hungry. She bit her lip, trying to figure out how she could do everything before he lost it from hunger. Somebody honked and yelled from on the street, and reality hit her in a flash. There were some things a city was good for. She checked her phone for any messages before clicking the app to order breakfast to be delivered in 30 minutes, even adding on a cinnamon roll for them to share. Caden woke up from the knock of the delivery person and was sitting by the time Joy had returned to the living room. He stared vacantly, barely sniffing when she pulled out the cinnamon roll. "Please eat, sweet boy." She handed him the sweet, which he took rotely, stuffing a piece in his mouth and chewing without expression. Tears fell down Joy's face as she plopped on the carpet, feeling lost and alone and wanting to go home, the ranch. Why hadn't she fought Tanner to stay? She turned tail and ran just like last time. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, until she pulled out her phone, ready to call him and tell him exactly how she felt about his immature reaction when the phone vibrated in her hand. Was it him? The number that flashed wasn't Tanner. It was her boss. She answered the call with a hello. "Are you home?" "The interview is in almost an hour," Margot said as a greeting. The interview. Joy glanced at the clock. Seeing that it was almost 7 made her heart thrum with anxiety. Then she looked at Caden, staring blankly as he chewed. "We're here but No buts. I pulled a lot of strings to get you this opportunity, because I believe in you. Don't ruin that with any of your overthinking." Joy blew out a breath. Caden. Bring him with you. He can hang out with me while you are doing the interview. We have daycare in the building, so you should check in with them after, so this isn't an issue next time." "Daycare?" Joy said. "What's going on with you, Joy? Get your booty in the shower and get here, and Joy, make sure your brain is properly screwed on by then." Her boss ended the call, leaving Joy sitting in a state that reminded her of Caden. She finally pushed herself to a stand and double-checked the bolts on the door before sitting next to Caden. "I have to take a shower. Afterwards, you want to visit my work and see Auntie Margot?" Caden glanced at her, then looked away, as if the last month of growth had never happened, all reversed in 10 hours of being back. She blew out a breath and kissed his head before taking a quick shower and dressing in her best suit. The boy who had been so independent at the ranch needed help with his dressing and washing his face before they finally set off 10 minutes late. She urged the Uber driver to go faster, but he seemed as spaced out as Caden was. She looked at Caden closer, her heart hurting. I know this is hard, sweet boy. I want to make it better. This interview is important. I will need the extra income to support us here. Caden narrowed his eyes and looked away, hugging his dinosaur closer to him. When we get to my work, you'll have fun with my boss. Remember Auntie Margot? She lets you play with the water bubbles box on her desk. I'll only be gone a few minutes, then we will go to the park. Have you missed the parks? He shook his head. The park had always been the highlight of his days before, but what park could compare to Christmas Tree Ranch? Joy sighed, unable to bring up the energy to fight through this right now. She promised herself that she would figure this out as soon as the interview was over. Margot met her at the front door of the building, grabbing for Caden. You have 5 minutes, Joy. She led them to the elevators, pushing her in as soon as the doors opened. Deep breaths. Keep yourself calm and confident. Mr. Jones is the head. He'll ask most questions about your experience. Be sure to tell him I've leaned on you with my editing load. Mrs. Jenkins will be the tough one to crack. She expects poise out of a woman, one who puts her career before anything. You'll have to step softly with that one. Mr. Jenkins is the softy. He'll want to hear about your personal life and how you will balance the extra workload. The elevator dinged. Do I look okay? I don't have pieces of food on me anywhere, do I? Joy asked. You look amazing, a little sleep deprived, but doesn't everyone in this office? I've got Caden, go. Have fun with Auntie Margot, sweet boy. I'll be back soon. She kissed his cheek, trying to ignore his trembling bottom lip, and strode for the grand office where her interview would take place, reminding herself that this was her dream. Tanner threw another bale of hay into the back of his truck at the feed store. The town was busy, leaving the Christmas decorations up while they prepped for New Year celebrations. He hefted the last bale as Logan walked round the truck. You got it all? Logan asked, pulling his gloves on. Yep, thanks to you, Tanner snarked. Oh, would you have let old Mrs. Princeton load up all those bags of dog food herself so I could help you with your little bales of hay? Logan punched his arm, sending the hay bale he still held onto off-kilter. How funny, Tanner said as he hopped up to the back of the truck to reposition the wayward bale and tie it all down. What's up your pants today? Logan leaned against the truck. Trouble in paradise? She left, Tanner said, hopping back down to secure the strap. You let her leave? Told her to, Tanner admitted, moving to the other side of the truck to secure that end. Logan followed him. What's wrong with you? You pine after the girl for years and just when you get her again, you send her away. What about your son? That's the thing, he's not mine, Tanner said. Now that's ridiculous. I've known you since preschool and that boy looks exactly like you. He's Tammy's. Tanner met his eyes briefly before double-checking each strap, Logan following him like a confused puppy. Wait, Tammy's, so Joy lied to you? Yes, but not about that. She told me the whole time Caden wasn't mine. I never thought to consider that was the truth, and that he was my twin's baby instead. Tanner had nothing left to check, so he went to his door and opened it. It's a pretty messed up scenario. I'd say so, but why send her away? Everyone could see you two were still all goo-goo for each other, and that boy, he may be Tammy's, but the way he idolizes you, and I saw how you looked at him. Logan held tight to the door, blocking Tanner from closing it behind him. How can I trust her? Tanner lamented. Did you ask why she didn't tell you the truth? Of course I did. Tanner let go of the door, too tired to play tug-of-war with his longest friend. She said Tammy made her promise not to. Have any idea of why Tammy kept Caden a secret? Tanner shrugged. Well, the little liar says that Tammy was afraid of being judged harshly and pushed to adopt him out. Logan waited, staring at Tanner. Well? Your family is one of the most prominent families in Christmas Tree Hill, well, the county in fact. You think your parents would have been pleased their college-age daughter came home pregnant and out of wedlock? They're a tough lot, otherwise I would have made a move on. He clamped his mouth shut and pushed the truck door closed. Tanner narrowed his eyes, not missing the slip that Logan had made, but not having the energy to go there right now. I'm not saying it would have been easy on her, but hiding him for years without family to help, that couldn't have been easy either. But she had family, Logan said, his tone gentler. She had Joy. He backed away from the truck. You've got a lot of thinking to do, man, but I've got your back either way. Just don't want you rotting away in misery as you have been the last several years. Logan turned to help the next customer loading up hay for the storm that was on its way. Tanner glanced into the sky as he put the truck into gear. Dark clouds billowed with icy ferocity, sending him home with purpose. Joy and Caden had only left yesterday, but his life already felt so hollow and pointless. All he had once again was work, and work without his little cowboy's help. When he had finally gotten the stubborn Roger back to the barn the day before, he didn't have to be told that Joy was gone. The tracks of a car did that for him. A fit of rage overtook him, and he ended up missing lunch to fix the broken boards and patch the holes that his anger had caused. He hadn't had a fit like that since he was 12, and his dad had whooped him, then made him fix everything. He should know better. Just like he should have known better than to open his mouth in a fit of anger. That damage was harder to fix than a busted wall. He shouldn't have told Joy to leave, he knew that. His fingers gripped the steering wheel tighter as he remembered the whispered words as he left, "I was going to stay." He tried not to remember that, tried to tell himself she hadn't really said that, but the look of betrayal in her eyes as he shut the door on her told him the truth. She had lied though, not only to him, but all of them. He had finally come in the day before, his knuckles bleeding and bruised, to find Grandma and Grandpa crying over Tammy's letters. Unable to deal with the situation, he turned and had avoided them since. His parents had shown up that evening, and he could hear their anguished murmurs down the long hall. Instead of going to them, he shut the door and turned up the volume on the TV. The sinking feeling hit his gut as he pulled up next to the barn, seeing his parents and his brother's trucks in front of the house. It was time to face them, as much as that constricted his chest and made his mouth go dry. He took his time unloading the bales of hay, before brushing himself off and taking the steps to the porch. Everyone looked up as he entered the warmth of the house, but he kept his eyes averted as he hung his hat, shrugged out of his coat, and tugged off his boots. Shaking out his hands and blowing out his breath, he shuffled toward them while the weight of their gazes left his stomach unsettled. Finally, he brought his eyes level with their hard gazes. "You're going to get them back?" his big brother said, and the others nodded. Of all the potential scenarios Tanner had pondered, this was so far from any of them he couldn't speak, and hardly could think. "We've decided, already bought you a ticket. You're going out there, and you're not coming back without them." His dad narrowed his eyes. As a man used to having his orders followed without balk, he almost dared Tanner to resist. His mom stood, glaring at her husband and taking Tanner's arm. "We know it's hard to swallow that Joy didn't tell us, but in reading Tammy's letters, we understand Joy isn't to blame, and not even Tammy, at least not fully." She glanced at his dad. "We have this burden to bear." His dad stood and placed a supportive hand on her shoulder. "It was our judgment, our push for a certain way of life for Tammy that kept her away. And Joy stood by her side, a loyal friend." Mom dabbed at her eyes. "That girl gave up so much of her life to be Tammy's partner, for lack of a better term, in raising our grandson. She kept Tammy's promise even though we could all see what it cost her, the looks, the assumptions. She took on the weight of Tammy's sin." She broke into sobs, and Dad took her into his arms. "We know you love her, son, no matter how hurt you are by all that has transpired. You need her and she needs you, and that boy," his dad's lips quivered in a rare show of emotions, "he needs the both of you." Tanner watched all of this, reading their body language, assessing, while trying to keep his own emotions at bay. "So you expect me to tear her away from her dream, to appease your guilty conscience?" His mom stopped sobbing, and everyone stared at him, their mouths open and eyes wide. After several moments of Tanner glaring at each of them in turn, Grandpa stood and took his arm, leading him away from the group. Don't tear her away from her dream, but make sure she knows we are here, waiting with open arms, all of us. He narrowed his eyes, if she decides to return. Don't leave her alone, Tan. It's too much to do on her own, his sister shouted from the room. That's the other option, of course, Grandpa said, leading him further from the room toward Tanner's section of the house. What, stay with her in the city? Tanner scoffed. What would I do there? Besides, I can't leave you in a pickle. We could hire help until you settled things. Tilly is on break for another couple of weeks, and Timothy said he'd help pick up any slack needed. We got this. Tanner faced him as they entered his area. What if this is not what I want? What if I can't trust her? Grandpa sighed. Son, if you can't see what happened. He shook his head. Has she ever lied to you about anything before this? Tanner clenched his jaw. Would you be able to break a promise with your sister or brother after they passed? Grandpa cleared his throat. The greatest gift Tammy gave all of us is in those letters and in returning Joy and Caden to us. He squeezed Tanner's arm. As for if this is what you want, only you can answer that. I suggest you do that right now and make your decision because the flight leaves tomorrow morning. He turned to leave, stopping at the door. And Tanner, clean up this pigsty. After Grandpa's shuffling steps faded away, Tanner glanced around his place. He was usually a neat person, putting everything in its place, but there were soda cans, empty food containers, and clothes scattered around the living room, bathroom, and kitchen. Angrily, he grabbed up the items, throwing them away or tossing them into the hamper. When he snatched a pair of pants off the bathroom floor, they felt weighted. The sound of crunching paper stopped him as he squeezed the pants. He thrust his hand into the pocket, retrieving a box and the crumpled letter from Tammy. Dropping the pants, he looked at the ring box in his hand with a sense of surreal horror, remembering how he had expected Christmas night to go. He sighed, set the box on the coffee table and opened the letter, smoothing it out. It seemed longer than most of the others that he had seen. Soft murmurs traveled down the hall, and he shut the door on them and locked it. If he was going to do this, he didn't want to be disturbed. He lowered himself into his recliner, squeezing his eyes shut for a moment before focusing on Tammy's girly handwriting, something he had always teased her about. Dear Tanny Tan. His throat constricted at reading the nickname only she called him, but he pushed on to read how she had done him wrong, that she should have trusted him if not everyone else. She apologized for not making Joy return sooner, and not forcing him to tell Joy the truth about how he honestly felt. He didn't know how she had known, but as his twin, she knew him better than anyone save Joy. She told him how much Caden was like him, and she hoped he would feel comfortable enough to take him as his own once he fixed things with Joy. There is no man I would ever trust to be a daddy to Caden, other than you. You were my rock, and I want you to be that for him too. Tanner cleared his throat, having trouble getting a full breath in. She continued on to sing Joy's praises, saying she was a second mom to Caden, and willing to give up anything for him. And she loves you still after what you said to her, after all these years. I hear her crying out your name in her dreams, see her looks of despondency every time we talk about you. It was a dumb thing for you to do, brother, but she has a forgiving heart. I have no right to ask anything of you, especially not after I have treated you so unkindly, but I beg of you, if you still feel what you did for Joy, marry her, make her your wife, give her the family she has always dreamed of, and take my son as yours. Tanner didn't bother to wipe the tears that streamed down his cheeks. He didn't bother to argue with his sister either. He read the rest of the letter and set it down gently next to him. I love you too, sis. Then he lowered his head in his hands, and for the first time allowed himself to grieve his twin's death. He didn't know how long he sobbed like a baby, but the room had grown dark and cold. It only took a moment to flip the switches and turn up the thermostat. Then he sat down again, glancing at the letter. He turned on his phone to check the time, and his screensaver flashed a picture of Caden and Joy watching the parade of lights. His heart ached as he let the reasons to run after her fly through his mind, and he realized how wrong he was in calling Joy selfish. It was Joy who had been by his sister's side when she gave birth to Caden, holding her hand and giving her the support she needed. She had extended her college time, taking fewer classes so she could trade off with Tammy and not have to put Caden in daycare. She gave up her life as a young adult, of all the things that college kids do. Joy was selfless. He had seen her with Caden, seen that the boy was the center of her world. When Tanner had professed his love, her first concern was for Caden, of how Tanner would react if he ever found out she was actually telling the truth and Caden wasn't his. He had promised her it didn't matter, but that was because he had been certain he was. Instead, Caden was his nephew, the last piece he had of his twin. His heart raced. That almost made Caden even more special. He stood in a rush, pulled his suitcase from under his bed and threw clothes inside of it. How could he have been so foolish? Hadn't he learned after the first time that he needed to calm his anger before speaking? He wouldn't make that mistake again, and his family was right. He wouldn't come back without them. If she refused to return, he would stay with them, whatever it took. 12. Joy held Caden close to her, though his arms remained limp and his body stiff. She switched her attention to the daycare worker. I don't understand. I'm saying that we aren't equipped to deal with kids with Caden's condition. We don't have the training. You'll have to find a special facility to provide him care. The gal folded her arms and jutted her chin. What do you mean by his condition? Joy narrowed her eyes. Well, lady, if you're in denial, I can't help you there. She thrust a business card at Joy. Call them. They might have room, but they're pricey. Out of reflex, Joy took the card as the lady stomped off. She set Caden down. That lady was awful. I'm so sorry, sweet boy. He stared vacantly, not meeting her eyes at all. A sob stuck in her throat as she picked him up again and carried him until the Uber driver showed up to take them home, but it wasn't home. It was an empty apartment in the middle of a chaotic, impersonal city. On the drive, she ignored 2 notifications on her phone, but once home, after setting Caden up with a snack and Thomas, she checked her phone, expecting an answer about the interview any time. There was a voicemail and a text. She pushed the voicemail icon first. Hey, new junior editor. Guess what? You got the job. Call me as soon as you get this for details. Her boss squealed and ended the call. Joy stared at the phone. Her heart raced and pride filled her, but as she turned to Caden to share the exciting news, it turned to sawdust in her mouth. Tears stung her eyes as she went back to her phone to check the text. She had to blink several times to allow them to focus on the words. Well, it's up to me since it seems no one else in this family seems to know how to text. We just wanted to let you know we don't blame you. We love you and Caden and want you to come home. Sis. There was no blinking back the onslaught of tears now. Within 2 minutes, she had been given 2 exciting choices, 2 choices that made her heart happy, 2 very different dreams. She got up to sit next to Caden, pulling him into her arms. For the next 10 minutes, she didn't think. Instead, she lost herself to the world of Thomas and the feeling of Caden in her arms. As the show ended, she knew what she had to do. The choice was actually quite clear. Have her dream job, putting Caden in daycare and continue to watch him fade away to the world, or take him home to a family that loved him, nurtured him, and a place he felt safe enough to experience life. Her thoughts went to Tanner. It wouldn't be easy living under the same roof with a man she loved who seemed to hate her, but he loved Caden and Caden loved him, needed him. No, there was no choice. As the credits rolled to a stop, she switched off the TV and turned Caden to face her. I'm so sorry for putting you through this, my sweet boy. I think it's past time to go home, don't you? Caden blinked his eyes once, twice, 3 times before he focused on her, meeting her gaze. There you are, sweetie. Do you want to go home, to Christmas Tree Ranch? He drew in a breath and mouthed a word, but no sound came out, causing guilt to flood through Joy. Why had she done this to him? She pulled him into her arms, crying, I'm so sorry, so sorry. After several minutes, he squirmed out of her arms and walked intently into his room. Joy followed him, watching as he tugged out his suitcase that she had never unpacked. He emptied the clothes from his dresser into it too, making a pile that overflowed his suitcase. "I think we're going to need more luggage," she said with a small laugh. He turned to her with the barest of smiles, which lit her heart with love. "This trip is for good, Caden. We won't leave home again. No matter how hard it may get, we will get through it together." Caden nodded and ran into her arms. It took the next 2 days to put everything in order, giving notice on her apartment, even though it meant having to pay fees for ending her lease early, forwarding her mail to the ranch, canceling utilities, but the hardest call, of course, was to her boss. "What do you mean, you aren't taking the position?" Margot's incredulous cry had Joy pulling the phone away from her ear. "I'm sorry. I can't, Margot." She sighed. "I have to do what's best for Caden. He's barely eating, he stopped talking again, he's no longer even responding. It's not good for him here. Maybe you need to get him some extra support." "That's exactly what I'm doing, getting him family." Joy's heart warmed with the statement. "You should have seen him at the ranch, Margot. Caden was like himself, except even better. It took a while, but at the end he was talking and thriving. He thrives at the ranch. Well, he is Tammy's child. Maybe it is best for him to be there, but what about you? This is your dream." It was. Caden is my responsibility now. The adoption has gone through, and I'm legally his mom and he needs me. Besides, I couldn't live without him. I'd go vacant-eyed and silent too." She glanced at Caden bouncing on the suitcase, understanding him in an entirely new way. "I see," her boss said. "I'm sorry. I really am. You did a lot to give me this chance." "And your current position? You're resigning that too?" "Unless..." Hope surged in her. "Any possibility of working remotely?" Her boss let out an aggravated sigh. "I'd hate to lose you, in whatever capacity we get you. Let me talk with management. Until then, do I need to extend your bereavement leave?" "Please?" Joy begged and bit her lip. "Fine. I'll be in touch." Margot ended the call, leaving Joy unsettled at the abrupt end and lack of goodbye as always. A weight lifted off her shoulders afterward, a weight that she didn't understand had been so heavy for so long, but now that it was gone, she felt free. She picked Caden up and twirled him around. "Caden, we're going home." Joy had booked the earliest flight she could, after she had settled everything else. There wasn't anything tying her to this place except for her job, a job she had released to see where it landed. She realized with a satisfying relief that she knew she would be fine no matter what happened. If working remotely was off the table, she could freelance or even work on that novel that Tanner mentioned. Tanner. That was the one thing that left a niggle of uneasiness within her. How would he react when they arrived back at the ranch? Would he simply ignore her, or would he make her life miserable, cornering her any chance he got to remind her how selfish she had been? She blew out an uneasy breath as the driver knocked on the door. Caden jumped off the couch, hugging his dinosaur tightly, put on his cowboy hat, and started dragging his bag out of the living room, making her laugh. "Okay, little man. We're going. Why don't you let me help you with the suitcase?" She opened the door. "Hello. You called a ride to the airport?" the man said, glancing behind her. "All this going?" "It sure is. You moving?" Joy looked down to Caden. "We sure are for good." "Well, I'll start loading these up." The driver took Caden's suitcase from her, and she gave Caden the carry-on and grabbed another suitcase. On their last trip, she glanced around the apartment one more time, a sadness at leaving the place she and Tammy and Caden had shared so many memories in. A tear streamed down her cheek, and Caden pulled her down next to him. "Mama here," he said, touching her chest. "Go home now." She pulled Caden into her arms as a sob erupted from her. With one last lingering goodbye glance, she shut the door on her life in the city, opening her heart for a life full of family. The airport bustled with more activity than usual, as the driver helped her load one of those rolling carts so she could get the luggage to the check-in. She knew she'd be paying a boatload of fees for all the extra baggage, but she didn't care. She would empty her savings to get Caden to a place he could thrive. "You sure you got this? It's very heavy." The driver pushed the cart, straining under the weight. "Well, unless you're free, I guess I better, huh? I got another call." He gave her a guilty look. "I'll manage." "Thank you." She paid him and sent him on his way. "Okay, sweet boy. You hold on to the bar and don't let go, and I'll..." She pushed against the cart, but it wouldn't budge. Changing positions and putting her entire weight behind it, she got it to move. Once moving, she could keep it going on the rough sidewalk until it hit the little lip at the automatic doors. Then it stuck. No matter how much she pushed, shoved, and pulled, the cart wouldn't move. The automatic doors slammed as if it was frying out its circuits with her stuck there, but she didn't know what to do. Even in the chill of the wintry day, sweat broke out on her brow and body as she shoved harder and harder. It rolled over the lip in a whoosh, the loss of resistance almost making her lose her footing. "You all right there? I saw you stuck, thought I'd give it a bit of help." The security guard nodded and smiled at Caden. "You helping your mommy with this big load, cowboy?" Caden simply stared at him, and the man shrugged. "You need some help. I can get you to where you need to check these big dogs in." "That would be wonderful, thank you. We're flying United." "Well, that's just right here." He pushed the cart to the end of the line, which seemed a zigzagging mile away. "That West Coast storm has put the airlines behind, so things are cramped right now. Here, let me get the little cowboy a coloring book to keep him occupied while you wait." When he returned with the airplane coloring book and a small package of 5 crayons, Joy smiled in gratitude. "Thank you so much. I'm not sure what I would have done without your help." "Oh, I'm sure some good Samaritan would have stopped to help eventually." He winked and went back to his post. Now that they were in line and ready to go, she pulled out her phone, ready to share the news with the family. She responded to Tilly's text, but as she did, she saw she had missed several from her. "What's your address?" "You okay? Can I get your address, please?" Joy wondered at the text, wondering why she wanted her address and so insistently, but maybe mom or dad or grandpa or grandma wanted to write a letter the old-fashioned way. She laughed when she thought of the irony of her response. "Well, from now on my address will be Christmas Tree Ranch, if you'll have us. I'm at the airport. We're coming home." She watched Caden color quietly while she waited for a response and for the line to move. It took several minutes, but her phone finally dinged, and she picked up eagerly. "Oh phew. I'm so glad he found you and convinced you to come home. Can't wait to see you too." Joy read the text again and again. He found me. Who did she mean by he? Maybe it was a silly autocorrect goof, and she meant that she was glad Caden convinced her to return. The longer she looked at the text, though, the more her heart thrummed. Not able to stand not knowing a moment longer, with a shaky finger she typed out a text. "What do you mean by you're glad he found me?" Right before she hit the send button, she felt Caden stir beside her, his crayons falling to the floor. He gasped and started running. "Caden? Caden." She ran after him, letting go of the heavy cart and hoping it didn't crash into anyone. What had gotten into the boy? She called him again, but he ran faster, not even stopping when his cowboy hat fell off. "Tanner, Tanner," he screamed shrilly, louder than she had ever heard him yell before. In the distance, a man in a matching hat froze, turned toward them, dropped his bags and sprinted toward Caden, arms outstretched. Joy slowed her steps, seeing who it was, realizing who Tilly had meant in her text, and her breath came in quick gasps. Had he really come after them? To convince them to come home? Tanner hadn't believed his ears when he heard Joy's distant call for Caden, but there was no mistaking the boy's voice, shrilly calling his name. The last couple of days had been tortuous, waiting at the airport for the storm to pass so he could fly out here to get them. He hugged Caden toward him, not knowing it was possible to miss someone so much even after years of pining for Joy. This brief separation was worse. Over Caden's head he saw Joy, her chest heaving as she tentatively closed in on them. He picked Caden up and went to her, bringing her into their hug. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," he repeated over and over, kissing their heads and faces and holding them to him. Finally he stepped back, still holding Caden to him, but needing to look in Joy's eyes. She blinked, but the tears still came and he used his free hand to wipe them away. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was so selfish about pursuing my career, both now and before." He cupped her cheek. "No, my Joy, you are not selfish. In fact, you are one of the most selfless people I know. The whole family feels that way. You gave up everything for Tammy?" He looked at Caden, who stared at him with a huge smile, as if he had won tickets to Disneyland, and for Caden. "But I..." He slid his thumb along her cheek, and rested it gently on her lips. "No buts. I'm sorry I didn't see that before, and that I let my anger loose without restraint, and without taking time to process. Those hurtful things I said, I know I can't undo the damage they have done. I promise, I will spend the rest of my life doing my best to make up for it. Where we are doesn't matter, as long as we are together. Please forgive me, Joy." Her lip quivered under his thumb, and he slid it off, reading her expression with hope. "I forgive you. Of course I forgive you." Tanner blew out a breath, and wrapped her in another hug, trying not to squish Caden. "Thank you," he breathed into her hair. This time when he leaned back, he kept his hand cupping her head and leaned in close. "May I kiss you?" She answered by leaning into him, meeting his lips in a warm embrace. It took him a moment to realize the cheering wasn't only internal. Joy pulled back, hiding her head in his chest against Caden's legs, and he held her protectively as he nodded to the crowd that had gathered without his awareness. He finally lifted his hand from Joy to raise it to the crowd, and they fell back, slowly moving about their business. "I believe these are yours, sir." A man dropped Tanner's bags next to him. "Congratulations." He dipped his head before rolling his bag away to the check-in line. "Is this your hat?" A boy of about 12 held the hat up to Caden. "It's super cool, just like your dad's." Caden looked at Tanner with a smug smile, took the hat, dusted it off, and placed it on his head and said, "Thanks." Joy's eyes lit in a way that Tanner knew something had been going on with Caden, because she looked like she had the first time Caden spoke at the ranch. Then the irony of the situation hit him. "Wait, why are you guys at the airport?" "We're coming home," Joy said, her voice so soft that he almost didn't hear her over the cacophony of the airport. "But you should have been home days ago." "Yes, you're right, we should have. We should have never left, right, Caden?" "Right, Ami." He nodded in full seriousness. "Did you not get the editor's position?" "No, I got it, but I turned it down, or rather I said if I can't work remotely, I cannot accept it." "But why? After what I said, after everything?" "Caden," she said, her eyes roving over the boy, and she lowered her voice and leaned closer to his ear. He reverted, horrifically. "I'll tell you more later." She stood back. He needed to come home, to his family. Tanner looked at Caden, who smiled at him, leaning his elbow on his shoulder. "So you're a genuine cowboy after all?" "Yes, sir," he said, as sure as any 3-year-old could sound. Tanner turned back to Joy. "And you?" She bit her quivering lip, as her eyes moistened again. "I was so alone." She wiped her eyes. "I didn't know if you'd ever forgive me, but I needed to bring Caden back, no matter the cost to me. I couldn't. Oh, Tanner, it was awful." He hugged her close and kissed the top of her head. "I promise you will never be alone again, whether you want to stay here," he looked around the busy airport, feeling his lip curl in disgust, "and pursue your career or go home to the ranch. You're not leaving me again." She pulled back and met his eyes. You would stay here? For me? If that's what it took for us to be together." Joy looked at Caden. "What do you think, Caden? Should we stay here if Tanner stays with us, or should we go to the ranch?" "Home," he cheered. "Yeah, I think so too." She leaned up and kissed Tanner lightly. It means the world to me you were willing to stay, but Caden and I would like to go home with you. Oh good, because I did not know how I would survive in this concrete jungle. A weight that had rested on Tanner's shoulders for what felt like a lifetime lifted. He realized it wasn't from the relief he wouldn't have to give up his way of life for the family he wanted to call his own, but because he knew, no matter what came next, they would do it together. You think we could see if there is a ticket available for you on our plane? We leave in an hour. She stepped back, searching his eyes. Unless you wanted to see the city, we could stay for a few days if you wanted. I have what I came for. I don't need to see anything else. He kissed them both. Where are your bags? Our bags? Joy started, bolting from his arms toward a massive cart bulging with luggage that the check-in line moved around. You weren't kidding about coming home for good, were you? He chuckled as he and Caden caught up with her. No, sir. Not joking. Caden tapped Tanner's hat as if to make the point. We come home for good. Well, that sounds right to me, little cowboy. Tanner tapped his hat. And you is my daddy. Caden folded his arms and narrowed his eyes. Oh, is that a fact? Tanner said, his heart swelling so much he thought it might burst. He glanced at Joy to see her reaction. It's what he wants, she said with a shrug. Well then, partner, there's something I need to do. He set Caden down and went down on one knee next to him. He didn't dare look at Joy yet, but her gasp pushed him to hurry. Pulling the box from his pocket, he opened it, took Joy's hand and finally met her eyes. She covered her mouth with the other hand, searching his eyes. You're sure? Hush, he commanded. We've had our ups and downs, our hard times and fun times, and I feel like we've been through the worst. Even if we haven't, I know that whatever life throws our way, we will be stronger together, and I don't want to spend any more time apart. Joy Ann Farrow, will you please make me the happiest man on this planet, let me into your family as Caden's daddy, and be my wife? Joy lifted to her toes, bouncing, her hand squeezing his, and her other one clamping over her mouth as tears spilled over them. Tanner's hand sweated. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he glanced from her to Caden to the airport, once again watching them as if they were the hottest thing on TV, and still Joy hadn't answered. Joy? He lifted an eyebrow. She drew in a huge, shaky breath. Yes. Yes, I'll marry you. For the second time in less than 20 minutes, the airport cheered for them, but this time he drowned them out with the feeling of Joy's lips on his, possessive and committed for life. It wasn't until Caden tugged on his pants and pointed as he saw someone had moved Joy's massive luggage cart down the line that he pulled away and searched Joy's eyes. We're going to do this. She nodded, biting her lip. For real? For real? A wedding? Like Grandpa and Grandma? Caden asked, bouncing up and down, reaching for both of their hands. Eventually, sweet boy. Those take a lot of planning. Joy smiled up shyly at Tanner. Unless you want to schedule a stopover in Vegas? He waggled his eyebrows. I plan to do this once in my life, and I want to do it right with our family there. Oh, my mom is going to have a field day with this one. He rolled his eyes. She wrapped her hands around his arm. Then we'll let her. At the counter, they were told there were no more seats for Tanner, but there was on the next flight out. Disappointment flooded Tanner, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him as he agreed to take the next flight. I know you from the small-town Christmas articles. The man smiled and reached for his hand in a firm shake. Those articles made my wife change her mind about relocating to my parents' ranch. Really? Tanner said, wrapping an arm around Joy. Well, this is the author of those articles. And your son, the man smiled down at Caden. Excuse me, I need to help the next person, the lady behind the counter said. Oh, sorry. Tanner pulled Joy away, but the man stopped him. Miss, I'd like to take that next flight and give my ticket to this gentleman to keep their family together. Oh, Joy said, covering her mouth. You would do that? Tanner eyed the guy. Positive, he said, turning to the lady. Walter Jennings. You can switch it over. Sure can, the lady said, typing away at her computer. Thank you. Tanner shook the man's hand again. No, thank you, both of you. It means the world to me that I get to raise my boys on the ranch the right way. As they walked away, the man lifted his hand, and Tanner felt a new hope for the world. You see that, he whispered to Joy. Your writing changes lives. Tanner let his mom convince him to wait until spring so they could have an outside wedding at the ranch. It wasn't the first wedding that the ranch hosted, but it was the first in his immediate family since his mom and dad were married. At first he thought the day would never come. He hated how quiet his section of the house felt, and longed for Joy and Caden to fill it. To help the time go faster, he had Caden help decorate what would be his bedroom. Caden picked out a dinosaur theme, of course, and over the next several months they had created the coolest room Tanner had ever seen. While he and Caden planned out the bedroom, his mom and Joy, as well as his sister and grandma, spent countless hours planning the wedding. He did not know how one event could take so much time to create, but that's why he did the outside work. He lifted Caden to the back of Big Ben, letting him lean forward on the large horse. You know, Cowboy, we will probably never understand women. No, sir. Caden, now 4, was sure he knew everything. But they sure are wonderful creatures, aren't they? Yes, sir. All right, down you go, little man. Mimi will have my hide if I get too much horsehair on your suit. He brushed off the few hairs he found. You sure look sharp. Caden stood taller and resituated his new black felt hat. Just like you, Daddy. The adoption papers weren't finalized yet, but all he needed was to hear those words to feel like it was a fact. You make me happy, you know that, son? Yes, sir. You make me happy too. He took his hand and tugged him from the barn. Wedding cake? Tanner laughed. Not until after the ceremony, Cowboy. Ceremony? Yeah, aka the boring part. His mom met them at the door, clearing her throat. It's the most important part, son. Those vows hold you two together for the rest of your lives. I know, Mom, Tanner said, kissing her cheek. This is just guy talk. She squatted down to Caden. Well, my grandson needs to understand that men need to listen to women when it comes to the art of love, even if they don't understand them. She stood, giving Tanner a smirk. Now come on, the boring part is about to start. She linked arms with him as the three of them walked toward the throng of people gathering near the arbor. You did a beautiful job, Mom. It looks great. Well, I had help. Besides, it's the first wedding of one of my children, and to a gal I have seen as a daughter since she was gangly and knock-kneed. She laughed lightly. I'm sure glad you two worked things out. It's hard enough without Tammy. With Joy here, it's like we have a part of your sister back. And we do. Tanner smiled down at Caden. A very special part. His mom dabbed at her eyes. Oh, I can't ruin my makeup yet. You look beautiful. You say that now. Wait until you see your bride. She winked at him as she handed him off to his dad. Hi, son, how are you holding up? I'm fine, Dad. You act like this is my funeral. Well, many men feel that way, but I guess that doesn't apply to you. You've only seen yourself with Joy. I never thought about it that way, but yeah, I guess you're right. This is always how I wanted it to end. Oh, it's not the end, son. He patted him on the back. This is only the beginning. He left him, his chuckle following him down the trail to his mom. Well, man, Logan greeted from the best man's position, you finally did it. Let's wait to celebrate after she says I do, Tanner joked, but a part of him couldn't wait until that part was over, and she went through with it without thinking better of joining her life to him. This was always how it was supposed to go, man. You knew that. She knew that. It just took a little prodding to make you both believe it, but now you're reunited. Logan slapped his back as the music began. Reunited. Tanner liked the sound of that. Reunited at last, and now for good. He held tightly to Caden's hand and looked toward the house where he knew Joy prepared to walk down the aisle. Nothing would ever take them away from him again. He wouldn't allow it. They were his life. Joy's hands trembled as she straightened her lacy dress, barely touching the fine fabric as if it would disappear if she did. For the 100th time that day, her eyes brimmed, and she blinked tears back, fanning herself to dry them. Again? Tilly asked. Are all women this emotional on their wedding day? You hush, Mom said, or you'll never hear the end of it from me when it's you all gussied up and bawling like a baby. I'm not bawling, Joy said in mock defense. It all feels like a fairy tale. She looked up at the heavens and bit her lip. I know, honey. I wish she were here too. Mom carefully patted her arm. She's in here. Joy touched her chest, remembering Caden telling her that the day they left the city, a day that felt like eons ago. She drew in a deep breath, feeling the tightness of the stays in the dress. Well, he can't send me away after today. He shouldn't have sent you away in the first place. Either time. Tilly crossed her arms. Men are so dumb. You say that now, Joy smiled at her, but one day there will be that one that changes your mind. I don't know, Mom said with a shrug. I still think your father is dumb, but I wouldn't want to live without him. Joy laughed. Maybe that's the difference. I'll never put up with dumb antics, Tilly huffed. Be careful saying never, honey. You never know what or who might change your world, Grandma said as she joined them. All is ready and waiting for our beautiful bride. Oh, look at you, dear. Our boy will not know what hit him. Thank you, Grandma. Thank all of you. I'm sorry your parents didn't make it, dear. Oh, that's fine. It was Grandpa I wanted to walk me down the aisle anyway. And it was. Her parents had no right to give her away, they already did that over 15 years before. Though, Grandpa said as he came up behind Grandma, I find it odd to give away a bride that we regain a moment later. That's the magic of it, Mom said. Oh, there's our cue. Come on, Mom. She squeezed Joy's hand, then led Grandma to meet Dad, who walked them both down the aisle. Joy knew they would sit in the front row, but she couldn't see them from where she stood. She longed to see Tanner and Caden, handsome and decked out in suits and black felt cowboy hats. She wiggled her toes in her new cowboy boots. Mom had rolled her eyes when Joy insisted on wearing them. She knew Tanner had a thing for her in dresses and cowboy boots, and he was the only one she wanted to impress today. Oh, that's me. Is my makeup okay? Tilly asked, shaking with excitement. I still can't believe you chose me to be your maid of honor. Tammy would have wanted it that way. You look beautiful, sis. The guys won't be able to take their eyes off of you. Oh, everyone will take their eyes off of me when you come down that aisle. You're absolutely gorgeous, Joy. Oops, Mom's giving me the look. Tilly hurried off, remembering to slow her steps as she reached the line of flowers one of their little cousins as a flower girl had laid out. You ready, dear? Grandpa smiled at her and offered her his arm. I am. She slipped her hand in the crook of his elbow. As a custom, a dad gives his daughter advice before they walk down the aisle, and I'll give you the same advice I gave my daughters. Put God before the man, and the man above all else. Have a forgiving heart, and remember, this marriage is a blessing, a match made in heaven. When you remember that, nothing else that happens matters. Thanks, Grandpa. I'll try to remember that. She squeezed his arm as the wedding march began. Well, don't worry, dear. I plan to be here to remind you. He chortled, and laughter burst from her mouth as they rounded the corner. She met Tanner's eyes at that moment, and everything else faded. This was it. She was pledging her life to this man, the man she had fallen in love with before she knew what love was, the only man she had ever seen herself with. Tammy's death had reunited them, and her letters had done it again. She sent her best friend in heaven a silent thank you for making the best out of a horrible situation, as she always had. Grandpa held her back as she quickened her step, reminding her to walk with the beat, but the only beat she heard was that of her heart, racing with desire to become the wife of the man who stared at her with so much love she swore she felt it fill her heart. Epilogue. Timothy Johnson shifted his weight, while listening to his younger brother dedicate his life to the girl he had watched grow up as a sister. They had known this day would come, even if he had to kick his brothers behind to make him realize it. That's what big brothers did. He glanced at their two younger brothers standing next to him, then his little sister across from him. He would do it for them too, if he had to. And Tammy, he swallowed, tightening his hold on his hands resting behind his back. He would have done it for her too, if she had given him the chance. His mom openly sobbed in the front row, and his dad held her tight against him as his own eyes misted. As if the older man had felt his attention, he turned his gaze on Timothy, a gaze that said what he feared, "You're behind, son." It wasn't a fair thought since Tanner and Joy had known each other since they were children, and dated since their teen years. Not a fair comparison at all. He pulled his eyes from his dad's stare, and watched as the preacher pronounced his brother and now legal sister-in-law, man and wife. He whistled and hollered, nudging his brothers to do the same as the groom and bride kissed. The custom was a strange one, kissing in front of a crowd, but an old one. As the couple walked down the aisle into the celebrating crowd, he rehearsed his toast, making sure he remembered all the major points he wanted to make. That was his scene, taking the stage, winning the crowd. It was why Dad had insisted he go to college and work for him. Tanner may be good with people, especially kids, and with his hands and hard physical labor, but Timothy, he had the words smooth as silk to change just about anyone's mind, well, when he wanted to use them. He laughed as he thought about the first time Tanner had overheard him talking to a customer. After the customer left, Tanner had looked at him with a confused expression. "Geez, bro, if you had talked to me like that when we were kids, I probably would have cleaned your room, polished your boots, and done your chores without knowing why I was even doing it." Timothy had laughed but replied, "I save that for work, bro." "Well, work and the ladies." Tegan elbowed him as the procession stopped, and nodded toward a group of women eyeing them. "So which one of them will you wine and dine tonight?" "Wine and dine, huh?" He leaned an elbow on his younger brother's shoulder. Tegan pushed him off. "You know, you won't be able to do that when I hit my growth spurt." Timothy chuckled. "Why do you think I do it so much now?" "I'd go for the redhead," Tyler said, his youthful face turning pink. "Redheads, huh? You think you could handle a redhead baby, bro?" He knuckled Tyler's head. "They're a handful." "Well, that one sure has eyes for you." Tegan elbowed him again. "Not the kind of eyes a man wants on him, boys. The look in those eyes means only one thing to a man: run." He laughed, but not before he smiled at the redhead, knowing exactly why she stared him down, and turned to congratulate his first married brother. Thank you for listening to the Cowboys Reunited Christmas. I hope you enjoyed Tanner and Joy's story. You'll get glimpses of their lives together throughout the rest of the Cowboys of Christmas Tree Ranch series, starting with Timothy's story in the Cowboys' Fake Christmas.